Hello and welcome into the 340th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us on YouTube, thank you for being here. On top of everybody who is already tuned in and continues to tune in over on TikTok, I appreciate you so much for giving me some of the time out of your Thursday if you happen to be watching live. And for everybody that's not watching live on YouTube, welcome into yourself as well. Now, every day we debate Trump supporters. If you're unfamiliar with what we do, that's what we do. We try to change minds. Sometimes we have productive conversations. Sometimes we don't because we're talking to some jackass. But the inevitable goal is to change the mind of the person that we're talking to, change the minds of those that lean to the right in the audience watching the stream, and to better equip maybe some of the people that lean left, don't support Trump, with awesome truth, nukes, and talking points that you can use to hopefully change the minds of the Trump supporters in your family, your loved ones, your friends. We also like to go over the breaking news. So today's breaking news is kind of insane, but it's nothing unexpected. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Here we go. Anti-voting activists very close to the White House are coordinating with the White House on a blatantly unconstitutional draft executive order to attempt to take control of the midterm elections by declaring a national emergency due to Chinese interference and influence with the 2020 election, which there's no evidence of, to give Donald Trump the authority to seize voting machines that he thinks are in collusion with China, and to ban mail-in votes. Now, this is still just a draft executive order that is being drafted by this guy named Payton, I believe. And Payton works very closely with multiple members of the White House. And now we'll have to see if this executive order ever actually gets passed by Trump. And see, the issue with this is that it's blatantly unconstitutional. There'd be no grounding to substantiate and or corroborate a state of national emergency, and it would likely be shut down. Now, I wouldn't argue that just because it is clearly unconstitutional, that it's therefore something Trump wouldn't do. Donald Trump has a track record of doing clearly unconstitutional things, like Executive Order number 14160, like what his attempt was on J6 2021 in reference to the 2020 election, or many other things as well. So, that's an issue, but I will keep you up to date the more we learn about it. And for now, we're going to go ahead and hop into the debates with the Trump supporters. So for everybody joining the stream on TikTok and on YouTube from Parker's Live, I appreciate y'all so much for joining. Make sure to say what's good down below in that comment section. I always like saying hi to the very first people that tune in for the day. And I just genuinely appreciate everyone so much for being here. Now, only open the guest requests over on TikTok, which is where we get our guests up through. If you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, do follow those rules. Please do follow those rules. If you do not follow the rules and you break the rules, meaning that you're in the queue when you're not an American adult that supports Trump, we'll just go ahead and ban you for breaking the rules. Excuse me. Welcome in, everybody. All right, let's go ahead and hop into those debates right now. We got the very first guest of the day loading up into the box. We have Full Squish joining. Here we go.
What was the first person?
Hi, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 23.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, what year were you born in?
Yeah, I was born in 2002.
Okay, sounds good. You know, I just find it unbelievable that there's still people who support Trump as president. Absolutely insane. But the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us why, and everybody watching, stop fucking calling me Neil. Stop that. Cut it out, but go ahead.
What's Neil?
Not me. Now tell us why you support Trump.
Okay. I support Trump because of his border policies and other things like that, as well as I'm working. I'm in like stocks, and I've been trading stocks, and my stocks have gone up a lot since he's been in office.
Well, actually, the Dow's under 50K, but if you know, typically index funds tend to go up over time. I mean, since the Great Depression, the S&P 500 has had an average annual rate of return of around 10%. So just saying that the stocks are going up under a president, therefore they're a good president, isn't really that good of an argument for that reason. Because if it was a good argument, then every president we've ever had has been good outside of No, outside of no one. Every president we've ever had has been good. So bad argument. But anyways, back to the first statement. You're telling us that you support Trump because of his border policy. I'm led to believe that you actually don't know what his border policy is, and that you think that he has good border policy because you've heard that there's much less undocumented immigration, right?
I mean, I like the remain in Mexico policy and the removal
Why?
of like
Why? I mean,
CBP-1.
dude, the remain in Mexico policy is weird. Okay, it's bullshit. It just leads to more human
Why?
rights violations, more rates of murder, more rates of death, suboptimal, suboptimal living conditions for asylum seekers. Not to mention that it doesn't even concern undocumented immigrants.
Well, I mean, the asylum process is just so fucked, like, right?
Yeah,
Like,
agreed. And I think that makes it
yeah,
more fucked.
like you can claim asylum like 5 years before you're even in court hearings, like,
It
and
takes
then you're
so
allowed
long.
to,
But I don't think the
yeah.
solution to the fact that the process takes so long is to make them wait that lengthy period in Mexico, but is to rather hire significantly more judges and, cut down on how long the asylum process takes.
Okay, well I mean, I guess that could be a good idea, but I mean, right now what he's doing seems to be working at deporting illegal immigrants and reinstituting the remain in Mexico policy.
Yeah, I don't think that the Remain in Mexico policy should be reinstituted for the reasons that I just gave you. And the deportation is clearly not working. It's one of the worst policies in modern American history. Not only has it led to a cornucopia of human rights violations, constitutional violations, not only are the agents enacting upon this mass deportation being given clearly unconstitutional directives from the Trump administration, but it's also destroying our economy, man. No one should support the mass deportation. Absolutely terrible.
But is inflation not down?
Inflation is down. It is. It's actually down 0.3% from the end of 2024. You're right. You were very right. But
Yeah.
I don't think that prices going down is always a good thing. I don't think it's always a good thing because prices go down during recessions because the equilibrium price of any good, it's controlled by the intersection of the demand for the good and the supply for the good. Okay. And sometimes a demand for a good will go down because people are spending significantly less money because they're either saving more because of economic insecurity or they're making less. All right. So here's my framework. When prices are going down, I ask myself, how are the other macroeconomic variables looking? And if the other macroeconomic variables are looking good, like inflation is going down, but employment's going up, inflation's going down, but bankruptcies are going down, inflation's going down, but GDP growth is going up, then I say, hey, that's awesome. I'm so happy prices are going down. But when inflation's going down and unemployment's going up, inflation's going down, layoffs are going up, inflation's going down, bankruptcies are at a high since 2008, and we're getting the worst jobs report in 2025 since 2003 if we ignore recessions, it actually scares the shit out of me.
So if you ignore the other times that like employment has gone down, like then it's at the lowest that it's been since 2003. If you just like ignore some of the times that it's been lower.
Yes, the recessions.
Okay, why would we ignore recessions?
Because we are in a not recession. Like in 2025, we were in a recession.
Oh,
We're saying outside of recessions, outside of periods where we've had 2 or more quarters of negative GDP growth, we haven't had a job report this bad since 2003. But I mean, I don't mind looking at recessions. That just means that the last time we had a job report that bad was 2007 through 2009, which, if anything, maybe sounds a little worse, right? The last time our economy was as bad as it was in 2025 under Trump, we were in the Great Recession. So I don't know. Pick your choice.
Yeah, how did Trump cause that?
Okay. Yeah, well, I would attribute that a lot to his tariffs and to the mass deportation. He imposed his tariffs on every other country in the world. Unconstitutional, by the way. He doesn't care about law and order. We started seeing around 10,000 less manufacturing jobs every month for the rest of the year. Not to mention that the mass deportation is really destabilizing our industries. Undocumented immigrants pay $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the GDP per year. Over $100 billion in taxes account for 8.3 million of our laborers. You know, and you deport over 1 million of them, according to the Trump administration, like they claim they did in 25. Well, then all of a sudden our industries are destabilized. Our workers have, our companies have less productive capacities to produce, not to mention the 11 million undocumented immigrants that consume goods. So not only do they have less productive capacities to produce, but they also have less consumers that want to buy their products. So therefore they would have pressures on both the supply and the demand curve to produce less, go out of business, declare bankruptcy, you know, engage in layoffs, so on and so forth.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wasn't really able to track that. I'm not into economics, but I do know you made a few grammar errors, but that's all I really know about that. I don't know.
Yeah. I would expect nothing less from a Trump supporter. Ignore all the nuance. Still support Trump. Is that kind of where you're at?
I don't ignore the nuance. I just don't know the nuance.
Okay, I'll try to explain it once again. Mass
Like
deportation and tariffs are what caused bad job report in 2025.
Okay. I guess. Well, I don't really know what to do. I want to go work out. I love you, Dean. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're
I'm not
ending the
trolling,
debate
though.
by telling me that you
Totally.
love me?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
And you're a Trump
That's
supporter?
what. Yeah. I don't know. I love everybody. I'm a Christian.
Okay. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. That was a little weird. I guess. Okay, let's go to move on to the next guest. I've never had a debate in I've been doing this for 4 hours a day for 3.5 years. I've never had a debate in like that. Okay, Dean, I love you. He's not even like a troll. He's actually, I don't know, weird. Okay, all right. Welcome in Miami. Do you support Trump?
Good afternoon. So I have really mixed emotions with him because I don't know.
So
a
knowing
lot of
everything
things-
that you do now, if you're teleported back to November of 2024, would you vote for Trump?
No.
Awesome, man. Well, I understand that you have mixed emotions on Trump. Hopefully by watching the live stream, we are able to help you get those straightened out. But on the live stream, we're just looking to talk to Trump supporters. Hey, Cam, thank you so much for the very first donation of the day with the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Cam, I really fucking appreciate you so much for that kindness. It is so good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the love. Please show some love to Cam down below in that comment section for the $50 Super Chat. You were awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you. Payton, welcome into the stream. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you, Payton?
18.
And what year were you born in?
2007.
All right. I have 4 people to thank. Then I'll pass you that mic so you can tell us how the hell you support the worst president of your life. Before we do that, and while I'm thanking these 4 people real quick, if you could take a moment to disconnect any Bluetooth device connected to your phone, I'd really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and start with Emma over on Venmo. She sent a $10 donation 7 minutes ago who says, hey, I've never voted before. I live in Texas and don't know how. Can you explain how early voting works? Thank you. Well, there's going to be specific regulations for your state. Go on Google, type in how to early vote in Texas, and I swear to God, you will be given 1,000,000,001 resources for exactly how to get it done. Once again, Emma, that is how to early vote in Texas. So thank you so much for the $10. And by the way, Emma, I would do that right away, ASAP, literally right now. As well as Lexington. Thank you so much for the $10. She says currently in the hospital overnight to recover from surgery, and you're allowing me to stay sane. Much love. Well, much love to yourself, and I hope that recovery goes all right. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $40 donation, Mary. Thank you so much for that love, Mary. We just started the stream, and y'all are being so kind to me. Thank you so much. I want to see 500 Mary W's down below in that chat. Mary didn't leave a message, just sent the love. All the love to you, Mary. Show some love to Mary down below. Then same thing to Caroline. Thank you for the $10. She says, OMG, it just seems to be getting more and more insane over there. I know, Caroline. Every day we just have a new worst headline. Jesus, thank you for the $10. And then, oh my God, one that just came through from Mr. Michael over on PayPal. Holy crap, man. Thank you so much for the $100 $10 donation. I swear, it's like, y'all are so kind to me when we first start the stream. We haven't even really hopped into the debates yet, and y'all are showing so much love. Dude, while we're hopping into this debate with Mr. Payton, I want to see 1,000 Michael W's down below in that chat, man. That is unbelievable. I do not deserve that. And he just says, love you, Dean. I love you too, Michael. Show some love to Michael down below. And Payton, take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump.
Hello?
Hi, take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump.
I don't support Trump.
So your name is Payton, and then your profile picture is police and ICE. What do I feel like you're going to hit us with? You don't support Trump because he's not deporting enough illegals?
Actually, yeah.
Oh, yeah, completely. Dude, isn't it crazy how I could just read your mind? Hey, when's the last time you left your mother's basement?
I'm actually outside right now. I'm at work.
Oh, cool.
Just taking a break to talk.
Surprising. Let's go and move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. By the way, that guy's like alt-right, likely a griper, really bad guy. You know, if anybody ever tells you that they don't support Trump because he's not far right enough, okay, you know, you're in for it. You are in for it, my friends. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Okay, you're a liar. Goodbye. You're going to get banned for breaking the second rule. You got to be 18 plus. Moving on to Donovan. Here we go. We're going to go to put those rules back up. If you join the live stream in violation of any of them, you will be banned. Welcome in, Donovan. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah, I do.
How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
05.
Sounds good. Somebody in the chat said that 2006 is 18. Someone else says he is 18. ... Dude, do the math. No. 2006 is a 19 minimum as of January 1st, 2026. Okay, take it away. Tell us why the hell you support Trump.
Why don't you? That's the real question. Why don't you support Trump? Because, I mean, he's making more of an effort than Joe Biden did in his first term.
How much time do you have?
Hmm?
How much time do you have? You asked me a question that I could either give a minute response to, a 30-second response to, or a 10-minute soliloquy, like a soliloquy in response to. So what do you want? How much time do you have?
It don't matter. As much time as you want.
Sounds good. I'm going to put you on mute just because there's some background noise. So you said, Dean, why don't you support Trump? Here's why. I break my argument up here into three categories. The first is going to be domestic policy. The second category is going to be foreign policy. Then the third policy is going to be, the third category is going to be character. I think that Donald Trump fails on all three fronts. Let's go and start with the third one, which would be character. He has the worst character of any president in American history. It wasn't even 48 hours ago that we saw the largest presidential scandal in American history when we learned that Donald Trump broke the law to illegally hide files that accused him of child rape. Not to mention, a civil court in 2023 determined that he raped a woman in 2005. He boasted about perving on kids, okay, by saying that he just barged into the dressing rooms of women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA and look at their naked bodies. Not to mention, I also think that he's a really undeniable misogynist. This is going to be going back to the fact that he's cheated on all three of his wives, one with a porn star, no respect for women or girls. He sexualized his own daughter, said the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy, said that he could just grab women by the P word without asking first, or sexualized a 10-year-old girl in the 90s when he said he'd be dating her in 10 years. I also think that he's quite racist, from violating the Civil Rights Act in 1977 to then being sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people, to calling for the death penalty, for the exonerated Central Park Five, to saying that you could look at immigrants and tell if they're good or bad, to pulling from the Mein Kampf saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country, to depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes, monkeys, or gorillas on Truth Social less than a week ago, and not apologizing for it, having members of his administration say there's no issue with it. I I also think that he's a narcissistic liar. In his first term alone, he told over 30,000 confirmed lies, and every day we get a new lie. He's willing to contort absolutely anything that happens in this country to his own advantage. Last year, when our economy was in ruin, with decreasing GDP growth, worst jobs report since '03, most bankruptcies since '08, he was over here saying that our economy was an A++++. There's it for the character. There's about a billion other things I could say, but I'll try to stay concise for the time being. Moving on to the next category, that would be domestic policy. I think that he's a failure on domestic policy on all fronts. Okay, let's pull from what he's told us in the past. He thinks that it's important for the middle class to be prosperous, for the American economy to exceed and excel, but then when we look at his policies, it looks like it promotes the opposite outcomes. The big beautiful bill, for instance, exploded our national debt by $5 trillion. Most expensive policy ever, by the way. Took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans die every year via lack of access to healthcare. Took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans by defunding it $156 billion. And if you want to ask yourself here, well, why did he take these social safety nets away from so many? It was to save money so then he could spend $6 trillion on tax cuts that, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, only increase your purchasing power if you make over $51,000 per year, which is more than the average American, disproportionately helping those that make even more, giving 3% back on average to the top 1%. Not to mention his other domestic policy really sucks, ranging from the proposed executive orders to rig the midterms, or the executive orders that have actually been signed into law surrounding the re-identification of citizens as undocumented immigrants in violation and breach of their constitutional rights. And of course, that would be another reason why I think his domestic policy is terrible, because he doesn't care about law and order. He doesn't care about the Constitution. He doesn't care about federal law. Every day he's finding a new way to ignore it. He's infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 10th, 14th, 22nd Amendment by saying it's illegal to criticize him in the media, by directing his DOJ to find any way to ban gun ownership for trans Americans, to telling ICE to infringe on the 4th and 5th Amendment rights of undocumented immigrants by arresting them with no judicial warrants or deporting them with no due process, to breaking the 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard in Illinois in the opinion of SCOTUS, to breaking the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160, taking birthright citizenship away from citizens, to threatening the 22nd Amendment by saying maybe he wants to run for a 3rd term, by ignoring the 1st article of the Constitution, by saying he has the ability to pass voter ID laws even if Congress never gets it done, which he doesn't, or ignoring the 2nd article of the Constitution, including the Supremacy Clause, because he thinks he's above the Constitution, okay, or the threat to nationalize midterms elections, which the 2nd article of the Constitution expressly gives to states, not the federal government. And his foreign policy, 3rd category, also is terrible. It's completely abysmal. He has destroyed our transatlantic partnerships. NATO is going down a drain. He told the military to draft a wartime invasion plan of Greenland, who's a part of NATO, that threatens world security and the cooperation of the NATO alliance. He's very hot and cold with the EU and the UN because of that hotness and coldness. We had leaders inside of the EU threatened to impose a trade bazooka on America because of the unconstitutional tariffs that we placed on them, alongside the threat of an invasion of Greenland, which is a part of the Danish kingdom. And there's maybe like 10 minutes worth of reasons why I don't support Trump as president. There's about a billion other ones, but I mean, I want to keep it short, so I'll go ahead and cut myself off there.
Got me. I'm speechless. I think his domestic policy is like closing the border is definitely what we should do. We should focus on our country as a whole instead of Israel and all that. Make America more like America first.
He left, by the way. He said something about Israel. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really listening. he said something. I don't know. He left. I mean, he asked me why I didn't support Trump. That was kind of a big mistake. Oh man, and there's so much, dude. There's so many things that I left out there. You know, like Trump calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress. Okay, having his name illegally redacted over 950,000 times from the Epstein files. Okay, you know, being best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, lying about that for 20 years, being exposed by the release of the Epstein files. You know, defying Congress, breaking federal law to not release all the Epstein files.
Skills,
There's like genuinely like a billion reasons I didn't name there.
Hello?
Welcome in Agent 34. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 32,
What year were you born in?
93.
All right, man, I'm going to thank like a couple people here, then I'll pass you the mic. Hey, Kay, I'm going to call you Kay. Kay, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Kay with the 20 says, Dean, I need you to show/watch a clip that came to light recently of Donald Trump in a phone interview with Howard Stern in 06, claiming that his age cutoff is 12. Yeah, share the link under your donation. I'd love to play it on stream. Thank you so much for that support, Key. Then same thing to Stephanie. Thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, you're the only reason I was able to get through Donald Trump's god-awful, boring snooze fest speech. Oh my god, dude, that was so boring. Thank you for the $10, and I'm happy that I got you through. Same thing to Lexington. Thank you for the $10. And Emma, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, GA is filled with MAGA slop. Oh, I know, Georgia's bad, man. My sister went to a school down there for a little bit. It is terrible, terrible, terrible. Thank you for the support. And then Mary over on PayPal. Thank you so much for another $30 donation. Thank you so much for that kindness, Mary. Thank you so much. Show some love to Mary down below in the comment section with a 30. Let's get 300 Mary W's. We're all caught up if you're watching the stream and you want to support. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen behind the VNP. Take it away, Agents34. Tell us how the hell you still support the worst, most authoritarian president of your lifetime, Mr. Trump.
Well, I just think kind of what he's been doing. I think under Joe Biden, the immigration was just out of control, just letting millions into our country unchecked, I think. And also how they were getting welfare, getting put in immigrant housing. I was seeing a lot of that. Man, what else? I like how he's going after fraud in the government with Doge. And, I'm just not a big fan of any Democrat politicians, what's going on with Ilhan Omar and Waltz. I just don't see how you can really support that.
Like, what are they doing that leads you to the conclusion? I don't see how you could support that.
Well, I mean, it just seems insane that there's immigrant daycare centers that are government funded when there's, probably a lot better things that the government should be funding other than that,
Daycare centers?
For immigrants? No, I don't think.
1 second. No. The daycare centers are owned by legal immigrants. Some of them. So
Right,
why is it a
so-
bad thing for the federal government to give subsidies to daycare centers that are owned by legal immigrants, permanent residents or citizens?
So I think it was Obama that basically shipped in, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of Somalians into the United States so they could.
No, it was actually Trump
basically-
under his first term that gave an emergency authorization for Somali immigration into America. Now I want you to tell me why it's a bad thing for governments to give subsidies to daycares owned by legal immigrants.
Well, I mean, you see what's going on. They're basically defrauding the whole system.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the fact that they're immigrants. It has to do with the fact that they're committing fraud. So you're saying that you don't see how anybody could support somebody like Tim Walz because he's been funding fraud.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like he will
So
do
funding,
whatever.
So funding fraud is your red line. So if Trump were to fund fraud, you'd stop supporting him.
No, I like
What?
a lot of other things that Trump
Wait,
is
but that's
doing.
clearly such a contradiction. You told us you don't see how anybody could support Tim Walz because he funds fraud in accordance with your view. Therefore, if Donald Trump were to fund fraud, I hope your same take would be, I don't understand how anyone could support him. Well, why do you not hold that same standard?
Well, I'll just say that Waltz is doing this so he can get their vote. And
Well, you're not answering my question. No. Once again, I'm going to repeat it because you're not answering what I'm saying here. Okay, you very clearly said that you don't see how anybody could support Tim Walz because you think he's funding fraud. Therefore, you're telling us that if a politician funds fraud, okay, no one should support them. But then I just asked you, if Trump were to fund fraud, would you still support him? And you said yes. So it's very hypocritical of you. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of that last point. You told us that you support Trump because you're not a big fan of people like Tim Walz because they fund fraud. Because if Trump were to do the same, you wouldn't care. By the way, I mean, I don't even need to explain to you how that's not true. Nick Shirley's an idiot, okay? The Leering Center wasn't committing fraud. They were teaching children. But anyways, the other point that you made there is that you said that Donald Trump is going after fraud in the government with the Doge. Doge costs more than it saved. It didn't identify any fraud. There was not one arrest made, nor even one referral for an arrest by Doge to the DOJ. And if you want to, explore the fraud in our government, look no further than Trump himself, both literally in the sense that he's literally a fraudster. He can't open up a charity in the state of New York because of it, and he has 34 felony convictions because of it, and more so in the metaphorical sense of the fact that this guy is also giving leeway to fraudsters. He gave a full and complete presidential pardon to a crypto billionaire that was sent to jail and criminally convicted of allowing money laundering on his platform. Not to mention, these other millionaire billionaires that were sentenced and sent to jail for not paying millions of dollars in taxes because their child was kind to them, or the fraud and embezzlement that I think he's guilty of with a conflict of interest created by the ownership of a meme coin that's made him billions. I'm sure that there's other things that we could go over too. And then the other point that you made there is you said that undocumented immigrants were getting welfare under the Biden-Harris administration. And by the Biden-Harris administration, that's not true. The Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996 actually made it illegal for the federal government to give welfare benefits to undocumented immigrants.
Well, from what I've seen, it seems a little bit different, where they're showing videos of immigrants being shuttled into buses and into hotels. And I've seen like physical video of immigrants walking across the border from, all type of different countries. And they're like, oh, I'm going to this state, or I'm going to this state. It just seems like there was some type of secret funding going on to getting all these immigrants to all these other states.
If it was secret, then how do you know about it?
Well, I mean, it's not going to be on the news, but I've literally seen it on
Well,
Twitter.
if it was a secret, then you probably wouldn't know about it, right?
Well, the news aren't going to be
that's how these random people on the internet get you. They post some like video or picture, they take it out of context, they misrepresent it, and then they say that, oh, the mainstream media doesn't want you to know about this. But anyways, so the immigrants that were getting free housing in hotels, particularly in New York City, were asylum seekers, and they had subsidized housing not from the federal government, but rather from the state, because they weren't eligible for work permits yet. So it was either that the state gave them housing or they died.
Right. And I mean, there's so much funding going into like immigration courts, and there's so many things that we're putting government funds in under the Biden administration that was probably could be used better,
Okay, you're not responding to what I said there. You just pivot to a new topic, or sorry, more so to a new claim. But the new claim was also bullshit. So once again, I do want you to respond to the fact that the housing we saw for immigrants was not for undocumented immigrants, but rather for illegal immigrants, asylum seekers. Specifically in New York City, they did rehaul a shutdown hotel into housing for asylum seekers because guess what? Asylum seekers are not eligible for work permits while their claim is processing. So if they didn't have that provided housing by the government, they would have literally died. Okay, we don't want that. Maybe we should expedite the asylum process by hiring more judges to make it go from like 6 years to maybe 6 months. Oh, wait, the Biden-Harris administration tried to do that. Trump stopped them dead in their tracks. And then you pivoted away from that claim, which is what I want you to respond to now by saying that, oh, they're spending so much money in immigration courts. There's other places that money could be better spent. Actually, there's not. One of the very best places to spend money in reference to immigration would be on more immigration courts, so we could expedite that asylum process and expedite all legal immigration, which would naturally disincentivize undocumented entry.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just like a lot of wasted money. I mean...
Okay, but you already made that claim that it was wasted money. I told you why it wasn't, and then you're just repeating that it's wasted money. So actually try responding to my rebuttal, arguing that it's not.
Well, I would say what's going on in the sanctuary states.
No, that's another pivot because we're not talking about sanctuary states. You first made the claim that undocumented immigrants were getting free housing. I brought up that was housing for legal immigrants that they need or else they'll die. You then pivoted on to wasting money on immigration courts. I then brought up we need to fund immigration courts. That's how we ensure that asylum seekers don't have free housing because they have work permits, and how we have less undocumented entry because now people are more incentivized to enter into the country with the use of legal means. And now you're pivoting on to sanctuary cities. So are you actually going to respond to any of the rebuttals that I'm making, or am I just completely wasting my time?
Well, what you said about the legal immigrants that were, getting housing, I would just say that I'm America first, and I think I'd rather see us not doing things like that, like bringing in
Does
people
America
from-
first mean like letting people die on the streets of America?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of struggling American families here.
So there should be
that
more?
probably could use-
There should be like more
should
struggling
be-
people in this country that just die?
There should be less helping legal immigrants come here and more helping American families in need.
What is
honestly
one
what
thing
I-
that Donald Trump has done for American families in need in the last year and a half?
Well, I mean, some of the things with immigration, what he's doing is kind of helping because it's
So then-
kind of
so tell me
freeing
how.
up some. Well, I would definitely say that it's freeing up some welfare. What's going on in Minnesota? They're cutting off all the
Well,
funding.
I want
that
you to
they
be.
were-
Oh, so
they
that's
were
funny
frauding
because you said what they're
hundreds of
doing is
millions
freeing
of
up
dollars.
welfare, but then you brought up how the Trump administration is actually cutting off all welfare. Don't you see how that's contradictory?
Well, isn't that a shame that they have to do that and actually Americans are going to get affected?
Right.
because
So obviously this isn't a way
Somalians
that
are
Donald Trump is
frauding?
helping low-income American families. So I'm asking you,
that's
what
a
is
shame
one
that
way
the
that Donald Trump is
Somalians-
helping low-income American families? And then the first thing I hear leave your mouth is Donald Trump is actually refusing all funding for all welfare benefit for American families in Minnesota because of immigrants. So try again.
Okay.
What is one specific
I'll
thing
try
that
again.
Donald Trump has done since the beginning of his second administration to help low-income struggling American families?
So I don't know why we'd bring Somalians in when they're going to defraud
First
the
word is
government for
Somali.
hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't have anything against Somalians or black people in general, but it just
Yeah, I
seems
want
like
to
we
clarify.
brought these
That
people
claim is
in.
incorrect. You have no evidence that Somalians have defrauded the American government for hundreds of millions of dollars, but that is not an answer to the question, you jackass.
That
So once
because
again, the
I was
question is, what is
answering one
one
of your
thing
other
that Donald
questions.
Trump has
Yes.
done to help low-income American families? Listen, I don't know if I'm talking to Caroline Leavitt. I don't know if I'm talking to Trump himself, but I'm clearly asking a different question than you are answering, okay? I'm asking you, what is one thing that Donald Trump has done since the beginning of his second administration to help low-income Americans? And then in response, you say, I'm not racist, but black people suck. All right. So let's just try our very best to actually answer the question here. What is one thing that Donald Trump has done since the beginning of his second administration to help struggling low-income American families? Feel free to unmute your mic, man.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Answer the question, please.
Oh, okay. So what I would say, what he'd be doing to help low-income or middle-class Americans is he's building a bunch of chip factories, or at least allowing it to happen by lowering taxes for these big companies. I live in Arizona. They're building big chip factories out here. A lot of that's being done here. And that was directly related to the deal he made with those big microchip companies. So I see he is like building a lot of jobs. I think that's definitely Biden. I don't think would have done anything like that. So that's kind of growing Arizona.
Oh my God, we are watching chip facilities being constructed. We are watching more jobs being created in the production of microchips in America, and that's because of Biden's Chips and Science Act. The Biden-Harris administration passed this bill specifically designed to increase America's chip production of below 1% of the global supply to upwards of 20 to 30% of the global supply by 2030. And now you're seeing the outcomes of that. And listen, I'll give you even more proof, because you're right. There actually is more jobs in chip producing, and that's actually an industry that's starting to do all right. What about every other industry that the Biden-Harris administration didn't subsidize and didn't help? Going to shit. Last year, we had the most
can I say
manufacturing
something?
bankruptcies since 2008 and the worst jobs report since 2003 if we ignore recession. So keep that in mind. You said the way that Donald Trump is helping out the American people is because of something Biden did and because he's creating jobs, when in all reality last year we had the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. And I know the moment I'm done speaking and you start speaking, you will absolutely ignore that fact, because you are a MAGA cultist unconcerned with reality, only concerned with what can you say to better fit the narrative of Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, if you can convince me how the Democrats are doing anything better to actually put America first, like, I'm all ears, because when I'm just looking at
I just did the one
in
thing
what-
that you thought you could name that Donald Trump was doing to help American families and putting America first was something Biden did.
That's one little small thing. I mean,
That's not one
I
little
don't
small
agree-
thing. It
I
was
don't
the one
agree
thing
with the
you
open
brought up.
borders.
Wait, 1 second.
I don't
One
agree with
second.
the
No, no,
open
no, no, no.
borders.
You got to shut up now because when I asked you, okay, what's the zinger? What is Donald Trump doing to help low-income American families? You said building chip facilities, creating jobs. When I correct you, when I say, oh, that's something Biden did, and actually Donald Trump is destroying the job market. Last year, we had the worst annualized jobs report since 2003. Then you just say, oh, it's just a little small thing that I'm really unconcerned with. What we just witnessed in real time is the hypocrisy of MAGA, all right? If Trump created chip manufacturing facilities, big deal, best president ever. If Biden created chip manufacturing facilities, who cares? It's a little small thing. I'm more concerned with the open border. If Donald
it's not a
Trump
big talking
creates,
point.
if Donald Trump, creates job, then Donald Trump, big deal, best president ever, pro America. But if Donald Trump actually causes the worst job report since 2003, ignoring recessions, you don't even acknowledge it. I've literally brought that point up 7 times now, and you haven't acknowledged it once.
I'll say this: if Biden did that, that's great. I mean, it's kind of a small talking point. Another thing, militarily, that's
Still
another
hasn't
reason why I
acknowledged
suppose.
Acknowledge
That's-
it. One
What
second,
do you want me to
acknowledge it.
acknowledge? What do you want
The
me to
thing that
acknowledge?
I've told you to acknowledge 7 times.
What is that? You were
Also,
talking
you
for a
can't
long
call
time
chip
there.
production a little small thing. You brought it up. The one
Well,
thing that
it
I
was-
really
it
want you
was
to
related to your
acknowledge,
question.
though, you brought it up insofar as what is Donald Trump doing to help struggling American families. So I guess now helping struggling American families is a really small thing, right, asshole? But the thing that I want you to acknowledge is that you said Donald Trump was creating jobs. Last year, we had the worst annualized jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. Is that creating jobs?
Well, I mean, I'd have to see that on paper and kind of look into it myself. But I mean,
Okay.
that's okay. I mean, okay, I'll give you that one.
If you
But
go,
there's
if you
a
go
lot
on
of other
Google,
reasons
if
why
you go
I would
on
like
Google,
Trump over Biden or
if
Kamala
you go on
Harris.
Google and you type in Bureau of Labor Statistics 2025 jobs report, okay, what you will see is an annualized jobs report that tells us last year, all of 2025, we only added a little bit under 200,000 jobs to the economy.
Okay, so what about the military? I think
No, before we move
Trump
on to
as
the
a
military,
leader
let's finish off on
would
this
be
point.
way stronger
So do
than
you
somebody
accept
like
that Donald
Kamala
Trump is
Harris.
bad for the economy?
No, I don't agree with that. I mean,
Wait, so how can you
there's a lot of-
simultaneously
you said
one moment,
low income or middle class.
How could you simultaneously acknowledge that Donald Trump has ushered in the worst annualized jobs report since the Great Recession? Okay, while simultaneously believing that Trump is good for the economy. Go ahead.
I haven't seen that yet, so I'll have to look into that one. I think you might be kind of skewing that a little bit, but I'll have
Wait,
to look
if it
into
were
that.
true that last year we had the worst jobs report since 2003, would you still believe that Trump is good for the economy?
No. I mean, there's some other factors why I like Trump for the economy.
Okay. So
I
no.
mean,
So if it were to be true that last year we had the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions, okay, you would acknowledge that Trump is bad for the economy, right?
Not quite. I'd have to look into that because from what I've seen, it seems like he's making good foreign trade. I think he's way better with foreign trade than Biden or Kamala
You're saying
would be.
you'd have to look into that. But I'm saying, okay, like if it were true, right? If it were to be true that last year we had the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions, would you still believe that Trump is good for the economy? Or would you argue and change your mind now believing that Trump is bad for the economy? Which one?
Well, he's only been president for what, like six to 8 months?
No, it's actually been a year
kind
and
of
a half.
early.
So are you going to answer the question?
Well, it's still kind of early for Trump to totally fix the economy within like a year.
Okay, so answer
kind
the
of cleaning
question.
up Biden's mess. I would say after his 4-year term, let's see where the economy is, and then I would kind of make that decision if he's bad for the economy because
Wait,
it's
that's
still
not what you
kind
did
of
for
early.
Biden.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, the Biden-Harris administration was great in the last 2.5 years of their presidency, and the economy was booming after we were able to successfully rebound from the negative economic trends not onset by them, but rather onset by the pandemic. You were literally
Gas
screaming
prices
Biden terrible,
got pretty
Biden
high.
terrible, Biden terrible, okay, for 4 years straight, even though we only saw some negative economic trends during the beginning of their administration onset by the global pandemic. Okay, but anyways, that's not necessarily what I want to address here. You're saying, okay, well, Donald Trump needs more time to fix the economy. So here's the issue with that hypothesis. The reason why you cannot posit, okay, that the reason why we had such a bad jobs report last year is because the economy was already bad and Donald Trump needs more time to fix it, is because that wasn't a continuation of a trend set forth under the Biden-Harris administration, okay, but the creation of a new trend onset by Trump. I'd get where you were coming from if you sat up here and you told me, well, yeah, he's going to need more time to fix it. If we also had a really bad jobs report in 2024 and a really bad jobs report in 2023, but we didn't. We had great jobs report. Like, unironically, in 2023, we set a record low 50-year level of unemployment. Like, the jobs report of 2025 is worse than any jobs report that we got under the Biden-Harris administration, fun fact. So how can you sit here and say that he needs more time to fix the economy when the damage to the economy only started under him? Go ahead.
Repeat that question.
Bruh, how can you say the reason why you don't really consider the fact that we had the worst jobs report last year since '03 is because Donald Trump needs more time to fix the economy, when we didn't see that same trend of bad jobs report to be true the years prior? This is only a trend that started last year. Like, he's not
Like,
in the
job
process of
reports is
fixing
in,
anything.
like,
It's a
what
new
kind of jobs
negative
are you talking
trend.
about? Like, what kind of jobs were low last year?
So all jobs. So the annual jobs report would be the consideration of the creation of any new job.
By, like, how much? Like, you're saying since 2003?
If we ignore recessions, yes.
Well, I mean, a year is a year. You know, there could be other factors to that. I would have to see what he does over a 4-year period.
Okay,
But
so why
I
don't you
think
care about
some
what
of
he
the
does in the
moves
first
he's-
year?
Well, I see that he's actually getting a lot done. I would say almost every executive
Wait,
order
no,
agreed
don't
with.
pivot. Why don't you care what he does in the first year? Like, you're saying, like, a year's a year,
No, I
you're
do
gonna have to
care.
look at all 4 years. Okay, so why don't you care
What-
about this 1 year?
So what has he done to damage the economy? That's what I'm not getting.
Yeah, for sure. So the imposition of tariffs on every other country in the world was very bad for us. Right after Liberation Day on April 2nd, we saw every single month after that, we saw a declining amount of manufacturing jobs, which also led to the most manufacturing bankruptcies ever recorded in a given fiscal year since '08, which would have been the Great Recession. Also, mass deportation is destructive to the economy. According to the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants pay in $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP annually, plus they pay over $100 billion a year per taxes and account for 8.3 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers. So you start deporting them all from the market. Our industries are destabilized. Now we're, because our businesses are having to forcefully fire millions of their workers, which then reduces their own productive capacities. And that effect is amplified via the fact that we're also deporting their consumers. So then they have less people to buy their goods and less people to make their goods. So they're really fucked. But the tariffs are, like, really damaging, okay? Because according to the Khalil Institute, American consumers end up picking up around 90 to 94% of that burden created by the tariffs, and that is resembled within consumer prices, which is something else that needs to be considered, alongside just the general destabilizing effects that they create for consumers and investors, because it creates an unpredictable, concerning market where we don't really have a clear future prospect of what's to come a year or 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line, which is also why we've seen, for the first time in 3 years, a declining amount of quarterly investment into American manufacturing. So that's what he's doing to really hurt the economy. And then the effects of that policy that we've seen so far, do include that worst annualized jobs report since '03, ignoring recessions, do include the most manufacturing bankruptcies in a year since 2003, which was since 2008, which was the Great Recession. Okay, like, does include a reduction in our GDP growth, does include a 23-year low in the average consumer's confidence in their future economic prospects, does include that reduction in the amount of investment into our industries, does include a reduction in purchasing power.
I mean, I would just say I've been seeing a lot of big companies. He's passing new bills to allow huge companies to start building here. The whole tariff thing, I think I think we should start getting away from Chinese goods. I think it's just better. I mean, obviously we're still going to trade with people, but I mean, why would we be getting taxed to import goods to other countries and then other countries have no import taxes, or at least really
You're
low?
ignoring my point here.
As
So my point
well,
was that the tariffs and the mass deportation on top of other policy are damaging the economy. And instead of like responding to the argument that I gave you to describe how they're damaging the economy, you're just saying that you like agree with them for other reasons outside of their economic impact. Like you're saying, oh, like I agree with the tariffs not because they're good for the economy. Like you're like seemingly like conceding that they're damaging to the economy, but you're still yet saying that you agree with them because of like some like notion of fairness. Like if they can impose tariffs on us, why can't we impose tariffs on them? So actually try to like respond to the
well,
argument in which I created to demonstrate how these policies are hurting us.
Well, from what I've heard, that Trump might be able to actually send Americans like a couple $1,000s from tariff earnings. You're saying that it's not helping, like maybe bringing the cost up a little bit on groceries. That could be true, but I think maybe we might be making a lot more money off the tariffs than you might think. I don't know yet.
Okay,
That's
once again,
what
you
Trump is
you still
saying.
haven't responded to like a single point that I brought up. So you're like, okay, well,
You
how's
brought
this
up a
policy
lot
hurt
of
the
points.
economy? Okay, I went over like once again the tariffs and the mass deportation and the outcomes on manufacturing, investment, jobs, so on and so forth. And then you just kind of like ignored it all. Then in response went, well, I think he's going to give us some of the money from the tariffs back. Okay, which by the way, it's not true.
That's
Okay, but that point
that's a
aside, like
big
I want you to
question.
actually
That's a
respond,
big
you know,
question.
to like the connection that I made between Donald Trump's policy and the terrible economic outcomes that we've observed in the last year and a month. You know, like clearly I'm just going to be honest with you. You can't respond to these things because I'm right and you're wrong. And I'm also significantly more knowledgeable than you on the subject matters. And you're just going to try to do your best to kind of like move away from the argument that I gave you because it's impenetrable. But, you know, I would really prefer it if you didn't do that.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to answer your questions because you ask like 3 questions in one sentence. So it's,
Okay, well,
I mean, I'm trying my best here.
I'm not really like asking you a question. I'm just making a statement. Please respond to the argument that I purported, connecting Donald Trump's economic policy to the negative economic outcomes that we've seen in the last year and a month.
Okay, so what's your question?
I just said I don't have a question. I made a statement. Please respond to the argument I gave you, connecting Donald Trump's economic policy to the terrible economic outcomes that we've seen in the last year and a month.
Terrible. I mean, I would have to see the stats myself to say that it was terrible. I would actually see that gas prices have gone down quite a bit.
Okay. Once again, you're just
I
bringing
don't
up something
know
else like
what.
gas prices. I want you to respond to the argument I gave you.
Well, what impact are you talking about that made the economy so bad last year?
I
I
already
actually felt
explained
like
that to you.
things were
You
pretty
asked
normal.
you asked me this question already. I explained it to you already 3 times, but in short, worst jobs report since '03, most manufacturing bankruptcies since '08, declining amount of business investment for the first time in 3 years after a boom, declining GDP growth after a boom, highest level of unemployment since the peak of the pandemic, and 1.3 million layoffs.
Okay, so yeah, again, I'd have to look at it. It was only a year. You know, he still has 3 years left.
No,
so,
but I explained the connection between those outcomes and his policy. So I'm like literally saying it's the policy that he implemented at the beginning of last year that he's still wanting to implement today that caused the negative economic outcomes last year. And therefore, in accordance with my argument, we would expect these same outcomes to be true in the future.
okay, I mean, let's say you're right. Like we can move on past that point. And
So you're
let's say-
conceding that Donald Trump is like very fucking destructive for the American economy?
No,
Well, then
because
why are
I
you
haven't
saying,
seen
let's
it.
say I'm right?
I haven't noticed it. And I haven't.
Okay,
seen
so you're
the stats,
asking for
so-
source. Okay, so my source for the fact that we had the worst jobs report last year would be the Bureau of Labor Statistics. My source for the fact that we had a declining amount of business investment for the first time in years after a boom would be the FRED, which would be the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, alongside the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. My source that we had the most layoffs last year would once again be the Bureau of Labor Statistics. My source that we had the highest level of unemployment in 5 years would once again be the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And my source that we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008 would once again be the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So if you want to take a moment, go on pause, type in unemployment, December of 2025, BLS, You'll see my source. If you want to type in most manufacturing bankruptcies since '08 BLS, you'll see it to be true. If you want to type in, real fixed private manufacturing investment, U.S. U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, FRED, you'll see the source for what I'm saying. Same thing with all the other claims that I made. So please do that. Please take a moment, go see it for yourself so we could continue this debate.
I mean, I'm honestly down to just move on to a different topic. I mean, you
Okay,
can
well,
have
then
that
you could
one.
concede.
I mean, concede on. Well, no, I'm not going to concede
Okay,
necessarily.
well then go on
'cause-
pause and go look at it for yourself, because what it seems like is that you want to basically deny reality because you're an idiotic MAGA cult member. I mean, it just doesn't really get any more simple than this. I'm giving you the hard facts, the hard statistics to corroborate my view that Trump is a terrible president. And in response, you're saying, Dean, I just kind of want to move on to the next subject. I don't concede I disagree with you, but I just kind of want to move on to the next subject.
Yeah, I mean, you really think Kamala? I just don't see how Kamala would have did a better job. I just feel like she's fake.
Well, see, the thing
she's
is
a
I could
bot
happily explain that
politician.
to you too, as soon as you're able to concede on the subject matter or give me a sufficient counter rebuttal.
That Trump is destroying the economy. Is what you're
just
saying.
like everything that I said about the negative economic outcomes that we saw last year. I think I gave you 6 data points. Like, can you just like I even told you where to go get the sources for yourself. Like, bro, look I'll even like help your hand a little. I'll even like hold your hand a little bit. Like, here's one that I brought up. I said real fixed private investment into American manufacturing. Holy fucking shit. Here's the boom under the Biden-Harris administration. Okay, then here's the decline under the Trump administration. So you could see that I'm right there.
Oh, the
right?
decline. That was a huge decline, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely it fucking was. Hell yeah. So here's Q4 of 2020, the start of the Biden-Harris administration. Okay.
Under COVID, right?
They grow. Monthly,
COVID.
monthly, quarterly. This is all, this is a
you just
massive fucking
pointed
increase.
to the low of COVID.
I'm
During COVID.
I'm saying that this was okay. So then do we want to go from like the highest point under Trump? Because even if we go from the highest point under Trump, which was Q2 of 2019 at 73, and then which would be resembled in Q1 of 2022 after the rebound from COVID, we still saw this major fucking increase, and then Trump gets into office, and then we see the first decrease in years. Okay, keep in mind in years, but then we see a continuation of that decrease until now. Your stupidity is absolutely annoying, but it's also great that I'm able to sit here on live and refute you so easily. So there, you saw it. You saw it for yourself. What about my other claims? Do you want me to sit here and show them to you too?
Your other claims? Yeah, I want you to convince me how Kamala Harris would have been a better choice.
Wait, so you don't even want me to show you the proof that you're wrong?
Sure, show me the proof.
Oh my god, bro, dude, I couldn't imagine being a Trump supporter for a day. So this guy's like, Trump's good for the economy. I'm like, no, he fucking sucks, and here's the facts. He's like, I haven't seen that, so I don't know. Let's move on. Then I'm like, here is the very hyper-specific source for every claim that I made. And then he's like, nah, let's move on.
Well,
and then I'm like,
talking a
oh my
lot
god,
about
bro,
the
like, I
economy.
don't
What
want to
about
move on. Either
immigration?
concede or give a counter-argument against the information in which I'm sharing here. And then he's like, nah, let's move on. And then I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to force you to see the information that disputes your view. Then I put it up on that screen. He's like, nah, let's move on. Like, bro, this is so embarrassing for you. This is so fucking embarrassing for you.
Yeah, it's super embarrassing. I mean, I don't see how I could be a Democrat, honestly. Like, I just see Ilhan Omar, I see Tim Walz.
He just doesn't care.
These people put
All right.
immigrants.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take this from another angle. All right. Because we're talking to somebody that doesn't care. And they could kind of ignore all the economic facts because they're more nuanced. They take a little bit longer to get through. Check this out. Would you still support Trump as president if he sexually exploited naked women and naked girls? Unmute that mic. Unmute that mic, bro. Wow, he had so much to say, now he has nothing to say. Click on that profile picture, and then click that icon of that mic, little bro. Come on. He's like literally in K. Okay, I sent you an invitation. There you go. Invitation. There you go. Would you still support Trump as president if he literally sexually exploited naked women and naked girls?
it's kind of sad that I would vote for a president who did something like that. That the other candidate was so bad in my eyes.
Could I just get a yes or no to the question, please?
I'm just answering the question right now. It's sad that I would have to.
I just want a yes or no. Would you still support Trump as president if he sexually exploited naked women or naked girls?
I just answered. Yes,
no, you didn't.
I would still.
You would?
I still would vote for Trump.
So you'd still support him as president if he was literally a fucking
Kamala
pedophile?
Is so much worse.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. If he was a pedophile, you'd still support him as Trump?
Well, did they prove that?
I just said, if he sexually exploited women and girls, would you still support him? Okay. You said yes, you understand that if he sexually exploited girls, that would make him a pedophile, right?
No, I would not support him as a person.
But you'd support him as president?
Well, it's kind of sad that Kamala is
just stop talking about Kamala Harris for like 3 seconds. Would you still support Trump as president if he were to literally be a pedophile?
No, I wouldn't. Honestly, I wouldn't.
So if he sexually exploited women and girls, you wouldn't support him as president?
I mean, I wouldn't support him, but he's already president, so I don't know what you want me to say about that.
So you'd take the red hat off and you'd stop being MAGA?
I don't wear a red hat. I'm honestly not super political.
But you'd leave MAGA and you would hate Trump. You wouldn't want him to be president if he had sexually exploited women and girls.
I obviously think it's terrible. That would be a terrible thing if he is convicted of that. So, I mean, that's just saying...
If you knew with certain knowledge that he had done that, would you still support him as president?
I would not support him.
Okay, here's him admitting to doing exactly that.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
That's him admitting to barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA under the guise of him doing a quote-unquote inspection because he's the owner. He did this to women and to girls. We have multiple women that have testified and corroborated his admission of guilt there, like Miss Arizona, Miss Vermont, or Miss Massachusetts from 2000, 2001, and 1997. And then we also have the underage girls that competed at Miss Teen USA from 1997 as well, like Mariah Delgado, alongside 3 other minors that testified to the same thing the women did and to the same thing he admitted to, saying that he would barge in on their dressing rooms while they're undressed. And in one circumstance, he had said, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." So just to clarify, you're no longer a Trump supporter and I've changed your mind, right?
No, it's like, I'm just going back to that same point. It's sad that for my president, I don't want him to be a politician. Like that was his career, being a politician, like Kamala or a Biden. I think they're just bought. I don't like the bought politicians that basically have just been frauding us for a long time. I just like somebody who's different. I mean, obviously I don't agree with that. Like as far as if he's a predator, obviously I don't like that. But it's just kind of sad that I would rather go for the person who's not already bought by the lobbyists and, been doing that, like a Biden or,
Donald Trump has accepted nearly 50 times more in funding from lobbyists and different PACs than Kamala Harris.
Well, okay. So let's just say that's true. I mean,
so, but just to clarify,
I still think
he's
not a politician.
So you're affirming
he's more of a
that you
businessman.
still do support Trump as president, even though he sexually exploited little girls, right? That's your position?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, yes, it is exactly what you said. Well, don't play dumb. Don't play dumb. That's exactly what you said. I rolled the clip of him admitting to doing this to women and girls. I gave you the corroborating evidence to his admission of guilt, rooted within the testimony of the women and girls that competed at the beauty pageant contestants, at the beauty pageant, sorry. And then you said, I still support him as president. Right? Like, you are absolutely saying that. Don't sugarcoat it, little boy.
Well, little boy. Yeah, I'm definitely not that. But I would say that even if he did do that at the pageant or, whatever you just rolled, I think it's terrible, but
you still support him as president.
Sadly, I think he's doing other things besides what's going on now. I mean,
Okay.
still
So
think
I
he's doing
just
some good
I just want you to cut
He's
like
doing some good things, in my opinion.
all this fat out. Like these are filler words that don't matter. Just answer the question. You still support him as president, even though he sexually exploited little girls, right?
I don't support that.
But I didn't ask you, dude. I didn't ask you if you supported him sexually exploiting little girls. I asked you, so you still do support him as president, even though he sexually exploited little girls. Like you're being intentionally dense, and you're like rewording the question that I'm asking you to give a different answer. I just want a yes or no. Do you still support Trump as president, even though he sexually exploited little girls? Yes or no?
Like I said before, I support a lot of the things he does, and
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm going to cut you off again for the billionth time. I'm going to cut you off again. Yes or no? Do you still support Trump as president, even though he sexually exploited little girls?
I don't have to agree with everything that he does.
I'm going to cut you off again. I'm going to cut you off again because you're not answering my question. Yes or no? Do you still support Trump as president, even though he sexually exploited little girls?
If you're just going to keep repeating that, I'm just going
Then you're
to
gonna leave.
cancel.
Yes, I know. I literally said it before you did because I know the fucking playbook. Y'all do the same shit every single time you join my live stream. You get caught in a position that you know is damning, that you know you shouldn't be in, that you know any reasonable person on the face of planet Earth would completely disagree with, okay? And then you make up some cowardless excuse to run away, all right? I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to get you to recognize the flaws in your ways. I'm trying to help you to recognize where you've gone wrong is absolutely atrocious and what you could do to be a better person in the future. All right? So, oh my goodness, I'm going to ask you again. Do you still support Trump as president, even though he sexually exploited little girls?
I would not. If he is convicted of, the whole Epstein, if he's convicted of that, then no.
Okay, I just played you a clip where he admitted to it.
Admitted to going into a dressing room or something?
Yes.
I mean, that was before he was president, obviously, so...
Yeah, but it's still sexual exploitation of women and little girls.
Okay, so, I mean, I obviously don't support that.
But you just said 3 seconds ago that if he did that, you wouldn't support him as president. Do you want me to replay it? It was like literally 3 seconds ago. Unless you have the memory of a goldfish, then you should be able to remember this. You just said 3 seconds ago. If he did this, you wouldn't support him as president.
Okay, just that little fact alone that he said that about going into a pageant locker room, that's not a very big deal to me, honestly.
But that's okay. So sexual exploitation of little girls isn't a big deal to you. Say that out loud. I don't think that sexual exploitation of naked little girls is a big deal. Because that's exactly what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. Yes, it is. The definition of sexual exploitation. Let me help you out here. The definition of sexual exploitation. Let me help you out here, little bro. I understand that you need it, okay? The definition of sexual exploitation would be to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. This would very clearly include a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that is true of a woman or a girl in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. And that is exactly what you heard Donald Trump admit to in that clip. He said that I would take advantage of the fact that I was the owner of the pageant to allow myself to barge into the women and the girls' dressing rooms so I could then look at their naked bodies and their boobs look great. Okay, which was unconsensual. It was necessarily unconsensual for the girls because they can't consent, and it was unconsensual for the women because they didn't consent. And that is exactly what we heard from the women. That's exactly what we heard from the girls. That he would barge in there, look at their naked bodies when they're just trying to get ready for this pageant. Imagine if it was your mom that he barged in on, would it still not be a big deal? Imagine it was your wife that he barged in on, would it still not be a big deal? Imagine that it was your little fucking daughter, 15-year-old girl, that this 60-year-old man barged in on and looked at her naked body. Would it still not be a big deal? The only reason why you don't think this is a big deal is because you don't care about women and girls, and you're willing to do anything and everything in your power to contort, shift, and change reality to serve to the benefit of the almighty Donald J. Trump. It is sick, it is sadistic, and it is defeating for so many people, including me, just to know and come to terms with the fact that there are so many people that are willing to go so far to defend Trump that they're even willing to explicitly state taking advantage of naked children is not a big deal.
Yeah, I never said I agree or support anything like that. exploiting children. Are you kidding me? No, I do not support that. If he was convicted of something, has he actually been convicted of something like that? No. I mean, there's allegations, yes. If he's convicted, then, we'll see what happens.
I disagree with you. You said that you don't support it. Listen. You said that I would take advantage of conduct. That's how you need it. Listen,
Just
unless
that.
you have the... Do you want me to replay it? It was like literally 3 seconds ago. Unless you have the... If he did this, you wouldn't support him as president.
Okay, just that little fact alone that he said that about, going into a pageant locker room, that's not a very big deal to me, honestly.
You said it's not a very big deal to me.
I mean, if he was convicted of something for that, yeah, I mean, it'd be a big deal, but obviously, I don't know. I don't know what he did. I wasn't there. I honestly don't know.
Hey, can we agree that Trump was there?
Well, were those girls actually naked? I don't know.
Well, that's
I
what
don't
Trump
know
said.
anything about that.
Trump said that they were naked.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that part of it.
Okay. So if he said that they're naked, then it would be a big deal, right?
And you're saying children, like I don't know.
This happened to women and girls. Yes.
Well, obviously that's bad. I don't know a whole lot about it, but obviously that's bad. I don't know what else you want me to say about that.
Yeah, I'd like to say that, I think that if a man takes advantage of naked children, they shouldn't be president. Maybe that's what I want to hear. Just saying.
Yeah, it just sucks that I haven't seen anything that makes me want to vote Democrat.
Your standing 10 toes down on it. You're standing. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're standing 10 toes down on it. What the fuck? What the fuck? He's standing 10 toes down. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So just to clarify, you're saying. So just to clarify, your current position is that the Democrats are making you support a pedophile in the highest ranking position of power available to any human alive, right?
Yeah, it's sad that the Democrats are that bad. I'd have to vote for Trump.
Get the fuck off of my live stream, you insane, insidious piece of shit. What the fuck? I can't believe it. They're just taking the masks off now, folks. They're just taking the masks off now, folks. We're at the end of the road. We are at the end of the road, you guys. We are seriously at the point where they're saying, yeah, he's a pedophile. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it's that big of a deal, you guys. It doesn't really matter that much.
Okay, just that little fact alone that he said that about, going into a pageant locker room, that's not a very big deal to me.
Yeah, he's a pedophile. It's not that big of a deal to me, guys. I don't care. Oh my god. Can't do this today, man. Can't fucking do this today. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. It is also publicly available in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream, and the handle's at the top of my phone screen on TikTok as well. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I am a registered Republican, but thanks to you, I no longer am. So thanks
Shout
to you
out to you, man. You know what? Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me, dude. I needed to hear that. I really did. After like listening to somebody that like that last guest literally go, I don't care if he's a pedophile. It's not that big of a deal. I needed to hear that. So thank you. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to you, man. I'm proud of you. Thank you for changing your mind. Welcome to the right side of history. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How do you?
Trump. What's wrong with Trump?
I'll get into that in a moment. How old are you?
How old are you? Oh, 30. Sorry, I didn't hear.
No worries, man. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic off to you. This is over on Venmo 23 minutes ago. Alex, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, and I'll check that executive order out. Thank you so much, Alex. Let's get 100 Alex W's. And same thing to Michelle. Thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo 40 minutes ago. Holy cow. Michelle with the $40 says, the way that you just responded to the why don't you like Trump question was so spot on. Always impressed with you. Y'all give me hope core for the future over here in Iowa. Thank you and stay safe. Yes, Michelle. Thank you so much for your support. I'm really happy happy that the streams help you out. Please do show some love to Michelle down below in that comment section. Same thing goes to Mary. Thank you for the $10. She says, I'm so sorry to hear about the grandparents, but glad you have each other. Two warm carrying arms to encase you in love. And support is what each of you need. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $10, Mary, and that's pulling from something that we're talking about at the end of last night's stream for the viewers who may not know what the hell's going on. But thank you so much for the love, Mary. Thank you so much for the love, Michelle. Show some love to Mary Michelle down below. And then let's thank a couple people over on PayPal real quick. Sabrina and Caroline, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Let's get 100 Sabrina and Caroline W's. Sabrina with the 10 says he gets a clip of Trump himself admitting to it, and that's still not enough. Yes, because nothing will ever be enough. I should honestly just refuse to talk to people like that last guest. Lucas, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. He says, love you, Dean. Love you too, man. And then Dean, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Appreciate that, bro. Show some love to Dean down below. Dean with the $30 says, again, it's older Dean to younger Dean, sending my love and respect to you as you sweep the goddamn floor with the MAGA Cretans. Let's get some W Deans in that chat. Thank you so much for the $30, man. You know, it's not too frequently I see somebody else that shares my name, so shout out to you. Thank you. Shout out to you, man. And then Leslie and Caroline, I appreciate you so much for another $10. Leslie says, hey, Dean, I don't know how Super Chats work, but I guess you missed it. So I was actually the first Super Chatter, and I wanted to update you on the fact that David Medina, the J6er, is now running for Oregon Gov, is gaining traction. Love you. Keep it up. Thank you for informing me, Leslie. He needs to fucking lose. Holy cow. He really needs to lose. My God. And then just a few more people to thank here. You guys. Oh my God. One moment. Evelyn and Kathy. Evelyn and Kathy, thank you both so very much for the $100 donations on PayPal. Both of you guys, thank you so much for the love. Evelyn and Kathy, you guys are here nearly every single day. You guys have both shown so much love before. Show some love to the MVPs of the stream, Evelyn and Kathy, down below in that chat. Thank you both so very much. I mean, I've already told this to the two of you. I don't deserve it, and I'm so appreciative for your genuine kindness and love. Just know that I really appreciate it. It allows us to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I'm just so grateful for you both. Evelyn with $100 says, for your consistent patience and composure. I can't thank you enough. Well, thank you so much for the support, Evelyn. And then Kathy with $100 says, let me up. I have some disturbed findings, please. Kathy, I'm going to go ahead and send you a message literally over PayPal. You should see that coming in right now. It will just say test. Feel free to share your findings with me over that chat. I just want to check them out first. But thank you so much for the love, Evelyn and Kathy. Dude, show some massive love to Evelyn and Kathy. We are all cut up on Venmo and PayPal. I appreciate y'all so much. And then I think we just have 2 more people over in Super Chat. Then we'll hop into the next debate. We sure do. FitDad CEO and Fang Cutie Pie. Appreciate you both for the $50. Thank you so much. Let's show some love to Fang and FitDad down below in that chat. FitDad with the 50 says, so the last guest was standing 10 toes down on supporting a PDF because there's quote unquote not a good enough Democratic candidate. These people are disgusting. That last guy was so fucking disgusting. And then Fang with the 50 says, hey, I do work as a sexual assault victims advocate in the military, and I could send 100% say something like that would get any sailor, soldier, or Marine in extreme trouble. Is he the commander-in-chief? He should be held to the same standards. Well, listen, that would get anybody else in trouble. You can't even work at McDonald's if you're guilty of a violent sex offense. But apparently you could be president. It's insane. Thank you so much for that, and thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, everybody. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. We're going to go and hop back into this debate. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Yeah, man. Trump's cleaning up America one by one, man. He's allowing religious values back into America, Islam, Christianity. He's allowing people to practice freely. Immigration. He's cleaning up the streets. A lot of illegal people here. What's wrong with that, man?
The first thing that you said was he's allowing people to be freely Islam in America, Muslim in America, or practice Islam. So in 2016, he literally ran on an executive order to ban any and all immigration of all Muslims. Once that executive order was ruled as unconstitutional, he just picked like 10 countries that are majority Islamic and then banned and barred their entry into the country as well.
But clearly American Muslims... Yeah, but Muslims are growing in America, and he's allowing people from the inside to practice. Even in Times Square, they just had a big, prayer ceremony, and he allowed that to happen.
Well, see, the thing is, it's not that Trump allowed it to happen. It's that the Constitution protected against any aggression, preventing it from happening. And like I said, Donald Trump has already attempted to stress tests, religious freedoms in the country with, as I just pointed out, attempting to implement an unconstitutional restriction barring any and all Muslims from coming into the country. And by the way, if you think that Donald Trump is beneficial to Muslim Americans, just go ask any other Trump supporter how they feel about Muslims, and I think that you'll learn that I'm quickly right and you're quickly wrong.
Do you think that when Trump has Mamdani there and he's supporting him even though he's Muslim, do you think that when did that happen with a Democrat? Can you tell us when a Muslim has been in charge during a Democrat's run?
Mamdani is an example of a Muslim in charge in the Democratic Party.
No, I know, but that's during Trump's run. Trump supporting him. Trump supporting him.
What? No,
Trump
supporting
him.
The Trump administration offered Eric Adams, what was it, like $40 million to drop out to get more votes to Andrew Cuomo. And then in response, Donald Trump also put out a truth on Truth Social saying if Zohran Mamdani wins, this radical, crazy Islamic terrorist communist, that they're going to destroy New York City. It's going to be ridden with crime. There's no way that he's going to be able to help whatsoever. For the sake of this great city that I was born and raised in, you must vote for Andrew Cuomo now. Like, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Trump posted on Truth Social. So are you done trolling yet?
No, but Dean, but on the other side, we had other people going into other countries and completely blowing them up. So is Trump doing that still?
Wait, one second. Don't pivot.
Oh, he's running. Pivot, don't run. You're running.
You're running. You said that he supported Zohran Mamdani. Then I just pointed out how Trump
disrespects every religion. He just trolls. Trump be trolling.
Okay. So you're actually conceding.
But he supports him.
So you're actually conceding.
How am I conceding? I'm going with what
okay, so you're not conceding. So then acknowledge that you're wrong when you said that Donald Trump supports Zohran Mamdani because he offered millions of dollars to Eric Adams to drop out of the race to get Cuomo more supporters. Then after Eric Adams dropped out, he posted on Truth Social saying Zohran Mamdani is a crazy radical Islamic communist Muslim who's going to destroy New York City, the city that I was born and raised in. For the great sake of this great city, you need to vote for Andrew Cuomo. Obviously, that's an example.
And then what did he say?
Okay,
what did he say yesterday?
Of Donald Trump not supporting Zohran Mamdani, right?
Dean, what did he say yesterday? He said, I've been to dinner with Mamdani so many times. He's a great guy, even though I don't agree with his policies. That's somebody who respects the Constitution. Unlike the other side, they go against the Constitution. They try to, anybody who disagrees with them, they try to make them seem lunatic and stuff. He respects the fact there's people who disagree with him, and he can talk good about their character. That's respectable, no?
Oh, okay. So you're just completely moving away from the fact that you're clearly wrong when you suggested that Donald Trump supports Zohran Mamdani.
You're getting baked right now.
Now saying that Donald Trump supports the Constitution. Okay, well, that's also not true. Donald Trump does not support the Constitution. Not only on his 100-day interview did he say that he doesn't know if he has to hold by the Constitution, but on Truth Social in December of 2022, he started called for the termination of the Constitution. And since Donald Trump's inauguration last January, he's infringed or threatened the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, the First Article, and the Second Article. So you're absolutely wrong.
And the other side hasn't never done that?
Yes, wrong. They have not. Biden did not threaten.
They have never done that?
8 amendments and 2 articles. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Yes.
So hold on. When Joe Biden allows certain things to happen in our country, like for example, he's just allowing anybody to come in. Anybody who crosses the border can just come into the country. Is that not an infringement on American rights?
Yeah, literally not a single court ruled that Joe Biden engaged in any unconstitutional immigration policy whatsoever. Not to mention that your suggestion that he was allowing anyone in was false. But, I mean, regardless of that, not a single court ruled so. And even if a court did rule so, then that still wouldn't amount to, not a single court, no.
Okay, so when it comes to immigration in our country, do you think that we have the right to kick people out that don't belong here?
Before we talk about immigration, I want you to respond to the fact that I pointed out that Donald Trump has either infringed on or threatened 8 amendments and 2 articles, please and thank you.
Yeah, by words, but not by actions.
Yes, by actions. I'll give you one of those actions. Executive Order number 14160. That was literally an action infringed on the 14th Amendment by attempting to take birthright citizenship away from citizens, particularly citizens that were born on American soil, to 2 parents that were undocumented immigrants. Okay, that was a violation of one of the most important amendments of the Constitution, and it was an action.
Okay. Why are people writing Momo in your chat? What does that mean?
It's the name of my cat, focus on me. You said that he's not taken action to infringe on the Constitution. That is clearly false. I just gave you an example of an action that infringed on one of the most important amendments to the Constitution.
All right, I can see it. All right, fine. Then I didn't know about that executive order, so it sounds like you're on something.
Okay, so
what about immigration
now you agree that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution?
Not really, because it still didn't happen, did it?
No, it did happen.
That's why
it literally happened. Executive Order number 14160 happened.
I know, and did it get turned over?
Yes, it did, because it was a threat to the Constitution.
Welcome to checks and balances, sir.
Wait. So you're saying if somebody were to try to rape a child, but they were to be like stopped by cops before they rape the child, they wouldn't be a threat to children because
that's
the cops
not even
synonymous.
That's not synonymous. Come on.
Yes, it is. You're saying that if you try to engage in an action against something, if something else stops you, then you're not a threat to that something, which is like just clearly logic that doesn't follow. Clearly, if you try to commit a crime, but you are stopped in the process of your attempt to commit that crime, or you were held accountable after the crime is committed, you would still be a threat against law and order. Yes, Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution, even though the executive order that he passed was unconstitutional and was shut down. Clearly.
Okay, you done? Now watch this.
I'm done explaining to you how you're wrong. Thank you.
Okay, good. So watch this, everybody in the chat. Watch this. So was Trump voted in fair and square?
The 2024 election, he was voted in fair and square. He was voted. Actually, I want to say fair and square. I want to say fair and square. No.
Oh. So are you accusing America of being a country full of conspiracy now? Are you saying that the elections aren't fair?
Yeah, I'm saying that the election wasn't fair because the GOP spent over $1 billion on propaganda.
Let me build.
In an attempt, to like sway people's outcomes. I'm not saying that the election was rigged, but I am saying that there's a bunch of unfair practices that were engaged in at the hand of the RNC to help Trump win, like Elon bribing votes by offering people $1 million to register in states that Trump wasn't polling too well in, specifically Republicans, or the RNC spending $1 billion on mask off, full face propaganda, saying that Biden was replaced with a robotic clone and he's just so terrible and he caused this record high level of inflation onset by the pandemic. Okay, but anyways, go ahead.
So cool. So you just waffled for 5 minutes. Now watch this. So
one second.
It wasn't rigged.
I'm not gonna allow you just to make a slight offhand comment that's so stupid and false. Clearly, I was not waffling when I was describing to you how it is the case that the election was unfair.
You said it was rigged.
Explicitly reaffirming that it was not rigged in the sense of maybe Donald Trump's claims surrounding the 2020 election. I'm saying that there is highly unethical and unfair practices that the RNC engaged in order to help Trump win, like intentionally misinforming the American electorate, or Elon offering $1 million to Trump voters.
Okay, cool. So fair enough. Let's see if you're consistent. So then, do you think it's unethical? People from Israel, AIPAC, are supporting both sides. Do you think that's unethical too?
Yes.
Oh, you do. Okay, good. Then fair enough. But I don't, to say that it's rigged or it's rigged in a sense, that's a bit concerning. That a lot of people say that, but to most people, the election was fair and square. So
no, man. Wait, what you're trying to get me on is me saying that it was literally rigged, and yeah, sure, that would be concerning. I don't think.
So it was metaphorically rigged.
Enough evidence to support that notion. What I'm saying is that it was literally unfair, and literally unethical. I'm not saying that it's literally rigged. So what you're doing is you're attempting to equivocate between me saying unfair and unethical and rigged, which is unfair for you.
Fair enough.
Don't do that.
All right. Fair. Okay, fair enough. So let's keep going with it. So then, if he fair and square was put into office, does he not have the right to have executive orders?
Okay. Well, okay. When you say fair and square put into office, I just assume that you're saying not rigged. So whatever. I mean, I understand.
Yeah, not rigged.
And then your question is, so doesn't he have the right to impose whatever executive orders that he wants?
Yeah.
No. The answer to that question is no.
Why? That's a part of his title.
No, it's not.
If I was president right now, I'd have an executive order that most people might not agree with. It can be turned over. That's one of the roles as president.
Okay, it's not. That's not true because of the supremacy clause of the second article of the Constitution, alongside other articles of the Constitution that describe the power that a president possesses in the drafting of executive orders. So first and foremost, all withholdings from the government in accordance with the supremacy clause of Article 2 have to be in accordance with the Constitution. There's not a single government actor that has the right to do anything that is in violation of the Constitution. So when you're trying to suggest to me here that Donald Trump has a right to implement unconstitutional executive orders because the people voted for him to be president, that's clearly false.
No, he has an attempt to put him through and get caught on checks and balances if the other parties don't like it. He has the right right to do that and get turned over.
Wait,
That's
wait,
the whole beautiful thing about checks and balances.
No. One moment. If the courts turn it over, then that means he didn't have the right to impose it in the first place, which is what makes the order invalid.
Right.
But why would he even be trying to get like unconstitutional EOs passed through? Like, what was his goal there?
I mean, I don't know. He got Kodak Black out of jail. That was pretty cool.
Okay. So exactly the answer to the question, why was he trying to get unconstitutional executive orders passed through? What is his goal there? His goal would be to position himself above the Constitution. His goal would be to further his agenda even when in violation of the Constitution. And I think that needs to be addressed.
Okay. I mean, according to the other people, it was unconstitutional. But to him, he obviously thought it was within the Constitution, right?
I'd actually argue that he knew it was unconstitutional, yes. Because there's absolutely no argument that EO number 14160 is constitutional.
Perfect. So are you accusing Trump of trying to be a tyrant?
Clearly, yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. So now you're attacking his character. Now you're saying that he's trying to go against the Constitution and overthrow the country with something.
Yes, I would definitely say that he wants to overthrow the Constitution. That is a true claim.
Wow. Well, and what's your backing for this? What's your basis?
I mean, we've been talking about one of the bases for the last 10 minutes.
So just his character, that he's trying to just go against other people. That's what you're pretty much saying.
Like furthering unconstitutional agendas. Yeah, like executive order number 1460. Trying to take constitutional rights away from natural U.S.-born citizens. Like, what are we doing?
Okay, so then that leads into immigration here. So then what's wrong with what he's doing immigration-wise?
Before we talk about immigration, I want you to tell me, what is the argument that Executive Order number 14160, where he attempted to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil,
because it's a loophole. It's obviously a loophole, isn't it? Because what people do is they come to this country to have kids, so then they can become citizens too. So he obviously knows the loopholes. Many people.
Name one.
You don't know. What do you mean name one? Like people I know in real life? Yeah, Guadalupe. Guadalupe.
Listen.
Hey, I'm from,
you're not giving me a legal argument. One moment. You're not giving me a legal argument that his executive order was constitutional. You're giving me an emotional argument that you agreed with the executive order, regardless of the fact that it was unconstitutional. So
I mean, you don't have a rebuttal.
Attempt to my
rebuttal.
My rebuttal
you
is
said
that
you said name one person.
My rebuttal to the argument provided is the fact that it was irrelevant to the question asked, because the question asked is not why do you agree with the sentiment of the executive order. The question asked was why do you think the executive order was constitutional?
So do you agree with it?
I disagree with the executive order and I disagree with you. However, I want an answer that is relevant to the question that I asked.
Yeah. The reason why it's not unconstitutional because it breaches another constitutional loophole that other people are trying to pass by. So he's trying to shut those loopholes down. What you you even said you're even sentimenting to the fact that you agree.
No, I literally just told you that I disagree. You were so disingenuous. I don't know why we have so many disingenuous guests today.
You're getting baked right now. You're getting baked.
The only person who thinks I'm getting baked is you, because you're a dumbass. You just gave me.
One
moment.
Club Paru, baby.
If I'm getting baked, then why won't you let me speak?
You're getting baked. You keep muting me.
I'm muting you because you're interrupting me. Holy fuck.
Oh, and then when you interrupt me, can I mute you?
Yeah, sure, mute me. Try your best. Wait, you can't.
All right, go ahead.
Because it's not your live stream. All right, man. Let me respond to your point. So you're telling me that the argument that his executive order was constitutional is a fact that the undocumented immigrants would be engaging in a loophole. So that is not an argument. You would have to argue here, that the executive order is in accordance with the 14th Amendment.
Okay, you ready? You ready?
So first and foremost, what is the 14th Amendment?
You ready for the bakage? Wait, don't ask me questions. I'm going to answer your first question. Now watch this.
Okay.
So chat, notice what he's doing now. He's saying that this is actually, it could be a loophole, but it's unconstitutional. What I'm saying is that anything that hinders the Constitution, anything that hinders... It does, because
this guy's literally an idiot. I don't know if this conversation could go anywhere, because I'm asking him to give an argument that this executive order is constitutional, and he just can't even do it. So for your information, the reason why that executive order was unconstitutional is because it breaches the first subsection of the 14th Amendment that would argue that if you're born here and you're subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that you're therefore a citizen. The argument given by the Trump administration inside of the executive order is that the children born to undocumented immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, but clearly that argument would fall flat on its face, because we have a SCOTUS ruling from 1989 and a SCOTUS ruling from 1898 that would clearly state that undocumented immigrants are within / subject to the jurisdiction thereof, meaning that Executive Order number 14160 is unconstitutional.
Okay,
now,
perfect.
in response, you're
Let me
just
give you an
basically
example.
telling us, oh, well, it is constitutional because of loopholes.
I got something for you.
But like, I don't know if I can expect like an idiot like you to attempt to give me like
can I
a legal
finish?
argument to describe how this executive order is not unconstitutional when you don't know what the hell that you're talking about, or you don't know what the hell the 14th Amendment is.
Why are you manifesting? Why are you manifesting? Relax. All right, now watch this. Everybody, listen to this. If somebody's born on an airplane, they're from Nigeria and they're born in America on an airplane on a flight to America, should they get U.S. citizenship? Yes or no?
They don't.
No. Should they? Answer.
Should they get American citizenship?
Baked. Yeah, you got baked right now.
Well, one second.
We in the building.
I'm just trying to understand the nature of your question.
Why you muting me?
Why am I muting you? Because you're interrupting me
right now. You're getting folded. Go ahead.
I'm muting you because you're interrupting me.
All right, go ahead. Say Club Pyru.
Okay.
Say Club Pyru right now.
So first and foremost, the reason why I stuttered there is because I was confused by the nature of your question. Because we're not having a conversation about what should be the case or shouldn't be the case. We're having a conversation about what is the case or what isn't the case.
I'm showing you.
You're interrupting
I'm showing
me.
you, though.
You continue to ask me. One moment. You're interrupting
All right, go on
me.
a monologue.
You
Go ahead.
continue
Go
to
on a
ask
monologue.
me.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not going on a monologue. I'm just speaking in more than 5 words, crown on paper, which I know is hard for you to understand because you're a Trump supporter. Very stupid. All right, but just try to track me here. It's very easy. All right. The reason why I was confused by the nature of the question you asked me is because you asked me, should this be the case or should this not be the case? But we're not having a conversation about should claims. We're having a conversation about what is or isn't. You're attempting to uphold the position that this executive order was constitutional. Meanwhile, I'm arguing the position, I'm not done, that this executive order was unconstitutional. All right, so it's very clear here. Our conversation does not surround what should be the case. Our conversation surrounds around what is the case. And if the 14th Amendment does indeed protect birthright citizenship for the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. Stop being insufferable as fuck. Try to actually respond to
how
the
am I
argument
insufferable?
promoted.
So good. So you're getting baked. So now you're just insulting. So watch this, chat. Let me see if I can
doesn't
speak
even-
without him
wait, can you
interrupting
repeat
me.
the argument
I
that I
gave
just
him.
gave you?
Wait. Can you not interrupt me? Can you not
If you
interrupt me?
can repeat
appreciate
the argument I just repeated.
I know you're
No,
manifesting. Just relax. All right,
I want you to
you're
repeat the
manifesting,
argument
relax.
that I just gave you.
You're manifesting. Let me answer. You're
No,
saying that we're arguing
before you answer to jack shit, I want you to repeat the argument I just gave you.
Look at this pasty mayonnaise getting mad right now. Let me speak.
Yeah, exactly. Call me pasty because you can't call me wrong, motherfucker. Now repeat the argument that I gave you.
Hey, Triple K member, relax. Let me.
Dude, you're gonna call me a Nazi? You're gonna call me a Triple K member because I'm up here saying that actually Donald Trump's attack on black and brown people is wrong and unconstitutional. Make it make sense. You're crashing out because you're wrong. Thank you.
Let me speak.
Yeah, sure. Just repeat the argument that I gave you.
Okay, no. You repeat my argument. Go ahead.
You're getting baked. You're literally a Nazi. There's your argument.
Now watch this.
Yeah. Wait. You told me to repeat your argument. I did it. Your argument is you're getting baked, you pasty racist Nazi. Okay, I repeated your argument. There you go. So now I want you to repeat my argument. What did I just say about why the position that you attempted to describe to me, insofar as why you do not believe that the children born to undocumented immigrants have birthright citizenship per the 14th Amendment was bad?
All right, someone get this man his rabies shots. He's manifesting. Now watch this. His argument is as
Like I said, you could call me a pasty racist KKK member that needs his rabies shot, but you cannot call me wrong. Stop crashing out.
All right, Dean Smithers, relax. Let me speak, Dean Smithers. Now watch this. So chat, his argument is as such that Donald Trump made an illegal executive order that goes against the 14th Amendment in the Constitution because people who were born in this country on this soil should be able to, have citizenship here. I gave him an example of somebody on a flight from Nigeria, right, coming into U.S. territory and then being born whilst in America. Should they get citizenship? And he stuttered like the little acne boy, pepperoni pizza face kid he is, because he got baked, right, by Club Pyru, right? Now answer my question, you freckly little pepperoni boy, and answer the question why people in this country shouldn't be able to not get citizenship if they're coming here on vacation or they're not documented in here. Why should their offspring be able to get citizenship? Go ahead, pasty pepperoni boy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I understand the reason why you were
get some acne medication while you're at it. Go ahead, punk.
Thank you. So I understand.
Now we stepping up. Club Pyru. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So I understand the reason why you were hurling attacks and insults against me and my characters because you were losing the debate.
Get the violin out. Get the violin out, chat. Go ahead. This is my chat now, Dean Smithers. This is my chat.
Okay, thank you.
Sharia
Thank you so much for the
law,
input.
Sharia law over here right now. Dean Smithers, go ahead.
That's kind of fun.
Come on.
But anyways, all right.
Yeah.
I'll start from
Go
the top.
ahead.
So I understand the
Start from the
reason
top.
why you're hurling insults at me is because you're losing the debate. Same thing with the interruptions and the crash out, so on and so forth. But I'm just gonna repeat
Violence in the chat. Go ahead. Yeah, stop looking for sympathy. You're getting baked right now. Look at your viewers up to 15K.
Is there
You're
any way
welcome.
that I could speak here, or are you just like planning
Go
to
ahead.
continue interrupting me?
My bad, victim. Go ahead, victim. Go ahead. Answer my question. Go
Did you
ahead.
know that your interruptions make you look weak?
No, they don't. That's not what the people in here say. Hey, put a 1 in the chat if I'm baking this little pepperoni boy right now. Go ahead.
So the
Put a
reason
1 in
why
chat.
the interruptions make you
Yes,
look weak is because
Yes,
then it
sir.
makes me impossible to respond to you. And when
All
you
right.
make it look impossible for me to respond to you, it makes your own arguments look like lacking of substance.
Wow, look at those 1s in the chat. Whoa, I love it. All right, go
Right.
ahead. I'll
I
listen.
would
Go ahead.
expect you to look for others for approval for your position because you can't look to truth.
Don't
fact,
stutter.
reason, or evidence.
Don't stutter. But go ahead.
I
I'll listen
literally
now.
have a
I was
speech
just being
impediment.
performative like you. I was
So
being performative like you. Go
I
ahead.
literally have a speech impediment. There will be times where I stutter and I can't control it.
You want us to cry? Like, go ahead.
No, I'm just describing to you while you're like claim there. Don't stutter. Like can't be can't be fulfilled. Like there's nothing I
okay.
could do to prevent the fact that sometimes I will stutter.
It's okay. You're getting a lot of PayPal donations. You can figure it out. Go ahead.
Right.
All
And
right.
in fact, I can't wait to thank them all. I expect you to get very, very angry. But anyways,
No, I like it.
to attempt
Go
to respond here for the very last time, could I just have you promise that you won't interrupt me? Because I'd like to get what I want to say out.
Okay. Can I respond to what you say?
Sure,
After?
once I'm done speaking. Yes.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. It's Sharia law, so I allow you to speak. Go ahead, Dean Smithers. Go ahead.
Okay, good boy. Thank you for allowing me to speak. But anyways.
Good girl. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's an interruption. What are we going to do about that? Because I can't talk. Like genuinely. This conversation will not be furthered at all in any direction, way whatsoever if you don't let me talk. Okay, it looks like you put yourself on mute. Looks like you needed that to help control yourself. Thank you. But anyways, the response to your position is as furthers. Once again, we've just gotten so far away from the debate at this point in time, I'm just going to go over it all for the audience. So you're making the claim that when Donald Trump attempted to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, that this action was constitutional because you agreed with it. All right? And then you followed that up by asking me the question, Dean, if there's somebody on a plane coming from Nigeria to America and they were born on that plane, should they have birthright citizenship? And then I responded by saying that question is irrelevant to the original argument stated. And then you took that as like, you winning the debate and me losing the debate. But let me explain to you why that question is irrelevant to the original argument stated. Because we are not debating if you agree or disagree with the sentiment that undocumented immigrants that have children on American soil, should those children be citizens themselves, I would expect you to think that they shouldn't. Okay? I'm asking you, do you think that the sentiment, regardless if you agree or disagree with it, is constitutional or unconstitutional? All right? Just because you agree with something doesn't make it legal, and just because you disagree with something doesn't make it illegal. So my point here would be, even though you disagree with the children being born to undocumented immigrants receiving birthright citizenship, that doesn't change the fact that the 14th Amendment gives them that protection, and that doesn't change the fact that when Donald Trump passed Executive Order number 14160, he infringed on that protection, therefore, he infringed on the Constitution.
Okay, you done?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So watch this. So I'm glad that you laid out the whole argument because you missed one big point right now, which I'm going to bake you on again, pepperoni boy. Now watch this. You said that the 14th Amendment got broken, right? But that's not true because there's an interpretation to that constitutional right. Do you think that everybody who's born on American soil, that constitutional right applies to? Yes or no?
Everybody except for like two groups, per SCOTUS rulings.
Ooh. Yeah, what are those two groups?
The children born to foreign diplomats and members of militant invading forces from other countries.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this. So there are interpretations to the 14th Amendment, correct?
There's one legal interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which would be the one set forth by the Supreme Court, which we already have.
Okay, cool. So when people enter this country, and let's say that, they're doing illegal crimes and then they have kids here in order to have citizenship, does that count under invasion? People invading the country?
It does not.
According to who? Can you give me a court case that rules in what you said right now?
Yes. U.S. versus Juan Camargue and Plyer v. Dow.
Okay, and what was the court case? The findings?
Yeah, so
what was the subject and everything?
The findings of Plyer v. Doe's that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction thereof. The findings of the U.S. versus Wong Kim-Ark case was if you're a member of a foreign militant invading force from another country, then you're not within the jurisdiction thereof. Therefore, in accordance with the ruling, because undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction thereof, they are not members of foreign militant invading forces from another country. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now watch this. So let me ask you this now. So if you're saying it's unconstitutional, but you agree with something that's outside of the Constitution, because you just admitted that you agree with the sentiment of his order, but that's not your argument. You're arguing if it's constitutional or not. You just said it earlier. You know this is being recorded, right? You just said, I'm not asking you what the sentiment of your argument is.
Yes.
Like if you agree if undocumented people should be given citizenship or not.
Not
Okay,
because
good.
I agree with you, but rather because it's irrelevant to the debate. Interpretation.
No, it's very relevant. You know why? Because if something that the people agree with, that goes
if
to
the debate is
Constitution.
if it's legal or illegal, like your personal feelings don't matter. Can you
It's
agree?
not about personal feelings. It's about the
exactly.
democracy.
But
it's about the democracy. But what? Exactly. It's about the people. Don't do that.
That was to you, man. That wasn't to me. But anyways,
I know that was to me. It's Club Paru in the building. You didn't know?
Okay.
Say shout out Club Paru right now. Come on, do me a solid.
I'm gonna get back
Hey,
to
shout
the
out to
argument.
Club Paru, man. Say shout out Club Paru. Come on, you got it.
So I'm gonna get back to the argument here. Okay.
All
So
right,
once
Club
again,
Paru, man. We in the building. West side. We in the building.
You're attempting.
Yes, sir.
You're attempting to argue, okay, that your personal feelings, insofar as if you agree with a sentiment.
It's not what I said.
Okay. All right. So it is.
I just said it's democratic.
Dude, oh my goodness. Yo, Zuki, Zookeeper, sorry. Zookeeper, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much for that kindness. Thank you so much, Zookeeper. Zookeeper with it's not a lion?
It's not a lion. You gotta get a lion like me, man. Come on, man.
Well, I mean,
where your followers at? Hey, white boy, send this white boy a lion right now. Come on, chat. You see, Club Paru sends lions, man.
If you ask people to donate to me, they will. Just saying. So I want to do that.
All right, prove it. All right.
But like I would highly
send him a lion.
You're making a mistake, bro. Like just like
send him a lion. I want to see it.
You're making a mistake, man. If I were you, I just like I would try to stay on the debate. Man. I would just try to stay on the debate. I really would.
Hey, we can go lion for lion right now.
Zookeeper, I appreciate you so much for the. I don't. I just want to have political debates, man. Zookeeper, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying, for first-time viewer, I'm from rural Florida, and for the first time I'm seeing some Trump supporters start to change their minds. I know, which is why the people that are still joining the live stream are still like so insane. Thank you so much for the $50, Zookeeper. Nikki, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying, Gen X here, my daughters brought me to you, and I listen to you every single day. Thank you so much for that love, Nikki. Christopher, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, Dean, I've been watching you for a year and a half, usually on the VOD, I feel the tide is turning. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the $20, Christopher. Same thing to you. Mary, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Gala, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. Joseph, thank you so much for the $15, who says you deserve it for putting up with this stupid ass guy. Thank you for the $15. Ciara, thank you so much for the $5. Anna, thank you for the $25. 1 second, I'm thanking my donors. Anna with the $25 saying, I've been watching for a few months and I love what you do. And as a result, I was able to change the mind of one of my loved ones. That is awesome, Anna. Show some up to Anna down below. Alondor, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Asia, thank you so much for the $5. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to Benjamin down below in that comment section. Elaine, thank you for the $10 who says that you rock. Caleb, thank you so much for the $1. Cheryl, thank you for the $15. Cassie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Cassie down below for the $20 donation. Matthew, thank you for the 5. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the 10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Chris, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars for the 10-year-old boy. Thank you so much. On PayPal, W, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Scott with the $5 because the guest said so. Cammy, thank you for the $25 saying watch this. Wendy for the $5 because the guest said so. Sebastian with the $7 because the guest said so. Caroline with the $10 because the guest said so. Saheed with the $20. Thank you so much for the $20, Saheed, because the guest said so. And then Corey, thank you so much for the $65 donation on PayPal.
Is this guy okay?
It says, hey Dean, coming from the UK, I love being educated by you, but your laugh is terrified of me, Lamel. Thank you so much for the $65 donation, Corey. That is fucking insane. Sarah, thank you for the $15 because the guest said so. Lois with the $5 because the guest said so.
No,
Jesselyn with the $10 because the guest said so. Sudith, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo because the guest said so. That is SUNETH. Show some love to Sudith down below. Catherine with a $10 because the guest said so. Alexa with a $5 because the guest said so. Audrey, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo because the guest said so. Misty with a $10 because the guest said so. Molly with a $10 because the guest said so. Christopher with a $20. Thank you so much for the love. Cannon, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. $20 for the terrible guy on the other side of the mic. Stella and Jessica with the $5 because the guest said so. Then Lydia, holy shit, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Lydia W's down below in the comment section because the guest said so. The guy who said he doesn't think what happened to him. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for the $100.
Where the lion at?
Buddy, we're at like 3 lions so far. I don't know what to tell you. Shut your bitch ass up and sit your bitch ass down. Thank you so much for the $100, Lydia. I really appreciate you so much for the kindness. Thank you so much, Lydia. And then Laura, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo because the guest said so. I appreciate you so much for that love, Lydia. Show some love. Sorry, if you want to interrupt me while I'm thanking my donors, I'd really appreciate it. Just calm down, sir. Thank you so much for the love, Laura. I want to see 500 Laura W's down below in that chat for the $50 donation. And then let's see here. Leslie, thank you for the $5 because the guest said so. Kristen with the $20 because the guest said so. Amanda, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal from me, my son Milo, my mom, and my friend Scoo because my niece Scoo because the guest said so. Bridget with the $2. Ian, thank you for the $10 because the guest said so. Justin with the $5. Isabella with the $10. And then W, thank you so much for the $20. And Kristen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you guys so much for all the love, dude. Y'all are going fucking insane. Show some love to our donors down below in that chat. Like, holy shit. And we haven't even started on YouTube Super Chat. Jenna and Tommy, thank you both for the $100 Super Chats. Show some love to Jenna and Tommy down below in that chat. Tommy with $100 says, this loudmouth keeps saying all right, watch this. I keep waiting, and so far we haven't seen anything. What is this guy talking about? Thank you so much for the $100, Tommy. That is genuinely fucking insane. Same thing to Jenna. Thank you so much for the $100 as well. Show some love to Tommy and Jenna down below in that comment section. And the Destiny with the $50. Thank you so much for the love. Says it's not a line because it's straight to your pocket. Shut this guy up in the most intelligent way. I appreciate you so much for that love, Destiny. Yeah, I like this guy. This guy forgets that you only get 30% of the TikTok gifts when you're on TikTok. Not to mention that I actually get 20% of the 2 lions that were sent. Oh, no way, dude. Riley, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat because the guest said so. Meg, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat because the guest said so. And then Meow, thank you so much for the $10 saying this guy's insufferable. I mean, by far one of the most insufferable guests we've ever had. He's banking you. Gay Uncles, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says once again, you should give up on the dumbass. We probably will soon. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, Gay Uncle. Cannon, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo because the guest said so. Victor, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo because the guest said so. Bree with the $10 because the guest said so. Danielle with the $5 because the guest said so. Cully with the $10 saying guest sends himself lions probably. Then Connor, thank you for the $5. We all caught up. Oh my goodness. Are we caught up? One moment. Hey. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. Like, genuinely, I appreciate y'all from the bottom of my heart. If we could all please take one moment just to show some massive, massive love to all of the donors. It'd mean the absolute world to me. Like, genuinely, y'all. Thank you so fucking much. I do not expect that from any of y'all, and I just appreciate your kindness. I appreciate your generosity. Let's get a massive round of W's for all the donors down below in that comment section. So, just for future reference, yeah, I definitely wouldn't mention the donations if I understand that they piss you off and you get jealous. But anyways,
you keep muting me because you're getting fried.
I know I'm muting you because I'm speaking. But anyways, so now that you know, we got through that very embarrassing moment for you. Would you like to respond to my dispute of your claims surrounding the nature of the 14th Amendment and if it applies to the children born on U.S. soil to parents that are undocumented immigrants? Yeah. Good boy.
Yeah. Are you gonna mute me, pepperoni boy, or are you gonna be good? Are you gonna be a good boy and let me speak?
Only if you interrupt me, I'll mute you.
No, but it's my time to speak, so you gotta shut your pasty ass skin up.
Yeah, if I'm not speaking, then I won't interrupt you. Go ahead.
All right, good boy. Now brush your teeth too. Your teeth are yellow as hell. Anyway, so chat, notice this pepperoni boy. This over, you know, like, I mean, what should let me not say it. Now watch this, chat. By the way, this is Club Power in the building, man. We've infiltrated Dean Smithers live, baking him. Okay. Now let's talk about. I
wonder what it's like to be so delusional.
Why? Wow. Are you just gonna speak over me? How rude. Do your donors know how rude you are? Crazy. Apparently. Now watch this, chat. Oh, another lion! Oh, he did it again! Thank you for the lion! We going crazy up there, man. You see that? 104K? Hey, Dean, put your eyes on it. Look at that! Thank you for the dog in the chat! Let's go! Let's
Good for you, man.
go!
Oh yeah, good for you, and good for me. I get 20% of
Why you
everything
mute
I
me?
sent to you.
Why you mute me? Why you mute me? Let me speak. Yo,
I'm-
chat, you see, I
I'm
could
not
do that too.
Oh,
Dean,
I'm
you
just
see,
saying,
I could do that too.
I'm just saying, good for you. I mean, like so far,
Why you
like,
muting me?
that one guy that's donated to you has made me $100. So
Let me speak.
Go ahead.
Let me speak. Yo,
Yeah, go ahead.
Pepperoni Boy, let me speak. I know you're mad. So, chat,
Go ahead.
shout out to chat. Hey, Dean thinks he can get stuff. I'm on his live, infiltrating his live with Sharia law, and he can't do nothing about it. We getting bank after bank. Get your money up, not your funny up. Now, watch this. This man said that the Constitution, right, is being broken, but all I see here is a very
I appreciate you
specific
so
situation.
much. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah,
Dinosaur. Thank you.
Hey, can you not interrupt me, Pepperoni Boy?
Yeah, my God.
Are you Bride of Christ? Can you be quiet for a sec? Now watch this.
Can you respond to like the claim about like politics at any point?
I will.
Like,
I know, Bride of Christ. I'm going to if you shut up for a sec. Now anyway, watch this, Bride of Christ. All right, cross-licker. Watch out. Now watch this. So at the end of the day, the constitutional right says this. There's very specific situations, and Trump tried to touch on those specific situations, and it got shut down. That's all fair with checks and balances. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When you got guys like this trying to defend the other side, it's very.
You want to pause?
It's very hard to become a blue member.
So are you conceding?
If you got a little kid. Hold on, no, I'm not.
Wait, yes, you are, because your original claim was that this executive order was constitutional. Now you're saying at the end of the day it was shut down as unconstitutional. You're confusing
No, I didn't.
yourself.
I said it's checks and balances. It got shut down by legal proceedings. That's fine. It's just like when Joe Biden made executive orders, they got shut down too, right? Did Joe Biden have Wait, let me speak. It's my time. Did Joe Biden have executive orders that were shut down?
Yes, however, there are differences in the
Were they
referencing in
were they
Yes, however, they are different.
Constitutional. I'm building arguments.
Yes, however, they are different in nature from the executive
It's a straight dichotomy.
orders that were referencing to be true of Donald Trump.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
The differences would be in one circumstance.
Pish posh.
Clear cut and dry, intentional and belligerent.
You're a fallacy machine.
No, I'm just explaining the relevant differences between the two scenarios.
Well, what's the difference between the scenarios if they were both shut down? If both had executive orders that were shut down, that means that the checks and balances found that it was unconstitutional for it to be accepted.
The difference
Club Paru, by the way.
is
Club
that
Paru, 7 p.m. every night. Bride of Christ getting baked right now.
The difference is that in one scenario, I would be intentional and belligerent because of the clear cut and dry nature.
So you can read people's hearts. Good job.
I would appreciate it if you let me finish speaking. You're doing really bad at that.
Try hurry. Stop waffling. You've been talking for an hour.
So I'm not. I've been talking for 3 seconds. So once again, okay. Okay. What are we doing here? I'm gonna try to repeat myself.
Are you getting mad?
Are things that
don't get mad.
No, I'm not I'm not the guy screaming that I'm a racist KKK.
It's Club Paru, and your teeth are crooked too. Your teeth.
Exactly. They're just about as crooked as your brain and the relationship you have with your mother, father, and ex-girlfriend that left you with the kids you never
Bride
had.
of Christ.
So,
Bride of Christ.
I'm going to try to respond to you here, but I'm having a little difficulty here. Whoa, bro, stop talking about my cheeks, man. That's kind of weird. But
turn the other cheek, boy. That's what your Bible says.
Continue
Go ahead.
to talk about my cheeks, like I said, man. Not for me. Now, what I'm trying to say here that you're not listening to...
Aren't you into men, Dean Smithers? Go ahead.
Are you on chapter 3 of the fanfic you're writing for Wattpad and you need input? This is a political debate live, man. I don't know what to tell you. But what I've been trying to tell you here that you haven't been able to let me say is that the difference between the actions engaged in by Donald Trump and Biden that were struck down as courts as unconstitutional is when Donald Trump passed Executive Order number 14160, he did so intentionally and belligerently because the nature of the 14th Amendment is clear, cut, and dry, and we've already had precedents set on the subject matter. And then the circumstances where we had things that Biden did get shut down as unconstitutional, like the first round of student loan forgiveness, I'm not led to believe that they are intentional and belligerent because the nature of the infraction wasn't as cut and dry due to the fact that it was an unprecedented scenario. I understand that you have a small brain, so if you need me to repeat,
let me respond.
Ask.
No. I'm with you right here.
Yeah,
you're pepperoni. It's hard with that pepperoni face. You got.
Yo, Chantel, I appreciate you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars on PayPal.
No,
thank you so much for that loan.
Hold on.
Caroline, thank you so much for the $10 as well.
Look at this guy
over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much. Caroline,
look at this filthy guy. Yo, are you gonna let me respond, or you're gonna be crying?
Yeah, I'm just taking a couple donors, then I'll let you respond. Keenan with the $25 says for a friend.
Yo,
from
this
Thank
guy's
you
so
so much,
fake.
Key. I appreciate you so much for the $25.
This guy-
Key. Show some love to Key down below in that comment section.
Getting baked.
And then Shayla, thank you so much for the $1. Connor, thank you for the 5. And Cully, thank you so much for the $10. Who says guess who's lines probably. And then Rami, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Rami. That is so fucking kind. Thank you so much, Rami. I want to see 1,000 Rami W's down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you. Show some love. I understand that you get mad because I understand. I would too. Very, very jealous.
The combo on
So
purpose.
Rami
It's
with
okay.
the $100 says guess. I hope you are
104K? Wow.
because, man, you were dumb as fuck. W Dean as always. Dude, she said $100 just to fry you. Thank you so much for the $100, Rami. You know I love you. Go ahead, man.
All right, pepperoni. All right, thank you, pepperoni face. Now watch this. Chat, did you notice what he just said? He said that both of them, one is intent and one of them is not intent. So notice he just made a categorical error. He said that both of them technically broke the law, but one of them, closer enough to the Constitution, but one of them was done intentionally and one of them wasn't. Who's buying what this pepperoni boy, this white boy Goldilocks is saying? Everybody knows.
Anybody with a brain because the argument was
Goldilocks, be quiet.
Sorry, man, but your counter argument's literally nuh-uh. Like, I gave reason to believe that in one circumstance it was intentional belligerent, and the other circumstance it was not intentional nor belligerent. So, like, please, when you're going to respond to the arguments I'm providing to you, do something more than nuh-uh. Because I don't know if you don't know this, because, like, I don't know, you have the brain cells of a 5-year-old, and typically you only have political debates with other 5-year-olds, but nuh-uh is not a sufficient counter argument.
He's running, chat. Okay, cool. Are you done muting me? I'm running? Because
I'm not running. I'm just simply describing to you how you're not giving a sufficient counter rebuttal.
Your viewers are watching you get spanked right now. How embarrassing.
My viewers are watching me spank you because, like I've just pointed out, your counter argument is literally not
on the mute button. Yeah, because you got the big old mute button. If we were on a fair platform, you'd get fried.
You.
Goldilocks.
Wait, what do you expect me to get fried by? Your counter argument's nuh-uh.
Go. Okay, then you shouldn't have to mute me then. You should leave me.
I know, embarrass yourself. Yes, embarrass yourself. Please, go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah, stop muting me because you're getting fried and baked and thrown in the hellfire like the bride of Christ.
Just because you say something doesn't make it true, my friend.
Okay, can you not interrupt me and stop manifesting like Paul? Thank you. All right, good. Stop manifesting like Paul. Good job. Now watch this, chat. He just said that one of them had an intent of something and one of them had the intent of something else. Can you prove someone's intent? Go ahead.
Yes.
Goldilocks, and prove someone's intent. Go ahead.
Crooked teeth.
Yeah, prove it.
So we know that Donald Trump intentionally.
Go ahead, Goldilocks. Club power in the building.
So we know that Donald Trump intentionally infringed upon the 14th Amendment because we know he can read, and we know that we do have precedent surrounding the nature of the 14th Amendment. And what it means. So to clarify here, it was intentional because the 14th Amendment says, okay, that everybody who's born here and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen, and then his executive order said everybody who's born here and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is not a citizen. If Trump can read, then intent to infringe on the 14th Amendment is proven.
Okay, perfect. So you're saying that Biden could read too, right?
We're not talking about Biden. We're talking about why Donald Trump did it intentionally. I will refuse to engage in your baseless pivots. Go ahead.
Punk. Okay, go ahead. So chat, his response is Trump could read, so he knew what he was doing.
No, that's not my response at all. So let me clarify what my response was. My response was that his executive order said not everybody. No, it's not. My response is Donald Trump's executive order said not everyone who is born here and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen. The 14th Amendment says everyone who is born here and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen. So it is true that if Trump can read, then Donald Trump intentionally infringed on the 14th Amendment.
No, he didn't, because you just admitted that he obviously knew that he could get his shit overturned. So you're obviously a dumbass like your face because you didn't know that he could get his stuff overturned. So why would he purposely
statement makes no sense?
Yeah, it does, because if he knew it would go through, then why didn't he just do it? But he knew it. He knew there was checks and balances. He knew his shit wouldn't get passed. So like your stupid ass face, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so now you're saying that because Donald Trump seemingly had no good reason to pass this executive order, that therefore I'm wrong? Well, actually, no, therefore you're wrong, because what that proves is that Donald Trump likes to infringe on our Constitution with no good reason. But if you're curious about what the reason is, it's because of Steve Bannon's tactic of flooding the zone. The Trump administration will try to do a billion things all at once to flood the media, flood the zone, hoping that some of the bad or illegal things that they do go unnoticed by the media or unnoticed by the courts. It's basically a stress test against our checks and balances to see if they throw a bunch of shit at the wall, maybe some of it will stick. But now that I've proven to you that Donald Trump intentionally infringed on the Constitution and your ass is getting baked,
you didn't prove it.
I'd ask once again, it's not a counter argument. Okay, let me clarify this real quick. Give me 30 seconds. Your only counter argument the whole time that you've been up here,
keep muting me.
Yeah, I'm going to take my 30 seconds. Your only counter argument the whole time you've been up here is literally nuh-uh. For everyone watching at home, can we all agree that this guy's only counter argument to everything I've said is nuh-uh?
Watch this. All right, cool. You done? All right, guys. Nobody's trusting this Goldilocks with a baby face on the screen that got acne through the roof. You can't even clean your face right. Well,
listen, I understand your ex-girlfriend left you.
Stop it.
And that makes you feel pretty low about yourself, but stop projecting those insecurities on me.
He's so mad. All right, Goldilocks with the crooked teeth. Let me speak. Good
Damn,
job.
he finally got the restriction for harassment and bullying. There he goes. Okay, well, anyways, so for everybody watching, if you're curious, the reason why I kept him in there for so long is just to demonstrate to you, like, where MAGA's at. Like, I think that conversation is incredibly effective in getting people to sway away from MAGA and sway towards the left. Because what every single person watching this live stream just witnessed is a liberal who knows what they're talking about, who's very composed, okay, talk to a Trump supporter who's, like, just insane, if you want me to be real, and cooking them for like, I don't know, what was that, like an hour straight. It really does demonstrate the lack of a brain in the heads of so many Trump supporters. It demonstrates the very simple fact that MAGA is not built on reason, fact, or common sense. And it demonstrates that all that it takes in order to continue to be a Trump supporter is irrationality, emotional outbursts, and nonsense. Now, there's like a couple people down below in that comment section saying that he cooked me. So I'm actually going to give you a challenge. When he was up here, he was, of course, whining about my donations. He was very, very jealous. And because of that, a handful of y'all sent some very large donations through, and I'm so thankful for y'all. And because of that, I'm actually willing to offer $150 to anybody who could come up here and clearly describe how that last guest cooked me. You won't be able to do it. In fact, you're not going to do it in the first place because that is just rage bait that we're going to ignore as we go into that next conversation with the next Trump supporter. But, you know, just know that the offer's on that table. It's funny how everyone stops spamming now.
Cut.
Hi, Ashley. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, and you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, well, I mean, there's $150 on the table if you could prove how that last guest cooked me.
Well, I don't need $150 that's filled with your stinky little leftist, delusional, indoctrinated people. I don't need that type of money. I'm good. I would sadly decline on your offer, you little loser. But thank you so much.
Oh, no, we're now. Okay. We're now.
Yeah, you're embarrassing. I would laugh too if I were you.
I don't do this to myself. Okay, listen.
And your teeth are crooked. They really are.
No, they are.
All this money and you still can't get no dental work. That's embarrassing.
Right. You were right. The worst thing about me is my crooked teeth. The worst thing about you is your lack of a brain and a support for rapists. So, I don't know who has the larger issues. Did you notice that you already got a restriction for harassment and bullying?
I've never...
Yeah. Okay. All right. Man. All right. Damn. All right. She got kicked really quick. Now, Ashley. Ashley, I'm just going to go ahead and restart the stream because we've gotten a lot of flags today. Ashley, after I restart the stream, hop back in that queue and we'll have a conversation. But what I'll ask you here, Ashley, is when you do hop back in that queue, just try to moderate your language. So you don't get that restriction. Sound good, Ashley? Now, for everybody watching at home, I am going to go ahead and hit a quick restart on TikTok. This restart will only be on TikTok. It will not be on YouTube. So if you want to come back after that restart, hit that follow button, left hand corner of the phone screen, up in the top left. As well as you could find the live stream on your following list. But if you want to come back even quicker, which I'd highly recommend, once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended. Then it will show you my profile picture. If you click on my profile picture, it will direct you to my account page. Once you're on my account page, if you count to 10, then refresh the account page, you'll be able to click into the new live right there. Typically only around, I don't know, like 50% of the people come back following a restart. I want to try to see if we could get that up to like 70. So if you aren't going to come back, please do reconsider coming back after that restart. So I'll see all of y'all here in like 3 seconds. Keep in mind, y'all, these restarts literally take 3 seconds. And Ashley, after the restart, hop back in that queue because your restriction will be ended. BRB. Oh my goodness, guys. We are only 2 hours into the live stream and it feels like we have been live for 3 years. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It is insane. Everyone today is so insufferable. Welcome back in for everybody tuning back in on TikTok. I appreciate y'all so much for being here. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen and trying out this live with a handful of friends. Thank y'all so much for being here. We're going to go to get that first guest, Ashley, loaded back up in. Now, Ashley, before you do speak, we're just going to need to go over the TikTok terms of service. This is going to be non-negotiable, so if you want to prevent me, interrupt me, I'm just going to have to kick you. So here are the relevant terms of service that I think you'll need to know in order to stay on the stream and not get your account flagged, resulting in me having to kick you. And that's just going to be the harassment and bullying clause. You know, like, I understand you have a lot to say about me, and I honestly want you to be able to say it as long as it's not like derogatory, use of slurs, so on and so forth. You're going to have to get creative with your insults. So all of, like, you know, the more common insults, you know, just kind of leave those out of the equation, so then you could be so then you could stay on the live stream. You know, like, for instance, when that last guest wanted to insult me, he was calling me, like, pepperoni boy or whatever. You know, that's a creative insult, so TikTok didn't flag him for it. I understand that Trump supporters actually struggle with creativity, so I don't know if that's something you're going to be able to do. But regardless, those are the TOS. Do you think that you'll be able to follow them?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take a moment here just to thank a handful of people on Venmo and PayPal, and I'm just going to put you on mute to do that. And as soon as I'm done, the mic and the floor will be yours. First and foremost, this just came over on Venmo. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Thank you so much. Let's show some love to Vanessa down below in the comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Vanessa says, hey, nephew, sending some payday love. Shout out to you, Vanessa. Thank you so much for the kindness. Let's get 500 Vanessa W's. Same thing to M. Rose. Thank you for the $20, who says, this guest thinks that the louder you are, the more correct you are. Truly insufferable. Oh, yeah, that last guy was terrible. Jessica, thank you for the $25. She says, guest, shut the fuck up, dude. He was insane. Thank you for the $25, Jessica. And then Ben, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo as well. He said, bro, send himself a line. Missile, thank you for the $10. She says, for the love of God, make this guy stop talking. And then Vivian, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, just to say that that last guest had a small D. Dude, I love y'all. Thank you so much for the support, Vivian. Let's get 500 Vivian W's. And then Sophie, thank you for the $10 for the daily grift payment. Ben, thank you for the $25. Liz, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And then Nicholas, thank you for the $20, saying, love you, Dean. That last guest was insufferable. Then Mad Daddy with the $10. Thank you so much. And then Kiana, Danielle, thank you guys so much for the love. And we are all caught up over on Venmo. If there's anybody I miss, just know that I do apologize. And I am so grateful. I'm so fucking grateful. Thank you guys so much for the kindness. Over on PayPal, oh my God. This all came in while we're talking to that last guy. Holy shit. Clint, Caroline, and Thomas. Clint and Thomas, thank you both for the $100 on PayPal. And then Caroline, thank you so much for the $200 on PayPal. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the love, Clint, Thomas, and Caroline. While we're hopping into this next debate with Ashley, show some love to Clint, Thomas, and Caroline down below in that comment section. Damn, y'all hated that last guess. Thomas with the $100 says, keep on keeping on from Tommy. Fuck that last guy. Thank you so much for the support, man. Caroline with the $200. That is so insane. Thank you so much for the love. Says, humans make mistakes. The difference is that if they make them intentionally or by accident. No constitution is therefore perfect because it is human made. Checks and balances are only as strong as those that uphold them. Last donation for a while. Caroline, thank you so much for the support. And honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's a really good description insofar as why that last guess was wrong. And thank you so much for the love. Let's get 2,000 Caroline W's. And then Clint with $100. Thank you so much for the love, man. Genuinely, like, fucking insane. Says, how much to kick this quote-unquote truth boy? His crash out is so bad. Cortisol maxing and not even listening. Well, it looks like we kicked him for free. But thank you so much for the $100, dude. Show some love to Clint down below. Augustine, thank you for the $10 saying your next drink is on me because of this dumbass. Isabella, thank you for the $25 who says, I love your debates, Dean. I've been watching for a while. Shout out to you. Rachel with the $15 who says, thank you, W Stream as always. That guy kind of sucked. He was terrible. And then Caroline with the $10 says, please kick him. He's insufferable. He absolutely was. And then Faye, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Who says, your patience is absolutely legendary. It's been a skill that I've had to teach myself over the course of the last couple of years, but I think I've really honed it in and worked it up for a good point. And then over on Super Chat, Adrian, thank you so much for the $50 who says, love you, Dean. Fuck that last guy, dude. He was terrible, Adrian. Thank you so much for the support. Let's get 500 Adrian W's. Then Phoenix with the 20 says, for the excellent demonstration of composure and decorum during the iteration of Potato Brain Idiot Whack-A-Mole. Thank you so much for the love, you guys. Yeah, I mean, holy God, you guys really hate that last guess. Okay. If there's anybody that I missed, just know that I apologize. I'll be looking for anybody. Y'all were so fucking kind when we had that last guest up. Thank you guys so much for the support. We're going to go ahead and hop back into the debates. Only join that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Let's go ahead and give the mic to Ashley. For everybody watching on TikTok and on YouTube, drop a like on that stream. If you're on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Share this live with a handful of friends. Go ahead and repost it. Ashley, the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us why the hell you're MAGA.
Yeah, so I'm MAGA because I feel like Donald Trump is reforming America. I don't think that he's unconstitutional. I think that you spread a lot of rhetoric that's misinformation and you misguide people because none of his executive orders that was quote unquote unconstitutional was signed into law. Therefore, with that being said, he cannot be unconstitutional. Like, that's just not it. And even then, every single president has made an executive order that did not like get passed into law. Are they all unconstitutional as well? Like, just to throw that statement is just really outlandish. And I feel like Donald Trump, what he's doing with immigration is really good. And the fact that you're like scapegoating and trying to say that he's a rapist and he's this bad person and he's just doing all of these stuff to little children, you would be advocating for the resignation of Cecil Brockman that's in the Democratic Party that just, what did he just do? Are you aware what he's in prison for right now?
I don't even know who Cecil Brockman is.
So he's a representative for your party and he just went to jail for touching an underage girl.
Okay.
You can Google it.
Party. I'm glad he went
and
to jail.
But you just said you're on the right side of America. How is having that man on your side the right side of the party? I'm confused.
So when I say that I'm on the right side of history and within the right party, I'm not saying that my party possesses no bad actors. Okay? Right? I'm saying that my party is better than the other one at holding those bad actors accountable. Like, right now, you're trying to tell me, okay, that no one should be a Democrat because some random fucking Democrat that I've never heard of, okay, engaged in a very violent sex crime and then went to jail. What does this mean for the GOP who currently has an unapologetic, adjudicated rapist serving as president from the Oval?
He's not adjudicated, whatever you said.
Rapist? Yeah. That's what the court ruled 2 years ago.
No, there's something. First of all, getting held civilly liable in a civil court it's not the same. It's literally just not. If he was going to be charged, he would be in prison. He's not in prison.
So what are the relevant differences between civil courts and criminal courts that make you believe criminal courts but make you disbelieve civil courts?
Because civil courts is just is not like real like crime. Like it's just petty stuff.
Okay, well this civil court held him liable for rape. I don't think rape is a petty thing.
That's the thing, he never did it.
Okay, well that's what the court held him civilly liable for. So I'm just trying to get you to recognize here that
yeah,
your argument
so
doesn't
who did
follow. You're saying that you don't believe civil courts because civil courts, okay, only adjudicate on the basis of like petty victimless crimes? Like, that's just descriptively false. Civil courts do not only adjudicate on the basis of petty victimless crimes. In fact, like right now we are talking about a civil court that adjudicated on the basis of rape, one of the worst crimes. So please try to answer that question again.
Yeah.
What is the relevant difference between civil courts and criminal courts that leads you to believe criminal courts but disbelieve civil courts? Also, you have like a really weird like reverb echo on your mic. That's why I'm muting you when I'm speaking. If there's any way you could fix that, I'd appreciate that. If not, I'm just going to have to continue to mute you.
Okay, is it fixed?
Test. Yes, actually it is. Wow. There's still a little. It's fine. It's better though. No, it's all back. Whatever. I'm just going to mute you when I speak.
Okay, so a woman looking for a payday that said this about many other men, we're certainly not going to like hold her to a higher standard that she's telling the truth. Women are known to be pathological liars. We all know this. At the end of the day, she's seen a strong man that obviously has a lot of power in America and she wants some money and she took advantage of that and said a horrible allegation. I mean, that's disgusting.
I think the fact that she went after him while he was president refutes this claim.
Yeah,
right? That she was just in it for the money. Because if she was in it for the money And that would mean that it never happened, which would mean that she wouldn't have sufficient evidence to justify that it did happen. So why would she go after the sitting president, who has some pull over the Department of Justice and great attorneys and the brightest minds in the world, to explore condemning, almost like fucking crucify her baseless case? Like, I'm really not led to believe that somebody would falsely accuse the president and then take it to court. Not to mention that you don't have any reason to believe that she was in it for the money. That's just a claim that you posited.
I do.
Oh, wait, it was that she accused multiple other men. So why didn't she attack them in court too then if she's only in it for the money? Oh, you can't explain
She did.
that. Oh, she did? Okay, then who are the multiple
Have
other
you
men
read
that she
her
accused of
book?
rape? Who are the multiple other men that she's accused of rape, please?
I don't know the men. I know that she has accused two other guys. If you can give me a second, I can pull up a name, but I just don't know it from the top of my head. I know that she's schizophrenic. I know that she's a dirty, filthy.
Listen, I don't think that you're smart enough to pass a 5th grade math test, so I definitely don't think that you're smart enough to make a diagnosis of a mental illness. Let's leave that to the medical professionals. And the only reason why you were saying that she is schizophrenic is because she was able to hold your champion, your GOAT, accountable. It is a sad world that we live in. I want everybody to recognize and acknowledge the impact of rape culture on America, to the extent where we have young women saying other women who were raped then proved it in court are liars in it for the money, and they did it because they're schizophrenic. You are, by the way, I've never said this to anybody on my life. Never said this to a single woman ever. You're a fucking pick me. You want to be picked, okay, by the gross MAGA men with 3 brain cells, very similar to the last guest on my live. And it's embarrassing for you.
Your teeth are embarrassing. The fact that they're throwing up gang signs and they're like going left and right at the same time, that's disgusting. Your face is awful. You look like Jigsaw. Your nose is huge. Your forehead is big and your hair's thinning. I don't care what you think. I'd rather be alone than be with somebody like you that's indoctrinating all these people and spreading all this false narrative and trying to make Trump seem bad when he's helping America.
Okay.
He's for the people.
Let's go over exactly what your response to my last statement was. Big nose, crooked teeth, large forehead, thinning hair. By the way, only one of those 5 things is true, which is the crooked teeth. But my point here is, instead of responding to the last statement that I made surrounding the genuine critique of the underpinning reason that you shared with me to believe that you're right, you just started attacking the way that I look. And I think that's your issue. You don't explore the world around you with reason, with facts, with logic, okay, with argumentation and critical thought. You explored the world around you with your hate, bigotry, and emotions. You're
I'm not
very
gonna let you
emotional
spew
thinker.
your misogyny. I'm sorry.
And I'm not misogynistic for calling you emotional, because I'm not calling you emotional because you're a woman. I'm calling you emotional because of the beliefs in which you've shared on this live stream. In fact, it was the same beliefs shared by the last guest that led to me calling him emotional too. Right, but yeah, I got that. I got that. The guy like calling out rape culture, fighting for survivors, and condemning Trump as a misogynist. Not the rapist.
You're starting to get mad,
girl,
and here you go trying to insult me, trying to call me incompetent. Who are you to talk about me?
Why?
Like,
I mean,
what?
It's actually, who's your bio to talk about you? You misspelled there, idiot. In your bio, no, like, dead ass. Your bio says they hate when they're jealous. There is spelled THEIR. No. The there that you're looking there would be they are.
No, it's not.
Yes. It's not me calling you incompetent. It's your own goddamn bio. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I have a bachelor's degree. Trust me, I know about grammar. Obviously, I used the wrong there on purpose. It's called rage bait.
Right. All right, would you mind responding to the last argument I gave you, please, and thank you.
What was your last argument? I don't even remember.
I know. I bet you don't remember a whole lot. Maybe why you're so stupid. Don't remember
I have a bachelor's
education
degree in
for the
criminal
bachelor's
justice.
degree.
I'm literally, yeah, you're talking about courts and stuff. I'm in the courts.
What is the standard of
tennis
evidence in a civil court of law? You don't know what that means, then you're not in the courts.
I am in the courts.
Then what is a standard of
Pickleball
evidence
courts?
in a civil court of law?
Like, what do you mean?
What is a standard of evidence?
A standard of evidence, like a lawyer and a judge, a case.
No. Even I know that, and I haven't been on the basketball courts in a while.
So you're telling me you have a bachelor's in criminal justice and you work in the criminal justice system. And you
Yeah,
don't know what a
I'm an
standard of
intern
evidence
at a
is.
law firm.
This generation is fucked, man.
How is
So
it fucked?
Santana, is there anything that you want to add on? I think I just kind of need like a mental break. I wish that, you could have seen my day, Santana.
Oh, I've been listening.
The guests today.
Insufferable.
It's unbelievable. Like, it's truly unbelievable. Like, I don't even, it's just, I have no words for how unbelievable today has been. Is there anything that you'd like to ask her about?
Yeah, Ashley, you are.
Yeah, what about Cecil Brockman? You keep scapegoating on that. Like, I want to talk about him. He's a Democrat. You want to talk about Trump being adjudicated rapist, whatever you said. Adjudicated what about Cecil? He's adjudicated Greek or whatever
Ashley,
you're
throw
saying.
them all under jail. Ashley, throw them all under jail. Fine, sure. Put them in jail. Absolutely.
Okay, so let's take Kamala Harris too.
Hey. Yeah, but she didn't do that. How do you feel about Donald Trump's
yeah, but
personal,
she's writing for
how do you feel about Donald Trump's
She endorsed
personal,
Cecil Brockman.
Ashley, what is happening?
She endorsed him.
Okay, Ashley, may I speak?
So can we throw her away?
Ashley, may I speak?
You may.
Perfect, thank you. How do you feel about Donald Trump's personal evangelicus, his actual spiritual advisor, who started a mega church in Texas? How do you feel about him actually being thrown in jail for CSAM?
I think that's unconstitutional.
Oh, she's stupid.
How am I stupid?
That
if you want to practice the freedom of speech and you want to, how?
CSAM. What are you talking about?
Oh, she doesn't know what CSAM is.
Oh, she's stupid.
What do you think CSAM is?
A freedom of speech.
Oh, dang, she's stupid.
So CSAM stands for Child Sexual Abuse Material.
Oh, that's not the CSAM I know. That what you're talking about. The CSAM I know it's about protection and safeguard and defense.
Defense? What? That's a D. The word D is
and protection is a P.
CSAM. Yeah. What?
Well, that's not the same one I was thinking of.
What's the acronym for protection and defense and like what do you?
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. You genuinely have us confused.
You have me confused. You just said something about child whatever. Like what are you trying to tell me? Are you trying to call me a pedophile?
Donald Trump's personal evangelicus was was touching kids, had material, all this other stuff, and has been thrown in jail. He literally worked.
Cecil Brockman has been thrown in jail for the same stuff, for touching kids. I don't care. Lock them all up if they want to touch kids. Donald Trump never touched a child.
He literally was Donald Trump's spiritual advisor.
The closest thing that I've ever seen was him on a podcast saying he went and
he was Donald Trump's personal advisor and like his spiritual advisor. He was his spiritual advisor. He's the one that supposedly got
and
Donald
Cecil
Trump
Brockman was
closer to
endorsed
God.
by Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party.
And Donald Trump was Epstein's best friend when Donald Trump knew what Epstein was doing and was probably doing it with him. And by the way, the Cecil figure, okay, if he was endorsed by Kamala Harris, for instance, was this before or after?
It wasn't if he was.
Was this before or after he was arrested for child abuse?
Correct.
Was it
So how are you
That's
going
not the answer to
to be
the.
a hypocrite?
That's
Wait,
not
you're
that's
not getting the
that's
point.
not an
How are you
answer.
going to be a hypocrite?
Wait,
Stop
wait.
scapegoating and pivoting.
Wait. That wasn't
Stop
an answer to the
pivoting.
question.
How are you going to be a scapegoat and bring another party down for
One
what the same thing
moment.
is going on in your party?
No.
It doesn't
Did
make
Kamala
sense.
Harris endorse the Cecil figure before or after he was arrested for child abuse?
Does it matter?
Yes, it actually matters a lot, because if she didn't know and there wasn't any level of negligence and like ignoring
No,
evidence,
if she's
then
been
I don't blame
around
her.
him, she knows what type of man he is.
How do we know
Like,
that she was
I'm not
even
gonna
around him?
endorse some
I'm sorry,
random man
high up
that I don't
politicians,
know.
actually high up politicians in both of the parties do endorse random people that they don't know merely because they were
No,
appointed.
that's just not true.
It is
That's
true.
That's just not true. There's
is true.
pictures with them together.
Okay, there's pictures with them together. So then, okay. What's his name? What was the nature of their relationship? What did she know? By the way, I just want to make this clear. I would definitely guess that like an older man that's a pedophile would not share that fact with the progressive women they're friends with.
Yes, they would. I mean, look at Jeffrey Epstein. Look at all the women that went there. I mean, all of them knew about him. All of these high people all knew what he was doing. Nobody said anything.
You said that she had. You said Kamala Harris had pictures with him. Hey, Dean, have you ever seen pictures of Trump with Epstein?
Oh yeah, I've seen one that was actually framed on Epstein's night table.
Wait. Have you ever seen pictures of Trump with Diddy?
Oh yeah, I've actually heard an audio clip of him saying that he loves Diddy. So in accordance with your logic, Trump knew.
Have you ever seen pictures of Trump with Lawrence Taylor?
Oh yeah, well.
LT?
Yeah, I've seen pictures of Trump with Lawrence Taylor.
Hey Ashley, I hate to break it to you, but
I
Trump.
don't know what this has any relevancy. At the end of the day, if she knew what type of
Listen, I'll explain the relevancy of you, because the point that you're making right now is actually just kind of like a self dunk. Because what you're telling us is that you think Kamala Harris knew that this guy was a pedophile because there's pictures of them together. So if there's two people pictured together and one of them is a pedophile, then the other person in the picture knew. We're going to be looking at Trump with Diddy and Trump with Epstein.
in the
Trump with
same
LT and about
party
a billion other
too.
people. Okay? So now that we've concluded in accordance with your logic that Donald Trump knew and was friends with pedophiles, multiple, the takeaway from your own position should be that you're not going to support Trump because he's okay with pedophilia, apparently in accordance with your logic. I gotta say allegedly in accordance with your logic, so we don't get taken out on TikTok for misinfo. And you can't support Kamala Harris for the same reason. Your logic leads to the conclusion that you shouldn't support Kamala Harris or Trump.
No, that's just not true because I support Donald Trump.
So why do you support somebody who's best friends with a pedo?
He's not.
He was Epstein.
Well, you don't know if you knew about that. How I can take
Using your logic, we do.
Wait, let's
using
your
like
logic now. How
okay.
about that, Dean? Let's use your logic. So no, Trump.
Okay, well,
what if
I
Trump
use
didn't
my
know
logic
about
and you
Epstein?
use your logic.
He didn't know about none of that. Does that make him a bad person?
My logic would say he did know, and your logic would say that he did
how
know.
do you know that? Were you in those rooms with him?
As soon as
Were
you
you
could
on the
acknowledge,
Were you on the island?
As soon as you could acknowledge that from your perspective, you have to agree that Donald Trump knew what Epstein was doing. I'll explain to you why I think that.
We don't know. At the
Wait,
end of the
but
day,
why? Because
that's
you
the
said,
conclusion that you're
but you
making.
said because Kamala Harris hung around Cecil,
That's
she
your
did know.
opinion.
No, that's your opinion.
No, that's your opinion.
No, that's your opinion.
That he's a PDF? No, it's not. I've never said that. That came out of your mouth.
No.
Because he's
Your
friends
opinion.
with,
Your
Epstein.
opinion.
I
Your
never
opinion
said that.
is that
How
because
is that
Kamala
my
Harris was
opinion?
pictured with Cecil, therefore Kamala Harris knew what Cecil was doing, right? That was your argument.
It wasn't just because there was pictures. They were friends. At the end of the day, I know what my friends are about.
Kamala Harris was in accordance with your position, friends with Cecil, so therefore Kamala Harris knew what Cecil was doing. Okay, answer the question. Was Trump friends with Epstein?
No.
Okay, so then why was he hosting private parties with him? Why was he on his plane 8 times? Why did he say that Epstein was his
Probably
best friend?
fundraising.
Why did Epstein say that
for
Donald Trump was
charity.
his best friend?
Who knows?
And then why did Epstein
I
have a
wasn't
picture of
there
the
in
two
the
together on
room.
the private desk? Tell me.
But at the end of the day, I'm not going to make conclusions that are like irrational.
Bro,
that's
dude,
irrational.
Trump literally said that Epstein was his friend. So why don't you believe Trump?
Can I see that? I've never seen that.
Yes. Yeah, here we go. So in a 2002 New York Magazine profile, Trump stated, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side."
Where are you looking at this? This looks like a newspaper. This looks like a personal opinion. This doesn't look like Trump said it.
No, that's a quote from what Donald Trump told New York Magazine in 2002.
Okay, so New York Magazine made up an allegation that Trump said and then went on a blog about it. Got it. So you read something on a blog? That's what you're quoting?
That's a profile on Trump from 2002.
No, I asked you for proof.
You
gave me a personal blog from the New York paper. No,
it's not a personal blog. It's a profile.
That's a blog.
No, it's a profile from 2002.
No, it's a blog.
No, it's not.
How is it not a blog?
Oh my God, you're so...
Where's the proof?
Answer this question. Why would the magazine make this up? Because it was 2002. It wasn't even public knowledge yet that Epstein was a predator. So why would they make it up? Like in 2002, according to public knowledge, Epstein was just a New York financier. So why would they make it up?
That's like me writing to the New York Times and saying Kamala Harris tried to touch me.
Well, actually, no,
and
it's not.
And they post about it.
Actually, no, it's not, because in 2002...
When you say that's true?
No, it's not. It's not, because in 2002...
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, because in 2002... No, it's not. Because in 2002, Jeffrey wasn't known as a predator. He was known as just a New York financier. Not to mention that you just gave a false equivalence. It would be like Kamala Harris writing to the magazine and telling them that she touched you, not the other way around.
Tomato, potato, still no relevancy.
Hey, Ashley,
I asked you for proof where he said that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. You failed to provide me those documents. What instead you did, you put a blog of what someone quoted that he said. I don't know he said that for a fact. I want to hear it straight from his mouth that he said that. Because at the end of the day, we don't know. Just because he was pictures with him doesn't mean that they were friends. I took a picture with my high school bully. I don't even like her. Like, does that make we're friends? No, it doesn't.
Hey, just an FYI, I just want to make sure I have this name right. It's Cecil Brockman, right, Ashley?
Wait. Correct.
You're a fucking liar. Dean, everything that she's been saying is there's no link between Kamala Harris and Cecil Brockman. Cecil Brockman.
Yes, there is.
No, there's literally not.
He was endorsed by Kamala Harris.
He wasn't.
Yes, he was.
He is. You're literally lying. He's a North Carolina state representative, and he actually ran for office in 2022 and 2024, and he's only officially been in office for 6 months prior to this happening. But there's no connection there. Kamala Harris has never endorsed Cecil Brockman. Kamala Harris there's not even pictures of those two together.
There is.
Oh, where? There's literally no connection of those two. None. You just made all that shit up for no reason.
No, I didn't.
You literally made it all up.
First of all, why would I make that up? They're both in the same party.
Because you're fucking weirdo.
Dude, you can do your own research.
There's no connection between Kamala Harris and Cecil Brockman.
And click on the first link. Dude, you would have seen that she actually did endorse him in 2023. So give me a second, and I'm actually going to pull that up.
He didn't run it. He ran in 2022 and 2024. You fucking liar.
Give me a second. I'm going to pull it up.
No, it wasn't. Okay. It wasn't that Harris endorsed Brockman. It was that Brockman endorsed Harris. You're just getting your talking point backwards.
Doesn't matter. They both endorsed each other.
What?
Same.
Yes! There is a huge meaning difference between Kamala Harris endorsing him and him endorsing Kamala Harris.
He's still touching under.
Absolutely matters. Oh my god.
Okay.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I've been live for 2.5 hours. I feel like I've been on for 8. This is
wild.
This is the worst stream ever.
You are honestly so insufferable. And you
How many
call other people
Ashley?
insufferable, but this
Hey
is what
Ashley,
you do.
how many continents are there?
There's 7.
Name them.
I don't need to. Why do I need to name the continent?
Because I don't.
I
Think you
can name them.
I don't believe
I
you.
can name them. I
Then
just
prove
don't
it.
know how that's relevant to the conversation.
Okay, you're not going to name them because you don't know what they are. Ashley.
North America, Europe, Africa, South America, Antarctica, Asia, and Australia.
Okay, all right. You named the 7 continents. You're at least as smart as a
Thank
third
you.
grader.
I don't know
branches
how
of
any of
government are
that
there?
is relevant to this conversation.
How many branches of government are there?
Why do I need to tell you how many branches of government are
Because
there?
I don't think that you know how many there are.
I do know how many branches
are
of
there?
government there are.
How many
Why
are
do I
there?
need to tell you?
Because if you don't tell me,
There's
then you don't know.
honestly 5th grade level stuff.
Okay, so then how many are there?
There's 3.
What are they?
Legislative, executive, and the judicial branch. I mean, we all learned this in like 4th grade, dude. I don't get how this is any.
Okay, what does the
Nobody
legislative branch of the
cares,
federal government
Steve.
consist of?
Like, I don't get
What-
how
what is-
this
what
is
is- what
relevant
is- what is
to
the-
why you're protecting
what is
someone
the
that's
congressional
touching
branch of
children,
government
but
consist
you
of?
want to say that Donald
What
Trump
is
is
what
this
is
and that when
Ashley,
he's in prison right now.
you're crashing out because you've lost a debate. I've never protected Cecil
I
at
didn't.
all. In fact, I said it's a good thing that he's in jail. Right? Like it's funny because like now the new MAGA thing is when a liberal makes them mad, accuse a liberal of protecting pedophiles. Biggest projection of human history.
It
Like
wasn't. And I definitely
unironically,
wasn't Google.
that is like a biblical level of irony, a biblical level of projection.
You want to talk about irony, Dean?
Did you say
'Cause we
irony?
can talk about irony because it's really funny on how you're
how about
saying
this?
all of this about Trump, but see,
I'll talk to you about irony if you could spell it. No, go ahead, make your point. Feel free to unmute.
can you please stop muting me? I find it really disrespectful.
Have impulse control.
And I don't get why you're telling me to spell these words and stuff. Like, what? Why do I need to? Am I in a spelling bee? I'm sorry. I thought I came up here to debate a loser.
I almost said something.
I don't know. What did you say? Anything like relevant? Like, okay, what do you want to say?
Oh, thank you for thank you for holding back your insult. I really appreciate it.
You welcome. I almost called you a idiot, a damn idiot, but I didn't.
Yeah, thank you.
You welcome.
I would say the same for you.
Okay, you wanted to know something that is ironic, or you wanted me to know something?
Yeah,
that is
you
ironic?
protecting adjudicated rapists.
Who?
Cecil Brockman,
How am I
who
protecting?
you're
him?
defending.
How is that?
That's
Of
who you're
course, Dean is
defending.
protecting someone he just found out about today. He literally just found out, and he's protecting.
Yeah.
What the
so
fuck are you
if you're
talking
in the
How was I
about?
Democratic
protecting
Party,
him?
how don't you know about your own people, but you want to claim that you're in the right side of history?
Because
I'm
he's a
sorry, before I
he's a
claim that I'm
he's
on
a
the
random
right side
state
of
legislator
history, before
from
I
across
say
the
an
country.
outlandish statement like that, I'm gonna know every single politician that's going to be running for my office.
Really?
Like,
So
what are you talking about?
you describe
This
yourself
is
as a Republican,
shocker
right?
to you, and I'll tell you why it's a shocker to you. Because I know why it's a shocker. Because you thought that your party was all clean and innocent, and you guys thought you were the good guys, but no, you guys aren't. You guys are indoctrinating people to misguide them and then abuse them.
Right. So you said that before I talk about politics, I have to know.
You
everyone in
don't
the
care
party.
about women. You don't care about children. You don't care about their rights. If you did, you would be demanding for the re-examination of so many people in your office.
Okay. All right. Can you name one Republican state legislator?
What? Why?
Because you just said that because I didn't know this one random state legislator from across the country, I shouldn't be a Democrat because I don't know everyone ever in the party. Name one Republican state legislator.
Okay. How about you tell me one, and I'll tell you if I know them or not.
You can't name one Republican state legislator.
Mike John.
Thank you so much for proving the point. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I didn't. I just told you.
I said state level legislator. All right, I'm gonna thank a couple people here real quick. YG, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's show some love to YG down below. YG says, "My brain cells are screaming for mercy." My brain cells are just calling it quits. Leslie, thank you for the $10 who says, stop fucking lying. You tell him, Leslie. Honestly, you fucking tell him. She is fucking lying. Dude, I'm just so... you know, Santana, I'm happy you're here. Because I'm really starting to check out. Adam, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, man. Let's get to an Adam W's down below. I really appreciate you so much for the support. Same thing to you, Bethany. Thank you for the 5. Holly, thank you for the 10 who says, yikes. What a day of absolute dumpster fire humans. Way to keep your composure. Also, please encourage Ashley to never reproduce. Don't have kids, Ashley. Then Nanya, thank you for the $5. And Taylor, thank you for the 10 who says, life today is crazy. Sorry you have to deal with all these idiots. I appreciate you, Taylor. And then Jennifer, thank you so much for the $35 donation on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jennifer with the 35 says, been a watcher for a while now. As a disabled American, wanted to amplify the voices of my fellow disabled Americans. Can't say all I wanted because of the character limit, but I love you and I appreciate what you do. Oh, dude, I love you too, Jennifer. Thank you for being here, and I really hope that you're enjoying this stream. Huge shout out to you, and thank you for the $35. Same thing to Alyssa with the $25 who says, don't let these incompetent fool insults get to you. You're perfect. Thank you so much for the support, Alyssa. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't really listen to them. D, thank you for the $10 who says, yeah, I agree, D. Thank you for the $10. And then C, thank you for the $10 who says, she claims you're misogynistic, but then she turns around and spews misogynistic ideals. She resorts to insults. Obviously, she peaked in high school. So real. Bethany, thank you for the $10 as well. And then Sean, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Says, oh my God, how does anyone want to talk to her for longer than 10 minutes? I'd rather be alone. Thank you so much for the $30. Sean, show some love to Sean down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then another Ashley, thank you for the $25. She says, Ashley's one and only post. Didn't get her any male attention, so she's desperately seeking it here. Sign a better Ashley. Shout out to you, Ashley. Thank you for the 25. And then Galen, thank you so much for the $10. Greg, thank you for the $10. And then Lake with a 15 who says, Trump's supporters are in an active mental health crisis as they realize that they've been supporting a PDF file. Thank you for doing this every day. That must be it. Like, there has to be something here that is causing them to act this way, because this is crazy. Over on PayPal, Clint, thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Clint W's. Clint says, Ashley looks at the world around by, quote unquote, who will pick me. There. Like, totally. Like, maybe, like, she'll be picked. Thank you for the $50, Clint. Logan, thank you for the $5. Marissa, thank you for the $5, though. Michael, thank you so much for the 5. Zara, thank you so much for the 7. And then Emma, thank you for the $20, who says her voice alone is so fucking annoying. Definitely pick me. Thank you for your service, because I couldn't do it. Thank you for the $20, Emma. Susie, thank you for the 5. Daniela, thank you so much for the $10. She says, I appreciate you for coming on the first day of Mercury, being in the microwave. Dealing with the crazies. I know, man. There's a lot of crazies today. Thank you. We are all caught up. Now,
I have 2 quick ones, if you don't mind.
No, go for it.
Everyone else, I'm replying to all. Thank you all for all the love. I'm replying directly to everyone, but I just want to say thank you to the people over on Cash App. Since I can't reply directly, Kat, thank you so much for the 5. Dean, before we end, remind me to tell you the communist joke. Don't let me forget that one. I meant to tell Parker and I forgot it, and so don't let me forget to tell you the joke. And Allison, thank you so much for the 5. There's no way in hell she's a scientist.
Yeah. Hey, Ashley.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, idiot. I'm an intern. Back to your point.
We're gonna go ahead and
Hold on. How do I flip my camera? Here you go. Let's look at this.
No, Ashley.
Let's look at, because you said that Kamala Harris never endorsed Cecil Brockman when she in fact did. If you can read that first line right there, it says endorsed by Kamala Harris.
Okay. Yeah,
2024.
AI is always right.
This isn't AI. This isn't AI. This is the endorsementproject.com.
I'm gonna have to just interrupt you here for a
Straight
minute,
from the source, right there. Can you read that?
Yes, thanks.
So, Santana, next time you do your research, make sure to do it correctly.
You said from the what.com?
The endorsementproject.com.
The endorsementproject.com.
That is what I just said.
I've never heard of that. And again, I like to play stupid games, so don't worry, I'm gonna look that up.
I'm sorry. I have to hop in here.
Sorry that I'm prettier than you.
You got it, Dean.
Hey, Ashley. Hello?
I heard you.
I'm going to kick you because I think you're really dumb.
How? I just gave you.
Goodbye, Ashley.
FYI, the endorsementproject.com is like a PDF of it's a random PDF file. I mean like an actual PDF, and it's just like random shit. Like I have no idea what she was talking about. This makes
she was lost, man. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next Trump supporter. If you're inside of that queue, make sure it's because you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're only looking to talk to Trump supporters and debates about policy or politics. Make sure that if you happen to be a pretty insane vegan who like cries and thinks that I'm a hypocrite, if I think rape is wrong but bacon is tasty, to stay out of the queues right now. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Earthling, welcome, and do you support Trump as president?
Hey, Dean. There's a lot of hate in the world right now. I just wanted to call in and make some peace, if we can put the politics aside.
Oh, man, you wanted to come up here to make peace?
Well, I'm not here to criticize you like everyone else and be a fool. And I just want to touch base on the Shelby thing. I didn't mean to politicize that. I didn't know she had passed, and I'm really sorry. And I didn't hear when you extended the olive branch and said you were proud. It lagged. And so I went on the offensive, and I'm really sorry for that. I'm sorry I missed that human moment, and I didn't mean to hurt you.
That's very kind of you, Earthling. Wow. That's very kind of you, man. Thank you.
That's okay.
A win is a win. A win is a win, Dean.
What the fuck is going on today?
A win, Dean. Take it. A win is a win.
No, what a nice gesture. Earthling, I appreciate you for that. That is very kind of you. I think that it takes a lot to admit that, and just know that I really appreciate you, man. That's very kind of you, Earthling. What the hell is going on today, though? Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in the box. Yeah, that was like the angry vegan guy. I mean, wow. Really unexpected and nice of him. It's really nice of him. Clay, welcome into Sport Trump. That's a child. Dude, okay. I just want to show you like the kinds of insufferable people in my queue, Santana. Like, I'm showing you just like the floodgate of what I'm holding back.
Legends. This is a panel of legends right here, Dirk.
Oh, they all suck.
I'm just showing you who I'm holding back, Santana.
This is a panel of legends.
This is who I'm holding back, Santana.
Without us, you got nothing.
Yo, what's going on, King Duffy? What's going on, bro?
What's up, Creed?
We pay your bills, Dean. I hope you appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, Dean, we work for you, brother.
Did Santana just
You're
say
talking,
we're all
Santana,
losers?
you're like 30.
Oh my God.
Bro, no, he's like 40, bro.
You said
yeah, bro. Go get
all three of them together have
he ain't no
go
damn
get a wife and
actual,
children or something, dude.
The IQ of warm toast.
Actually,
like,
Santana, what's a woman, by the way? Can you tell us?
Wow, what a great comparison, brother.
You see
Santana, you got a high IQ. What's a woman? Let's hear from the high IQ person. Go ahead.
Wait, who's the not trying to be rude? Who's this Dirk person?
Shut up.
Well, this is Dirk here. It's a complete honor to have the opportunity to be up here. This is great.
Okay. You see what I'm dealing with, Santana?
You're not dealing with anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to give all three of you guys.
You should love
King
us.
Duffy, Dirk, and Creed. I'm going to give you guys 90 seconds. What? No. Let's go 120 seconds. 2 minutes. To think of one good reason why Trump is a good president. Talk amongst yourselves.
This is Dirk.
No. I want you guys to talk amongst yourself. Talk to each other, and talk to each other. You have 2 minutes on the clock to try to determine the best reason.
King Duffy votes Dirk. Creed votes Dirk. I think we got a winner.
No, he's talking about we talk to each other and find a
I
reason.
already know what I'm going to say. I don't
what?
want to spoil it in front of the freaking.
No,
are we voting gestures over here?
We're on the clock right now. What are we going to debate him on? Let's all three.
Well, we're going to talk to him about how
say?
Democrats absolutely hate our country. Democrats are rooting for illegals over American citizens, and Democrats are suffering from a terminal case of Trump derangement
not very good
syndrome.
at defining what a woman is.
That is true. All right, so we're on the clock right now. So what are we debating him on?
We're going to talk to him
Yeah,
about how
fuck,
Democrats
bro.
hate this country with a passion. That's what we're going to say.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I agree.
Is there a certain policy
Yeah,
we're
I
going
like
to talk
it.
about or what?
No, let's hear him defend the Democrats not standing for supporting American citizens over illegals. Let's hear. Let's see Dino try and defend that one.
Yeah, he's gonna. No, I can already. Let me predict his answer. Oh, you kicked him because you know we're right.
Worst rotation circle ever.
I just had to show you.
Would
the
never
type
recommend
of
it,
people
ever.
that were in my Q Santana.
Never.
I don't think. I do not think that I could have done that. After the last 3 hours that we've had, I couldn't have done that.
Oh my God. I can't believe you brought them all up at the same time.
I just wanted to show you. I just wanted to show you the kind of people that we have in our queue. Now, I would assume that was a little bit more meaningful for like maybe the viewers that like watch the streams more frequently. If you happen to know Dirk Funk, one of the most annoying guests, OAT. He comes up here, we sit him down, then he leaves. King Duffy, one of the worst guests of all time. If you watch for a while, you know him. He comes up here, he like says really terrible shit, and then we kick him. And then Creed's Creed. I'm sure that you know who Phil is. You know, just to kind of give you guys an idea of the type of people who are in the queue today. Kevin, welcome into Sport Trump.
Hello. I do not, but I really need some advice. I tried to ask Parker last night, and
what do you want to ask
he
me real
didn't
quick?
accept my.
Ask it real quick.
So,
we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, so after you ask, I'm going to kick you. But ask real quick.
Okay, so I'm a law student, and I support the immigrants people against ICE. But my sister, she's formerly a ICE agent, so it kind of split the family in half. She right now she's currently stationed in the Midwest around Kansas City, Missouri area. So it's kind of been hard in our family lately for the last couple months. And so I want to ask you or Parker, like in my position, like what should I do? Because right now I'm in law school, I defend the immigrants people, and obviously against ICE. But my sister, she's formerly a ICE agent, so you know, poisoning our family with our issues, just don't know what to do at that point.
All right, I appreciate you for that question, man. I'll give you my best insight here. So first and foremost, there's so many things that you could try to do to attempt to change your mind on the subject matter. One thing I would recommend is when you're talking to family about politics, I found most success in those conversations are rooted within acting like you have an understanding of their view. So they're more likely to be open to critique compared to jumping to, hate. I don't know if that's ethical to like slightly pretend like you understand where she's coming from in her views. All that I'm saying is that it is a way that helps get the person more receptive to change. And I think if you're doing that behind closed doors, in the furtherance of the goal of changing their mind, that it could work. It's not for everybody, but it does work. Now, there's also a high chance that won't work. Okay? Even if you get her in a position where her mind is open, her mind still won't change. And in that scenario, all that I'd have to say there is this is why we need to get people like Trump out of politics. Because ultimately, we're going to have thought leaders in politics from both parties that set the tone for what the beliefs are. And they're going to be people like your sister that buy into the narrative regardless of what it is. So we need to ensure that those people who are setting the narrative aren't so fringe, crazy, or insane as Trump, which is why we need to collectively advocate for better thought leaders across the board. And my third piece of advice here will be plan for it to not work out. I know that's tough, but I'm not going to lie to you. We don't live in a fantasy world where everyone is perfectly rational and minds are changed, predicated on fact, reason, and logic. Many minds don't change. And you need to plan for that scenario so you know what to expect. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, Kevin. That was a great question. And I'm so sorry to hear about, that it is a very difficult position to be in.
I think that was excellent advice. Even more so, I think that was a great opportunity to help someone who's in a tough spot. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. It's good that you bring me up that you have, your backup this time. You're going to need it.
If this is like, what's that?
Dude, I pummeled you last time that we debated. I literally pummeled you. It was beautiful.
Dane, what circle of hell did you land in today? Where the fuck is Dante?
I had
because this is getting ridiculous.
I'll show you that. Listen,
this is
I'll
fucking ridiculous.
I'll show you the DM. Dean, hang on. I'll show you the DMs. I'll show you the DMs where I had your Democrat followers telling me that I just absolutely dog walked you. You want to see the DMs? I'll take pictures and show them to you right now.
Whoever
it was
did
humiliating
that
for you.
I disagree, Liam.
Of course you do.
Yeah,
but
clearly.
I got the proof. Your followers are literally messaging me and saying, "Why did you leave, Liam? That was amazing." I'm like, does this person actually hate Trump?
So the first thing that I'd say here is if there's somebody that doesn't like Trump that DM'd you asking why you left, it was like probably to like get at you because you ran, or to say that you were entertaining. So you're just their jester.
I was entertaining. Is that all that it is?
you were their jester. They said, "Jester, come back."
But these are Kamala voters.
And I guess one of the Kamala voters wanted their jester.
People hate. These are the people that hate Trump. You think the State of the Union? I think it was an absolute success. So I think that there's a lot of people that are like, "Wow, Trump is very patriotic. He loves his country," and that was an amazing, State of the Union. It was.
I think
really,
that he told
really...
a lot of lies. I mean, dude, I'd say one of his most disingenuous lies from the State of the Union is when he was talking about the economy, and he said that there's more Americans working today than ever before. Meanwhile, we have the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, and last year we had the worst jobs report since 2003 if we ignore recessions. And the reason why there's more Americans working today than ever before isn't because the economy is succeeding like he wanted to be taken away by the viewers, but rather because our population is larger than rather before. Can we agree, Liam, that it was actually disingenuous of him to attempt to push their narrative that the economy is doing good by saying that there's more Americans working today than ever before?
No, I don't think that it was disingenuous at all. Let me tell you why.
You're a hardline MAGA.
Hang on, no.
Listen, you're a hardline MAGA
go ahead.
supporter. You're a hardline MAGA cultist. I don't know why you choose to like bite down.
Dude, I'm just a person,
on every
bro.
point whatsoever in support of Trump. Like, you understand that, like, if Biden made a disingenuous comment like that, I would condemn him, I'd criticize him, and I'd still support him as president over the alternative, right? So it's like, you don't even like need to sit here and defend Donald Trump making such a disingenuous comment. It's like clearly disingenuous. You don't have to defend it.
Well, I do have to defend it because I either believe it or I don't, or I think that it's a fabricated lie. Okay? Because how many people literally, news outlets, media, whatever it might be, said that there was absolutely no way that Donald Trump would ever be president of the United States?
What does that have to do with you defending him saying that there's more Americans working today than ever before, even though that's a disingenuous comment to make, considering the fact that we have the highest level of unemployment in 5 years, and last year we had the worst jobs report since 2003?
I think that a lot of the narratives that are being pushed, even if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and all of that stuff, I don't think that everything is really leveled out yet. I believe that there's still a Democratic push. I mean, if you look at the State of the Union,
so you think Trump that Donald Trump's Bureau of Labor Statistics was lied about employment information, and that's why it's not disingenuous for Trump to ask, or more so to state, that the economy, more so the job market's doing great? You understand that he actually fired Biden's BLS head because that was the same supposition that he had, that this BLS head is disingenuous, there's Democratic influence to get them to lie, and then hired a brand new hardcore MAGA BLS head, and then they continue to spit out even worse jobs report than before. You can't even make the excuse, oh, Donald Trump wasn't disingenuous when he said that there's more Americans working now than ever before, because Democratic influence over the BLS, because he already fired the Democratic head of the BLS and replaced him with a hardcore MAGA cultist. And we only got worse numbers, bro. Get out of here, Liam. You're a loser. Jester.
Dude, I'm I know it's anecdotal, but I'm working so fucking hard and making so much money. It's ridiculous. And I know that sucks. And it sounds like, look at me, but that's a fact. I have military contracts. I have a construction company. I can't even keep up with the work right now, bro. I don't understand where it's like it's
then
so hard.
why do you spend 3 hours a day talking to random
wait.
people on the internet over TikTok about politics from your car? I don't believe you, but go ahead, continue to make your point.
Oh my god, dude!
Like, turn your camera on. I bet you're in your car right
now.
now. I bet you're fucking in your car right now. Turn your camera on and prove me wrong. You are in your car right now.
Positive, he's in his car right now.
I'm in my company truck right now with my partner. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead. He did not go ahead.
Holy shit, there's no fucking reception where I'm at. Yeah, dude. I mean, I love to debate on TikTok. I love to talk about politics and all that stuff, but I have a life too outside of this shit.
Yeah.
I understand you don't, but this is all you do. All right?
What can I share my money
I'm
with
actually
you
listen, I'm actually a productive member of society.
So, me and my girlfriend
I'm a productive member of society that works for a living.
Me and my girlfriend woke up, went to a coffee shop, got lattes and croissants. Then me and her both went to the gym together for an hour, then to the grocery store to get all the ingredients required to do bacon, eggs, toast, chicken, and then went home, cooked it all up, made us a brunch/lunch. And then I came up here and I went live. You're telling me that I don't have a life outside of what I do. I have a great life outside of what I do. I love my life, man.
Okay, wait a minute. You're privileged and you're spoiled. I got up today, kissed my wife goodbye, jumped in my work pickup truck with my dump trailer behind it. Okay, got myself a cup of coffee at 7 a.m., went to the job, started using a jackhammer with my partner. Okay.
Wait. So
then
your
I
response
came
is
back
say,
to listen to you
sure,
fucking
Dean,
whine
you
about
live a
Trump
privileged
again.
life. One moment. You're saying, Dean, you live a privileged life. I do. Yes, I think that every social media influencer with millions of followers that generates their income off the internet lives a privileged life, and anybody who would deny that is a fucking idiot. I clearly live a privileged life. I could acknowledge that privilege, and I'm so grateful for that privilege. But just because I live a privileged life doesn't mean that I don't have a life, per your prior suggestion.
Just as you said that, thank you for the $400.
So
thank you so much.
It would be the donations that do support me.
Wait a minute.
And my income.
I'm sorry.
So I will thank them, yes.
Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you for the $2. No, but thank you for the $500. See the difference?
Yes.
Well, the difference though is that no matter if it's a thank you for the 2 or a thank you for a 400, like it's all genuine. You though, Liam, you're fake as a $3 bill.
Yeah, but there's a little bit more testicles.
You're literally
with
as
the
fake as a $3
$500.
bill.
There's a little bit more like bottom end with the 400 versus the people that can't afford more than $2. Just saying, it's weird. I don't know.
I think that you're weird for thinking that one donation is more meaningful than the other. People donate what they can donate. And
I mean,
we're
the
always
vocal,
appreciative. We're always appreciative
the
of any
vocal
way
is
that
stating,
people
and
actually decide to support because they don't have to. And so when people decide to send their hard-earned money, no matter if it's $1 or $1,000, we appreciate all of it. So like, we know that you don't understand being genuine, Liam, so you wouldn't get it.
I'm not genuine.
You're
when
not.
I'm calling out the hypocrisy, I'm very genuine, dude.
You're fake as a $3 bill.
1 second. I just...
Dude, you're fucking up here on this panel to give someone credibility.
You tried
just
to
calm
make
down,
this,
dude.
You tried to make this point yesterday. I don't get the point. Like, I feel like every reasonable person can clearly understand
Of course you don't get it.
one would like be more surprised by a $500 donation compared to a $2 donation while still greatly appreciating and being surprised by any donation at all. Like, it's like you want to condense things to like one dimension because, you know, the internet for the most part kind of thinks in one dimension. But it's like clearly the case that it's very reasonable for somebody to have a little bit more like, oh, like, whoa, like, what the hell? Like, oh my God, like in response to a $500 donation to a $2 donation, while still yet at the end of the day being very thankful for both donations or any donation at all, right? Like, I mean, like everyone, I feel like everyone can understand that concept. Everyone can understand that concept.
No, it's called it's a biblical term for it, dude. It's called respect of persons. Okay, I know that you don't believe in the words of the Bible, but it's called being a
Can you just stop whining? Also, you know, somebody in my Discord, somebody in my yeah, he just got raptured. No clue where he went. Somebody in my Discord just made a really good point. "Quote unquote, Dean doesn't thank small donors." End quote. Dean called me an idiot for $1 yesterday. Yes, I did. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. He literally got raptured. Welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
No, he's just a hater, Dean. I just wanted to say that. He just hating on you. That's all, man. Fuck him.
I appreciate you, High Tech. You take care, man. Shout out to High Tech. Let's go. Oh, man. Let's go to get that next guest out of that in here.
I had a guy load up on my live yesterday. He came up and he was like, "Hi, you remember me?" I said, "No." He said, "You called me stupid the other day." No, he said, "You called me a clown the other day." I said, "Well, to be fair, I call a lot of people a clown."
Wait, who?
A guy. Never mind. I'll tell you later. I'll tell you.
Okay, sorry. My brain just like spaced out there for a second.
It's all good.
My bad, Santana. I'm sorry.
You're good.
You'd be surprised about the amount of times that my brain starts to do that during like the last hour of the live stream.
I saw you buffering.
Yeah, especially after today. Like, I don't really think that this is something that a lot of the viewers pick up on, but for the last hour of my live stream, I really like miss every other word from whomever I'm talking to. So if you like watch a debate from the start of the day, then you compare that to a debate at the end of the day. Yeah. Like, sure, like I'll be performing well in each debate, but you'll like notice significantly better performance in the first debate because
I get it.
My brain isn't as fogged. Anna the Rebel, welcome into Sport Trump. Anna the Rebel, are you here? Okay. Also, what was your communist joke, Santana?
Oh no, it's a little bit longer. We should save it for the end.
Okay. All right. You got it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it. We got Eddie loading up in here. Hello, Eddie.
Oh, I just want to say, Dean, you're the GOAT. Not at all. He touches kids. But you're the GOAT, Dean.
Hey, man. Eddie, you're the GOAT too for that i8. Don't let anybody tell you that just because it's a 6-cylinder, it's a piece of shit. It's one of the most beautiful cars made in the last 50 years.
Yeah, I appreciate you, my brother, for real.
Hell yeah. Shout out to you, Eddie. Appreciate you so much.
You know what I find interesting about you is, and like you should really consider doing like maybe like a vlog where you're not debating or something. You have like the most interesting like hobbies. Like I'll never forget when I pulled out my pocket watch and you like identified it immediately and started then talking about watches, and then we started talking about coffee, and you started like you have the most interesting hobbies. Like you should really think about those other things because I've heard you talk about cars a million times.
Well, like the same. I don't know. Let me find a way to describe this. The reason why I know a lot about politics is like the same reason why I know a lot about other things like watches, cars, coffee. I like develop these like special interests, and then I just learn everything ever about them. That's kind of how it works. You know, and it's like when I'm scrolling on my phone, just like mindlessly, like I'm not even really just looking at like brain rot reels. So sure, sometimes I am. Every so often, I'll get a follower on Instagram DMing me a reel saying, "Dean, why the hell did you like this? What the fuck is this?" And it's just some like damn fucking brain rot shit. But like for the most part, you know, I'm just like learning about random shit for no reason at all. I don't know. But anyways, welcome in. It was a new guest. Welcome in, Corey. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
25.
All right, what year were you born in?
2000.
All right, man. I'm going to take one moment here to thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. Fam Cam, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Fam Cam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get 500 Fam Cam W's down below. Fam Cam with a 50 says, you are strong as hell. My PTSD is so bad from relationships with people exactly like the last guest. I would have booted her from the stream 30 seconds in due to losing my dang mind. Oh, yeah. I appreciate you so much for the $50, Fam Cam. Oh my God, Ashley. Ashley was pretty nuts. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to FamCam. Seriously, that is very kind of you. Same thing to you, Rebecca. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Who says this is for surviving the 9th level of hell today. Love you too, Rebecca. We still have an hour left. We haven't survived it yet. Stevie, thank you for the $10. Who says, bro, you got screwed over the guest today. No fucking shit, dude. It's been hell. Kamani, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. It's just good to see you, Kamani. Philip, thank you so much for the $5. Jojo, thank you for the $5. Then Anna Sophia, thank you so much for the $30. Who says, one of the reasons I've continued to hop in these lives and support you is because you continuously support and advocate for us women, not just for our rights, but our safety. I truly appreciate you. And I'm so sorry that it's been a rough day. Anna Sophia, you've been watching for forever now. Something else is I really pick up on the names of the people that I see frequently, and I see you so much. So I appreciate you for your continued support. All the love in the world to you. Huge shout out to Anna Sophia. And then Tracy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, says, how could I hear more of Santana? I'd assume that you're a YouTube viewer, because on TikTok, you could probably just hit that follow button. He's Santana's Speaks For You, or Santana24 Speaks on all platforms. Check him out. He's great. Then Brianna, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Just says, Ashley is the definition of vapid. Caitlin, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you. Jacob, thank you so much for the 5. Wes, thank you for the 5. Then Rachel, thank you for the $25. Who says, you're the GOAT. Keep fighting the good fight. My family loves you. Well, shout out to you and your family, Rachel. Thank you so much for the support. Show some love to Rachel down below. Then Maya, thank you so much for the 10. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up and thank a couple people on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $20 donation, Carletta, who says, Mercury is in retrograde. That's why these dumbasses are out in full force. I do not need the Phil crash out. I do need a Phil crash out today, though. I love you so much. I'm literally crying laughing. You are the best. Thank you for the $20, Carletta. You know, we let Phil up yesterday, and then he ended up, like I don't know, destroying one of his, tables, desks, and, spilling, water everywhere. You know, I don't want to, put another hole in his wall. So maybe we'll skip him for the day. I don't know, though. And then Melissa, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dean, I want to thank you for your patience. It really bothers me that they're picking on you as somebody who's been bullied. Listen, here's my thoughts, Melissa. It used to kind of bother me when they'd, pick on me. It used to kind of bother me, and I'd, want to give some response. So it's I own them. Anymore, I just don't care. It's just noise. Yeah. It's literally just noise. Meaningless noise that I ignore. Thank you for the $25. Logan, thank you for the 10, who says Ashley needs a new job. And then it looks like we are all caught up. For all the people over on Super Chat that I haven't thanked because your donation has went away, I'm going to take a moment just to scroll through and read them all. Know that I appreciate you. I'm going to try to shoot you all off a personal comment. Take it away, Corey. Tell me in Santana down here why the hell you still support Trump. And then here in a moment, I am going to run away and use a restroom. But for now, the mic is the floor yours. Go ahead, Corey. By the way, you have to be on app in order for us to hear you.
Really quick, Aaron, thank you so much for the 20. And Allison, thank you for the 5. Yes, she wasn't sentient or a scientist. Thank you. I don't know if he's going to come back in.
I don't know if he's going to come back.
Maybe trying to run. They've been so weird with running lately.
Yeah.
Also, you got the short end of the stick today. I was on earlier and I had a massive migraine, so I had to completely cut my live short. But then I hopped on with Parker for a while, and they were a little unsufferable, but not as bad. I feel like they all waited for you to get online today because you were just going through it.
Going through them all. No, for sure.
No.
Yeah, Creed, are you going to call the cops, break a table?
No, listen, I came up here to say one thing. Right? Dude, people in my life are seeing the videos people are posting about me, and I'm genuinely getting tired of it. Okay. I don't want the videos posted.
Do you think that you should maybe stop requesting to join the live if that's the case?
No, stop, no, I want people to
Phil, you control your own destiny here.
Stop,
you
bro,
have the ability to stop joining the live, Phil.
This.
You have the ability to stop.
No, because my family was over yesterday.
Stop fucking
calling! No, bro, stop! Please,
Phil, you control your own destiny.
Stop, dude. You would not say that to me.
You control your own destiny, Phil.
Dude,
Phil, your family.
Stop, dude, no, stop,
your family will stop harassing you, Phil, if you stop coming.
They're not harassing me. They're not harassing me. They just told me that I need to calm down on live stream before I get myself in trouble.
Phil, you should listen to them.
Stop!
You're not listening to them. This is not calm, Phil.
Stop!
This isn't you,
No,
Pookie.
stop, bro. I'm trying to have a one-on-one
You're not listening
conversation.
to them. Pookie, this is not you.
Did you say Pookie?
Yes, Pookie, this isn't you.
I'm not. Ew. I feel I'm repelled. That's disgusting.
Okay, I'll call you Phil instead. My bad.
No, stop! No, bro, just call me Pookie. I don't care, bro.
All right, Pookie.
Bro, can you just call me my name? Why do you want to call me Pookie and Phil?
Well, I don't
like,
want to
why?
call you Pookie. It was a joke. It was like,
Like,
Pookie,
can you
this
stop
isn't
calling
you.
me
Like,
like
that's like a joke.
Stop calling me the P word and stop calling me all these disgusting things, bro. Like yesterday, I spilled water all over my carpet because of you, and my family.
I think that was
out.
because of you. You crashed out.
I don't crash out, dude. You literally, dude. No, now, who is this?
I just want to say, I think it says Electrical Witch sent a $5 donation. Thank you for the 5. Said Mercury is in
Tell your chat to
Pisces
stop
today,
spamming
which
that.
means people are highly.
Santana, I re-request. I meant to kick Phil, and it accidentally kicked you. That would be my bad, Santana. Sometimes, I mean, I know that you're familiar with this since you host your own lives. Sometimes when you have more than one guest, and then you go to kick the guest you no longer want on the panel, it selects like the other person. Are you familiar with that glitch?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you literally.
It's been acting really funny lately. Like I got. You remember the time you had the person where you couldn't see the person but you heard them talking?
Oh yeah.
And you couldn't get them off the live?
Oh, that one was.
That
so
happened
bad,
to me
man.
the other day, and like the person finally heard me and then like disconnected.
Oh man, well at least you got them gone, man. Usually, like
Yeah.
they don't hear you because they're dilly dallying, and then you have to like completely end the live, and it sucks. Olive Tree, welcome into Sport Trump.
Hi, dude. So, no, but I have a really important question that I wanted to ask.
I'm sorry, we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. If you do have a really important question, I definitely recommend that you join my Discord, discord.gg/Dean. Drop it in the live chat. Not only would other people in there be able to answer it, but if it is like truly an important question that only I would be able to answer, then I will see it. I'll make sure of it.
So the Discord is based. Even I'm in there.
Yo, I don't know. Sometimes they're based. They get like mad at me when I promote it. Like, bro, it's like, of course I'm gonna promote my Discord. Like, clearly, Dean Withers will promote the Dean Withers Discord. They get so mad at me. You know what? If you're a fan of mine, you should go join my Discord. All right, go join discord.gg/DEAN. Go join the Discord. Let's explode it with members. I want the whole fan base to join the Discord. There's like close to 20,000 people watching. Go join the Discord. Now, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah, I do.
Dude, someone in the chat says, no, stop. This is our Discord. It's my Discord! All right, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What time is it?
It's 8:35 right now.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, you came up like yesterday, right? Oh, what the fuck?
What happened?
Bro, Santana, look at his posts. What the fuck?
Wait, no, cause I've came here to like spread awareness to something. It's really important.
No.
What?
No, I'm good off that. Yeah, you see that guy's post, dude?
What's happening? What? Oh, this is peak brain rot. Holy smokes. Okay.
Yeah, let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Oh my god, the Discord's fuming at me. What did I just do? Dude, they're going to cancel me for this.
They are.
Yeah, they're going to cancel me for this.
They're going to put you on the background, Dean.
Yeah, I'm going to be on a background. I'm going to be in a background for this. All right, let's go to get the next guest loaded up in here. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. We got Kelly loaded up into the box. Dude, they're so mad. Oh my god, they're so mad at me. Bro, look at it. They're so mad. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, Kelly's not loaded in, guys. Only up inside the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please do follow the rules of the live. I kind of have to use the restroom, so we're really looking to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here so we could start a debate and I could go.
Goon said, "No, Dean, no."
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It was pocket dial.
Oh, no worries. Somebody else says, I'm not mad, just disappointed. Oh my goodness. We got chances him 128 loaded up into the box. Someone else says, bro, like 200 people have joined to leave.
200. I saw that.
Oh, I don't even know how I got up here.
Oh, no worries. Guys, make sure that you're only in that queue if you're MAGA, please. Someone else says, why don't send them here? We don't need them.
I said, quit effing with us, Dean.
Quit fucking. Dude. Actually, we're pretty close to 30,000 members.
I love you,
That's crazy.
Hey, man. Thank you. We're only looking for a Trump supporter, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. How long will it take us to find the next Trump supporter? I don't know. We got Jake loaded up into the box. Dude, there is a 30-second slow mode on that chat, and it is just running.
Flying. It's flying.
Oh my god. It is literally
Holy
flying.
smokes.
With the slow mode and everything.
That is crazy. You kicked up a hornet's nest.
Yeah.
Someone said I can read fast.
All right. All right. We got Dylan loaded up into the box. We got Daniel loaded up into the box. Holly says hiding. Hey, Holly. All right. We're going to try to get that next guest loaded up in here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Daniel. Do you support Trump? Daniel's not here. All right, moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. At this moment in time, I'm going to start going through everybody in the queue, and if there's any clear indicators that you're not actually a Trump supporter, such as your bio post or repost, I will be going and abandoning you. Just because it's been a while since we got that last guest up here, we're going to be kicking it into gear. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nightmare, you have 5 seconds before you're banned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Dean Fuentes. What the fuck? Dean Fuentes. Oh, what the hell? Dean Fuentes. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
February 10th, 2008.
Okay. And why is your name Dean Fuentes?
That's my name.
No, it's not your name. It's my name mixed with Nick Fuentes' name.
Well, I think the same of you both. I like you guys both the same amount.
That's interesting.
You know, I think you guys both speak your mind a lot. You know, you guys both speak what you guys believe in. Do you like my name?
No.
Do you like my profile picture?
No, I'm looking for an example here. That's like somebody saying, I kind of listened to what God had to say, listen to what Satan had to say, and I like them both equally.
Are you calling Nick Fuentes Satan?
Yeah.
Okay. That's an opinion.
So why do you support Trump?
It's more of, I think if we were to have Kamala in, or like a liberal in as president, you know, like if we had the borders open, it wouldn't really end up well.
Okay, Santana, do you have moderation ability?
Yep, I got it.
All right, I'm going to quickly run off and use the restroom. For everybody watching, I'll be right back. In the meantime, Santana's going to be talking to the guests. I'll be right back, folks. See you soon.
All right, DF. You said you feel like if Kamala was in, then what?
Then we wouldn't really have like a well-running state, you know.
A well-running state.
My bad.
What's well-running currently about our country?
Well, no, I'm just saying I've never seen a situation where having open borders has worked.
When were there open borders?
Never.
Okay, so
not that I can think of, or I guess.
Okay, so then what are you talking about?
Well, I feel like if we were to have like, well, let me think here. Just give me a second.
Dig deep. Put your thinking cap on.
I want to know like what you think is your solution to immigration instead of
let them
ICE.
all in.
What? Let them all in?
Yep.
Even the terrorists?
Sure.
And the frauds?
I guess. We
Really?
already got them here. We already got terrorists and frauds already here.
So why not get rid of them?
You elected him as president and put him in power. Hey, what year were you born?
2008, February 10th.
All right. I mean, it checks, chat. It checks. All right. Yeah. Listen, you're sitting here and talking about the integrity of the country and how you're worried about anyone coming from outside of the country into the country that would harm the country. But literally, you support a fascist who is appointing Nazis to our government. So I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
When is he appointing Nazis to the government?
Stephen Miller's a Nazi. Also, they're doing a lot of Nazi shit. Like a lot of it.
Like what?
Like Kristi Noem had a sign that she stood behind. It said "all of ours" for one of ours and all of yours is a callback to a slogan from Nazi Germany that they used when in Czechoslovakia, and I think it was in 1932 or 42. But when they ended up killing a bunch of people due to a German SS general being killed, and so they did like a 1 to 100 ratio. But then also you can talk about Pete Hegseth with the quote unquote mistake of having the SS in front of his Secretary of War nameplate while he was at a cabinet meeting. You can also talk about the Department of Justice using specific Bible verses in like a patriotic recruitment video, but it was the same Bible verses that were used by the literally by Hitler. So it's like they do a lot of like Nazi shit.
That's actually true?
It's everything that I said is true. I can prove every single word that I said.
I did not know
also, the one report from Donald Trump's ex-wife is that apparently Trump's favorite book was Mein Kampf. You know what that is?
Yeah, I know that.
Apparently he used to have it by like his nightstand. Oh, also bar for bar, Trump stole Hitler's line of poisoning the blood of America and calling undocumented immigrants vermin. Like that's the same line that Hitler used. Also Donald Trump's like last massive rally in Madison Square Garden, like the Nazis did that at Madison Square Garden as well. Oh, you remember when Donald Trump had like that whole big thing of Tesla with Elon Musk in front of the White House?
Yeah.
Hitler did the same thing with Volkswagen. They just do a lot of Nazi shit.
I wasn't aware of that stuff.
Yeah.
But still, I think my basis is I'm worried that like if we just start freely letting in these immigrants, that bad things would happen.
What about the bad things that already happen? People getting shot in the face. Did you know that?
Yeah. But
that's
I
pretty
think
bad, right?
But people get shot in the face everywhere.
Also, you just justify people getting shot in the face.
No, I'm not trying to justify people getting shot in the face. I'm saying though, why would we help make it worse?
You literally support someone who's making it worse.
No, but you're saying we should have fully open borders and let anyone in, no matter what.
I said I don't care. I mean, for some reason, I said you support the people that's making it worse in the country. You're pretending that you said something about terrorists and fraud, and literally terrorists and fraud are already here within our country. Domestic terrorism is super high, like literally super high. And a fun fact, there was a comprehensive study completed over the last 30 years of 3 different ideology: left wing, right wing, and Muslim ideology. And over the last 30 years, 57% of mass shootings were committed by people with right wing ideology. I would think if you worried about like terrorism, you would focus on domestic terrorism and like not support right wing ideology.
I mean, I have no rebuttal to that.
Okay, so you concede.
I concede, yeah.
Dean, he's cooked.
Yeah, what did I miss? I came back from the bathroom and there's a concession?
Yeah, he just gave up. Like he literally
Yo,
just gave
DOJ
up.
locked the files. One moment, let me check this out.
Yeah, I was getting ready to tell you that. Like I was double checking that. I don't know if there's just
Am I
an
following by
issue
this?
or whatever, but like I've been trying different names and nothing's popping. Trump definitely isn't popping. I tried like Clinton, that's not coming up. So it might be something wrong. I was sitting here trying to run through it and double check it before I said anything.
I would assume it's like a technical glitch.
That's what I'm thinking as well, because nothing is actually being able to search, and I used it earlier.
Yeah, I would definitely just assume it's a technical glitch. Like, I think they're really stupid, but like... Oh, man. The search bar's gone.
Oh, I can still see the search bar.
That's the search bar of the DOJ website. There should be
No,
a
no,
second...
no,
never mind. I just had to scroll down a little bit.
Yeah.
Tests.
But see, I had
Results
a guess
found.
earlier.
Oh, sorry. Results found. Epstein. Does Epstein return results?
No. I think it's just an issue because I had a guest earlier who was like making a point about Michael Jackson, and I went here and I was able to search Michael Jackson, but now even Michael Jackson isn't working. So I think it's just an issue with the website.
Yeah, like I really don't think that they're that smart. Obviously, right? But I don't think they're that dumb, right? Like just completely taking all the Epstein files down. Like that'd just be like the end of the Trump admin for sure. Welcome to Sport Trump.
They are about
Moving on
that
to the
smart,
next
though.
guess. Yeah, let's go to get that next guess loaded up into the box, folks. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Probably have time for like either like, you know, like 2 more like debates or like 1 like longer debate. We have 30 minutes left on the stream.
I can't believe how the other guy just completely folded. Like he just packed it up and that was wild.
I mean, good on him for conceding. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
28.
Awesome, man. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'm going to ask you a question. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Tom and Kaylee, thank you both for the $5 over on Venmo. Then Morgan, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you so much for the Phil crash out. It was needed. Appreciate that, Morgan. Mila, thank you for the 5. And then Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, yo, Dean, real quick question. How does one access your Discord server asking for a friend? Kirsten, you got your question answered. She actually sent that one in before everything. Oh, yes, actually, something else that I just saw somebody say that it's actually really smart. The server's 18 plus. So everyone who's like joining that has joined the server already, like you've quickly learned that. But you know, now you know. Now you know before you even join. So then our mods don't get convoluted with a bunch of tickets that are then closed. I mean, like the server tells you like when you're joining, like you have to be 18 plus. So we're all good. It's just, you know, maybe a little bit less effort. So now the minors don't even have to go out there and try, right? You won't get through 18 plus. Moving on to the next guess. All right, we got Jay Slutter loading up into the queue. Oh, he left. Unfortunate. Jay Slutter, hop back in that guest request, bro. Clint, thank you so much for the $25 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, I hear them fans. What kind of GPU you got? Well, it's actually like a real fan. I have 2 fans going at the same time right now. Like real fans. A name, do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, not even here. I did not mean to bring Liam back up. Any name's gone. Jay Slutter, hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
You've been around for a while. I remember your name from like years ago.
I've been around a bit.
Yeah, you have. You have. All right, I'm going to finish thanking a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. I think that we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let me check one last time. We are. Yes, to quickly catch up on PayPal, like I said, thank you so much for the $25. One last time to you, Clint. Alex, thank you for the $5. He says, love watching you and Santana. Keep fighting the good fight against these MAGA morons. Appreciate you so much for the love, Alex. And then Cully, thank you for the $10. And Cully, are you a Trump supporter? And then Lisa, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, my name is Moon, and I just wanted to say that your lives are helping me. Ignored the bullies coming back to bully me after 2 years. Love you, Dean. Oh, I love you too, Moon. That's good to hear. Thank you for the $20. Then same thing to you, Isabella. Thank you for the $14. Who says the last people have been so crazy it must be a full moon. Mercury's in retrograde. That has to explain it, right? I appreciate you guys. It looks like we're all cut up. Jay Slater, I got a question for you. Would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden as president if Biden basically called for the literal execution of his political opponents?
How about we don't do hypotheticals and we talk about some real up-to-date scenarios? How about that?
So hypotheticals are actually really important for critical thought because it allows us to explore. You cut me off. You cut me off.
Let's do some current events.
I let you speak. Now you're going to let me speak.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, you finished your sentence. You did.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So you said let's not use hypotheticals. So hypotheticals are actually really important and really useful for critical thought because hypotheticals allow for us to explore our moral principles or our red lines or our beliefs about other things without the typical bias that would be associated with those beliefs. And what I mean by that is I'm basically asking you to explore this notion of Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents through the lens of Biden, because then you're going to take your political bias for Trump away while still answering to the meat on the bone, answering to this principle.
I mean, I get
if
the
a president
point
calls for the execution of their political opponents,
I know what a
would it be
hypothetical
reasonable to
is for.
stop supporting them? So I am going to ask the hypothetical again because I do really want an answer. If
I don't do
Biden
hypotheticals,
called,
sorry. I'm not doing hypotheticals. Sorry.
so then you're not here for real debate, man. I
No,
mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Let's do some current events. Let's do some current events.
Because you're basically telling me that I need to take chess pieces off of the chessboard in order for you to interact with the chessboard.
No, but we could do
You're
real
asking
scenario
me.
shit.
You're asking me to put the the bumper rails up at the bowling alley. It's like
No.
yes, you are, because you're asking me not to use hypotheticals to get you to critically think to recognize why what you're saying is wrong.
Wait, it sounds like you're scared to defend your position with all circumstances. So it sounds like you know that you don't hold consistency throughout different situations, and you're already conceding. Is that why you won't deal with the hypothetical?
Yeah, are you basically saying that if Biden did call for the baseless execution of his political opponents, any reasonable would stop supporting him, and you knew
Nice
that
try.
you would affirm
Nice try
that,
for another-
but then
another-
you
Nice
wouldn't
try.
affirm that as it relates to Trump? Because ultimately the conclusion here
let's
is
do-
that Donald Trump has basically called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress. And I think the reason why you're not willing to interact with the hypothetical is exactly what Santana just said, because if you were to interact with a hypothetical, then you know you'd inevitably contradict yourself.
No, because you have to use a hypothetical to try to sway your point. Let's do a hypocritical scenario, shall we?
A hypocritical scenario?
Yeah.
Yes, we could do
I
one
wanna
after, but
fucking hear this.
yeah, I just kind of want to drill in my point here. I'm still gonna make my point.
I'm not
You're
going to do
saying
a
that
hypothetical.
You don't want to do hypothetical. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll allow you to put the bumper rails up at the bowling alley. I will allow you to take, half of my chess pieces away in the chess game. Sounds good. You shouldn't support Trump as president because Donald Trump basically called for the literal execution of his political opponents. And if Biden did that, I know you would have stopped supporting him.
I didn't support Biden anyway, but that's besides the point. There's many other reasons.
I know that you would have thought any reasonable American should stop supporting him. Is what I meant to say. My apologies for misspeaking.
Okay. Did you support Obama?
I'll happily respond to your question about Obama after you could address my argument insofar as why you shouldn't support Trump.
I support Trump. I'm not going to tell you why I shouldn't.
No, I'm telling you why you shouldn't support Trump. And one of the reasons would be is that he basically called for the execution of his political opponents.
And who was that?
7 Democrats in Congress who urged members of the military to not follow any unlawful orders given to them if Trump were to make them.
Who was it? Who did he supposedly do this upon?
The names of the 7 congressmen and women?
Yeah. What did he say, and what was the context of it?
Oh, yes. So this was 10 weeks ago on Truth Social. The Washington Examiner posted an article titled 7 Democratic Lawmakers in Congress Urged Members of the Military to Not Follow Unlawful Orders. And then Donald Trump responded to that by saying, this is sedition, this is treacherous, they're guilty of sedition, they are traitors. And then he went on to say that they're a sedition and the fact that they're traitors is punishable by death. And then he went on to repost a follower's comment that read, "Hang them, George Washington Wood."
So he posted, "Hang them." is what you're saying.
Yeah, so he said that they deserve to die, and then he reposted one of his followers' comments that said hang them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it, so I'll have to look it up. I'm not going to say it. Maybe it doesn't exist. However,
I actually could show it to you.
I'm not going to tell you that I agree with everything this man says. I'm not telling you that.
I'll just show that to you.
The president of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding the
halfway through the video where I actually show the tweets.
The hanging of any Democrat urging our military to ignore. You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social.
There you go.
He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders" by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Okay, so two things. One, I don't agree with the death comment. However, it is they could. I mean, that's their commander in chief, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, I mean, it's just like espionage, right? It is punishable by prison time, right?
No.
So not taking an order from the president is not punishable?
In fact, if that order is unlawful, the UCMJ punishes you if you do follow it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the second thing I would comment on is him reposting something is no different than you reposting something. I get the context of I get the context of what you're pointing out. Like I said, I'm not agreeing with everything this man says. I'm not. He does run his mouth. He does says things that a president should not. I will concede that fact.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with his comment. If that's
I'm gonna ask you a question. So far, do you agree that he called for their death?
Will you answer mine first? Because I answered yours.
I'm almost done with this topic. We're almost wrapped up here. So do you agree that he called for their execution?
In a roundabout way, yeah, he did.
Oh, okay. All right. So you shouldn't support a president that calls for the execution of their political
Well, I'm not
opponents.
going to... Okay.
It's anti-American to the core.
Okay. So now answer my question. Did you support Obama?
I mean, I was a kid at the time. So no.
Do you...
I was too young.
Okay. Do you now?
I think... I think that he's one of the better presidents that we've had in modern American history, although not perfect.
Okay. So you know he was the only president to actually kill an American citizen, right? Actually, 3. You know that, right?
He killed an American like himself?
Yeah, he ordered a drone strike for 3 Americans.
Oh, yeah, wasn't that ruled as legal? Like I mean,
no.
I think that obviously, like, clearly I disagree with the drone strike, but I'm pretty sure that, like, the courts said it was legal, correct?
But you support him now today, you just said you still support him today. But you agree with him killing 3 Americans?
Didn't the courts rule it as legal? Like, can you give me more information about it?
2 of which were kids.
Yeah, could you please give me more information about it?
Anwar al-Wakari and his son and his nephew.
Okay, so what happened?
He drone striked them. They're American citizens.
Okay, why did he drone strike them?
I don't know. They weren't charged with any crimes. I forget what country they were in when he did it. It wasn't America. He didn't kill them.
They were in Yemen.
Yeah, he didn't kill them on American soil. However, they were American citizens.
Okay, so I'd need to know why he did it. But, like...
I'm not sure why he did it, but what does it matter? Do you still support it?
Okay, well, like, if they, like, clearly did something wrong that would, like, warrant killing them...
But they didn't have no due process.
Here's what I'm saying.
Also,
if they clearly did something wrong that would warrant killing them, I would care a lot less, although still criticizing the action because of a lack of due process, compared to them not doing something wrong that wouldn't warrant
so if they did anything, if they didn't do anything wrong that we don't know because they weren't charged in court...
They were part of Al-Qaeda. And also, Dean, yes, the ACLU took Obama to court for it, and they won and said that because they challenged it on the Fifth Amendment, and he won that case. So
the ACLU or Obama?
Obama.
So you agree with him?
Wait, how did Obama win? How did Obama win the case if there was?
Well, they found. So it says here they found the strikes to be legal as far as being able to carry out the drone strikes. And they were specifically targeting a member that was a part of Al-Qaeda. And then there was an unexpected target of the 16-year-old. I'm not even going to try to say their name.
Yeah,
it was a part of it. So, like, it was collateral damage, but, like, literally.
Well, no. They went back again and struck the nephew and the son.
To give, like, my, like, overall, like, encompassing takeaway thoughts here. Yeah, like, clearly, if their target was a member of Al-Qaeda,
Like, I'm not really going to care that they killed a member of Al-Qaeda. What I will say is, especially considering the fact that it was ruled as legal, what I'll say here is that I still do care a little, and it is something that I am willing to criticize their administration for, because I do believe in due process. I think that that's important, clearly. Even though it was technically legally ruled as legal, even though it technically ruled that it wasn't in violation of the 4th or 14th Amendment, I could still see how, although it's not legally a gray area, like commonsensically it is, because clearly the person they killed didn't go to court. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'll still condemn the administration for it. I mean, I want to talk about the president today. I'm happy that I was able to give you my full encompassing thoughts about that. If you care about citizens being killed, well, imagine that citizen wasn't an Al-Qaeda member. Imagine that citizen wasn't armed. And imagine that citizen was down on all four without a gun and then shot in the back 12 times and murdered. And then imagine that their murderer was defended by the presidential administration. Of course, I would be referencing Alex Preddy. I think that you do not have the level of insight that I do. You cannot sit here and say that you condemn the Trump administration for defending the murder of Alex Preddy the same way I was able to offer some critique of the Obama administration, even though they were ruled as a member of Al-Qaeda and the killing was ruled as legal, simply because I still find it a little bit washy. So tell us, do you condemn the murder of Alex Preddy, and do you condemn the Trump administration defending the murder of Alex Preddy?
So have they found the officers guilty or not yet? Are they arrested? Are they charged with anything?
I think they're still on the job.
Because I can take your same scenario and your same thought process and say, okay.
I think that the agents are still on the job. And
so
by the way, I'm not asking you to take my logic and apply it to your scenario. I'm asking about your genuine thoughts. And
I'm going to tell you this.
Do you condemn the murder of Alex Preddy?
I'm answering you. There's a lot going on with that scenario, right? So he did start out with a gun on his person, correct?
Yes, which was legally holstered, and no, the Constitution does not permit LEOs to kill people merely for being in possession of a firearm in accordance with the Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment. I'm not accusing you of saying such thing. I'm just adding on important context.
Okay. So there's a lot to take in there, right? He was struggling with officers. The officers have not been charged, or they haven't been cleared yet, as far as I know, either. But so there's a lot to come out of it, right? So your whole defense of the whole Obama thing is, well, nobody was charged.
Remember, I'm not asking you to likely misrepresent my interpretation of what happened under Obama and then apply it to Alex Preddy. Like, I'm genuinely asking you for your perspective. Do you agree that Alex Preddy was murdered? And by the way, I do not agree he was murdered. Okay. So that's insane. Do you know what standard justifies an LEO involved shooting?
Yeah, threat of personal life and others.
Okay, so you're close. You're on the money, but not quite there. So in accordance with the Connor v. Graham ruling. So in accordance with the Connor v. Graham ruling from SCOTUS alongside a couple others, okay, the standard that has to be met in order for an LEO-involved shooting to be ruled as legal, lawful, and not murder would be the fact that in consideration of the totality of the circumstances, okay, this person that was shot and killed was purporting an objectively reasonable threat, okay, of serious bodily harm or death to anybody within their immediate vicinity. So because you're sitting here arguing that at the time of the shooting, Alex Preddy was not murdered, you are telling us that you think Alex Preddy was purporting an objectively reasonable threat of serious bodily harm or death to the people within his immediate vicinity in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. So please describe to us what threat Alex Preddy was purporting.
Well, first, if he would have let the agents drive off as they were and not attack the vehicle, there's problem number one, right?
Okay, yeah, just like if the woman didn't...
would you agree? Would you agree?
Actually, no, because that's not what happened.
Yeah,
he didn't kick the truck?
He's conflating the two videos.
Yeah, he's conflating something that happened 11 days beforehand with the circumstances that led to his murder. So you are pivoting. Right, I want you to tell me what threat Alex Preddy was purporting when he was killed to justify the LEO-involved shooting. You've already told me that that is indeed the only standard that justifies an LEO to kill somebody. So your attempt to talk about what he did 11 days beforehand is not only a pivot, but it's something that you've already acknowledged as irrelevant to this calculation on if the officer was justified in the shooting, which you think they are. So once again, I'm just going to simply re-ask the question. Don't run away this time.
What was the
I didn't say it
objectively
was
reasonable
justified.
threat that Alex Preddy was reporting to the officers that justified the shooting?
I didn't say it was justified. I never. That,
Yes,
those
you did.
words never came out of my mouth.
Yes, you
either.
did.
I just said I don't think he was murdered.
Exactly, which means you think it's justified because the definition
No,
of
there's
murder
two
is the
different things
unjustified
there,
termination of a human life.
There's two different things there.
Wait, I want to give you a quick tip because I can already tell where you're about to try to go. If you try to say, well, he shouldn't have been antagonizing him 10 days before with kicking the car, then that's retaliation on their end, and that literally justifies murder. So you might not want to bring that one up.
They didn't come hunting down this gentleman. They didn't look
It's
for him.
literally
in
murder
particular.
if you're saying that it was response to what happened 10
I
days
didn't.
before.
I'm not saying that was a response. That's not what my words were at all.
Okay,
My
you
words
should probably
were
stick to what you were about to say on when he actually was murdered on that day.
he wasn't murdered. He was. We're going to find out what the facts of it were, but I'm not going to concede the fact that he was murdered. I'm not. That's not going to happen.
Okay, so then you have to give us a justification for the shooting.
Okay, so why didn't he just comply?
Okay, once again,
Comply
you're
or
going back
die.
to the comply or die thing. Listen, man.
No, I
First
didn't
and
say that
foremost,
either. I'm asking a question.
I disagree with the suggestion of the topic of the debate should be why did Alex Preddy just simply not comply compared to why did the ICE agents shoot, kill, execute, and murder him. The reason is you are now giving a lot of social justification to ICE agents to kill people for not complying. Okay, we shouldn't be doing that. This is like saying, well, why did that woman go to the bar? Because when she was at the bar, she got date raped. All right? No. Our first thought here should be to question why did the ICE agents murder Alex Preddy?
For different scenarios.
I actually
conflating
think
it.
that those two scenarios are identical within the relevant senses. I understand that you're now interrupting me because I'm kicking your bitch ass. I would really
You're
appreciate
not.
if you were to
You're
hold
not.
it off.
You're
Then
not.
you want to be interrupting
You're
me. Then
not.
you want to be
You're really
interrupting
not.
me. Then you want to be interrupting
You're
me.
really
Can I
not.
finish my sentence?
You're really not.
And
Hey, hit
then
your
you want to
vape
be
real quick
interrupting
so
me.
you calm down.
Oh, don't worry. I
Hit your
don't
vape
need
so
to.
you
I think
calm
the
down.
only person that's not calm here is you because you're the one interrupting, then I'm the one preaching facts.
I'm great.
Now, do you want me to finish my sentence or do you want to continue to interrupt me and crash out? The ball's in
No, I'm
your
not crashing
court,
out,
my
bud.
friend.
Go
Listen,
ahead.
we've had crash outs on the stream
Go
all day.
ahead.
I'm honestly very used to it. I'm just waiting
about to get it.
for the
Get
moment
your
that you
vape.
stop interrupting me so I could finish my sentence.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Now to go back to what I was saying. So you argued that I was making a conflation of comparing a woman that got date raped at a bar. Why did she go to the bar? Okay. To Alex Preddy, quote unquote, not complying, then getting murdered. Why did he not comply? These two situations are absolutely and undeniably comparable because in both situations, a woman going to a bar does not justify that woman getting raped. Okay. And anybody not complying does not justify that person being shot and killed at the hand of an LEO. That is exactly where the concept of excessive force comes from. And that is exactly why we have SCOTUS rulings and constitutional provisions to ensure that LEOs are only legally justified within their shootings if there's an objectively reasonable threat of to the lives of the ICE agents or any LEO being purported when the person is shot and killed. Okay? Now, the reason why I think it's dangerous to sit here and first ask, well, why didn't he comply compared to why did the ICE agents murder him? We should be holding them accountable, is because you are creating social justification for other agents to go out there and murder more people. Because now in the minds of a lot of ICE agents, they know that there's millions of Americans just like you that won't care if they murder somebody given that that person wasn't compliant. It only incentivizes, okay, excessive force. I get it, okay? Under vast majority of circumstances, people should comply with lawful orders, okay? Not just because it's what you're supposed to legally do, but it's also because what is safest for you. Chances are you're not the one with the gun the LEO giving you the legal order is. All right?
Bingo.
But that conversation is separate and detached and very far away from a conversation about what we should do in response to situations where LEOs engage in the use of excessive force and literally murder citizens. Now, once again, going back to the comment that you made earlier that I've been wanting to respond to for a while, you told me that you don't necessarily think the shooting was justified, okay, but you also don't necessarily think that the shooting was murder. Here's the thing that is illogical. It is contradictory because this dichotomy of it's either murder or justified, okay, / permissible, is a true dichotomy given the definition of the word murder. The definition of the word murder is the unjust termination of a human life. So if you're going to sit here and say it wasn't murder, you're saying it wasn't the unjustified termination of a human life. But then if you're going to turn around and say, but I don't think it was justified, now you're saying that it wasn't unjust, but it also wasn't just. And I don't even know what that means. So let's circle back to why you don't think it's murder and the fact the only way it wouldn't be murder
is if Alex Preddy was purporting this objectively reasonable threat to the lives of the LEOs within his immediate vicinity. And the question, can you articulate what that threat was? And thank you for allowing me to speak, by the way.
So a couple of things here, right? Because it's a pretty packed video that we've seen, right? We have the luxury of looking at this from an outside view, right? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So as the LEO goes in and he's trying to subdue a guy that's fighting with him, any guy, not just this guy, as he's fighting with him, and he sees the gun at some point in the struggle, right? Not knowing where it's at. Okay, and then there's multiple people in the video. There's multiple people that come in. There's multiple things going on at the same instance, correct?
There was, some things going on. I'm trying to be good faith here. Like, I would tell you if I thought the situation was super complicated, but I think
you don't think it was complicated at all?
I don't think that it was complicated enough to just completely obfuscate and make it unclear that the situation was murder.
So put yourself for a minute in the point of the first officer on the bottom of the pile, right?
The one in the back that pulled the gun?
No, the one that is trying to struggling with him at first.
They were all struggling with him.
Okay, so put yourself in first person perspective of those people for a minute, okay?
Okay.
And the gun gets dropped, and you don't know it, right?
That's not true. The gun was never dropped.
No, because the other officer carried the gun off, correct?
Yeah, but he didn't get it from the ground. He got it from his waistband.
Okay. So I didn't know that fact. But the point being is the other officer doesn't know where the gun is, right? In one of the pictures and videos I've seen, later on,
you might be missing another fact. Are you factoring in the fact that they maced him prior to dogpiling him, so he couldn't even see?
No. At that point, it's at that point the mace right now. I'm not taking that into account right now. That right now.
So we're just going to disregard the fact that he was maced. Okay, got it.
Okay.
And pistol whipped in the head 3 times.
He's maced, right? Okay, he's maced. You still have some cognitive features about you just because you can't see, right?
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Daredevil. Finish your point.
If you're hiding a gun in your waistband, you still know it's there, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Go
right
ahead,
you can still
Daredevil.
get to it, right?
I guess after being mace, pistol whip, and dog pile, you can somehow.
We haven't got all there yet.
To your waist.
Let me finish my point. So, as the officer that's on top doesn't know the gun is retrieved, and he sees the guy's arm move out with what I suspect was the phone, and him not knowing in an instant if it's a gun or a phone, he shot him. Now, can you at all say that for a split second? By the way,
I just have to ask you here: is that the official story?
I don't know the official story. I'm saying what I've seen on video.
Okay, so you're basically trying to think of the most convincing story that could maybe be true.
No, I'm not trying to convince anything. Here's the problem.
Well, it is. No, clearly. Listen, I'm not even saying that this is a big problem. Well, though I do think it is one. I'm just not saying that right now. Here's the problem, though, Dean. Okay.
Here's the problem.
You're dreaming up the most possibly convincing story in an attempt to justify the shooting by saying that he could have confused the phone for a gun. Now, here's what I'll say in response to that. I believe that they knew it was a phone because he was holding on to the phone the whole time. Maybe if he suddenly pulled the phone out of his pocket, maybe if he didn't have the phone in his hands 1 second, then did in the next, and somebody screamed gun, I'd get where you're coming from. But considering the fact that the engagement started with him approaching all of them with his phone, and he held it in his hand the whole time, I find this narrative here that they later confused that same phone in the same hand for a gun very unlikely, but that doesn't even matter because last year there was a SCOTUS ruling that said the reasonability of an officer-involved shooting is not made in consideration of the moment of, but rather made in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. Okay, and because of the totality of the circumstances, we know it truly wasn't a phone and his gun was taken from him, not to mention that maybe after the first shot, they'd be able to tell that it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the second shot, they'd be able to tell that it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the third shot, they'd be able to tell it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the fourth shot, they'd be able to tell it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the fifth shot, they'd be able to tell it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the sixth shot, they would have been able to tell it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the second shot, they'd have been able to tell that it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the eighth shot, they would have been able to tell that it wasn't a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the ninth shot, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the 10th shot, they wouldn't be able to tell it was a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the 11th shot, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the 12th shot, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was a gun, it was a phone. Maybe after the 13th shot, they wouldn't be able to tell it was a gun, it was a phone. So,
you see here how the
That was
argument
cute.
in which you're
All
providing
she had to
is
do
not
is say-
compelling in the slightest.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. That I'm not saying getting shot 13 times was legit. Not at all. But what I am telling you, as the public often does, they see a video and they're not in the scenario. There's a lot of chaos in the. Have you ever been in a high stress area or a high stress event where you lose you lose a sense about you for a minute?
Yeah, that's why LEOs go through training to be able to keep their composure and senses in those
You're absolutely
situations.
right. That's why they go through training. However, it doesn't make everything absolute, right?
So I think the angle that you're now coming at it from is maybe this agent just lost his senses because of heightened emotions. And I think that you actually could be right, but it wouldn't amount to the conclusion that therefore it's not murder. It would amount to the conclusion that therefore it was criminal negligence. And that's the reason why it was murder. Right? That's what this argument amounts to, is because we've had this conversation just to describe how unreasonable it was for them to shoot Alex Preddy, either in the moment of or in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. So if you want to posit that, the person that did murder him, wasn't like some villain that wanted to murder him, but was some untrained asshole that didn't know how to respond to the situation and shot him after losing his cool because he was scared because he's an idiot. I feel like that more so amounts to the position that it was criminally negligent, and that's the explanation why it's murder, not the justification insofar as why it's murder.
Feelings. That's not
so
what I said.
If you think that I'm going with my feelings by identifying the conclusion of your argument,
I feel. That's a feeling. You said
I also feel like the
you.
Earth is round. I also feel like Trump's a bad president.
We're going facts, not feelings.
Is it a description of the psychological state of my mind insofar as what my beliefs are, right?
Okay.
It's funny that you said we're talking about facts, but you don't actually know the facts. Like that's a weird statement. Also, I reject that premise. If you're gonna hold to that premise, I reject that premise. So accept it or reject it. Pick your poison.
I mean, what facts do you honestly know for sure?
Know for a fact that he was an 18-year veteran, and so he should have been properly trained to actually handle de-escalation. I know for a fact that he had a jacket and he had an actual previous experience as far as, I'm sorry, this is a different one, but they had different training for the actual de-escalation tactic. We know for a fact that the Trump administration was telling them to use additional force when it came to protesters. We know for a fact.
That's a fact?
Yes, literally. We know for a fact that because they actually took it to court and they were ruled to use force with protesters. Yes, they literally took that to court and said they could use additional force with protesters. Yes.
But it's okay on the other side of that, right? The protesters could use more force too, and that's okay?
Who has the burden of responsibility, the people or the paid government officials?
I mean, we all do. If you look at it like that.
No.
Yeah.
Who has more responsibility? The people who are utilizing their First Amendment right, or the paid, trained government officials?
They both do, because you have to go by lawful orders too.
That's literally so disingenuous.
The answer to the question would be the LEOs.
Don't tell me how to answer the question, Dean.
Well, actually, I can, because this isn't a subjective. This isn't a subjective question. It's actually an objective one. Okay.
No,
it's not merely an opinion. It's not merely an opinion.
Question.
No.
Right, it's a narrative question.
Let me be clear. It's not. Okay. And if you think it is a narrative question, then all that you're saying here is our narrative is right and your narrative is wrong, because literally LEOs do pick up more responsibility than private citizens, because LEOs are held by the law and held by regulatory guidelines set forth by their agency. Citizens have to hold by the law. They are not. They don't have to uphold by any regulatory guidelines from any agency. Like, for instance, one example of how LEOs share more responsibility than private citizens in states where stop and ID doesn't exist and there's no probable cause suspicion of a crime. An LEO cannot ask a private citizen to provide their ID and expect an answer from that citizen, else that citizen face consequences. Meanwhile, in many local police departments, a citizen can ask an LEO for their badge number and their ID, and if they don't provide it, expect negative consequences for the LEO. So this is just an example of how LEOs actually are held to a higher level than private citizens, because they also have to abide by department regulatory guidelines set forth by their local PD or like the Department of Homeland Security in their handbook code of conduct, compared to citizens who don't have to follow those codes of conduct. They only have to follow the law.
Right. So assaulting an officer is against the law, right?
Yes, but you're obviously now using some type of diversion tactic to move away from my explanation on how LEOs actually are held to a higher standard than citizens. And when I say that they're held to a higher standard than citizens, I'm not saying that citizens are not held to any standard at all. Right? You responded to that by saying, "Oh, well, citizens can't like assault cops." Yes, because citizens are still held to a standard. I'm not disputing that. I'm just simply saying that LEOs are held to a higher standard, which is undisputable.
Okay, I'm not denying that fact. I never denied that fact that they should be held to a standard.
No,
never did I say they shouldn't.
Higher standard.
They shouldn't be. I'm not denying that fact.
Okay, thank you so much for conceding, because you did deny that fact, because you said it was a part of our narrative, and you deny our narrative unless you're secretly a liberal.
No. I've never conceded anything.
He is such a libby.
But here's the point, right? So
I gotta walk it back. It's so much fun.
So would you agree then we should? You're all in this Donald Trump thing of holding everybody to a higher standard. What about Congress? What about all these people?
Yeah, hold them to a higher standard. A really good example of that would be like banning stock trading on individual companies.
Another good example of that would be when they honor the mother of a murdered refugee. Nobody stands up, right?
well, here's the thing.
State of the Union is performative.
Here's the thing. A reason why we likely didn't see many Democrats stand up is not because they didn't want to honor the mother of Irina Zakuska, but rather because they didn't want to honor the narrative that Donald Trump was building, pretending like he. Yes, I do defend it. I wouldn't have stood up either, but rather because they don't want to honor and help build the narrative that Donald Trump cares about people like Irina Zakuska. Okay. Because how can Donald Trump say in one breath, "Oh, I care so much about Irina Zakuska because she was a white woman that was murdered by a black man, and she was awesome. She was beautiful. She was perfect." But then in the next breath, I don't care about Alex Preddy at all. In fact, he is a fucking domestic terrorist because he was a private citizen who's murdered by an ICE agent. Right? Make it make sense. The reason why I wouldn't stand up if I was in the Capitol on that day is not because I do not stand with Irina Zakuska, but it's rather because I do not stand with the hypocrisy and the lies of the Trump administration.
Okay. So what was the lie there last night? So then when he says, please, if you agree with the statement, stand up, American citizens should come first, right?
Another good example. I wouldn't have stood up for that either, because in no way whatsoever would I ever allow, permit, or support a president using that slogan, American citizens come first, to justify calling immigrants the vermin, to justify referring to them as the poison to the blood of this country, to justify illegally deporting them to Sikot where they're beaten and tortured, to justify murdering citizens under the guise of them being domestic terrorists, to justify separating families, to justify authorizing ICE to arrest people without due process and in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights, to justify, deporting people with no due process or illegally deporting people to be tortured in another country. I would never stand up. It is so disgusting. It is so brutal. It is so terrible. And I hate that the Trump administration wants to attempt to use this slogan. Well, it's just because we care and we want to protect American citizens. And I'm so fucking proud of all of those Democrats not standing up for that bullshit. But simultaneously,
you're a piece of shit,
I don't know how it's going to work out in midterms for them, because the average American has a takeaway that's probably a lot similar to yours. Small brain, one dimension, no nuance. And that is exactly why you called me a piece of shit moments ago for arguing that we should not applaud and support propaganda downstream of the Trump administration, saying that we want to protect citizens, all for the furtherance of a system of oppression, a system of constitutional violations, a system of human rights violations, and a system of atrocity.
Is he trying to run?
Probably, because I have an answer to all of his talking points. They go down the list, and then when they run out, they run. When they run out of talking points, they run away. They leave
literally skedaddle.
Yeah. He ran out of points, man. Yeah, I'm sure that those one-liners will work on someone else, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sure they will. He actually might be running. I'm giving him a moment here in case he's not running to make him back. By the way, if you do intend to come back, Jay Slater, I'd recommend coming back to the live.
There he is.
Oh, he left again.
What? Okay. Heather, thank you for the $2.22. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. 1984. Yeah.
I think that he's running. He like came back to TikTok.
He might not know how to actually properly. He has to know how to properly run, right? What is he doing?
I don't know.
He might be. Someone said, yeah, he might be Googling something. But
Yeah.
what would he be? I'm so confused. What would he be looking up?
I don't know. I'll give him a moment here. I'm going to thank a couple people. Rodney, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. He says, from a former LEO here, in no way can I find justification anything ICE did. From the moment the agent sprayed and shoved the first woman twice on, the agent was in the wrong. Because they're untrained, lawless, masked thugs. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to Cassie. Thank you for the $12. Who says, thank you for all the work that you do, Dean. Sometimes your lives really help keep me sane in this unhinged world. Well, I appreciate you so much for that love, Cassie. I'm happy that you enjoy the live stream. Show some love to Cassie down below. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Who says thank you from Margaret. Margaret, it is good to see you today as always. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Margaret down below. Same thing to Stefan. Thank you so much for the $3. Who says, are you a science-based lifter? Yes. And who's your favorite fitness content creator? I'll be able to tell you in like 3 seconds. One moment. Let me tell you. I could actually answer your question. Jeff Nippard. Jeff Nippard is great. There you go, Stephen. Sorry. Rachel, thank you for the $1. And then Baxter, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says you betrayed us all on Discord. By the way, that guest left and ran away.
He figured out how to run.
Yeah, for real. And Coley, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. We're all caught up. Damn, bro. I'm actually kind of sad that he left. Because, like, that guy has been on app for, like, years, right? Like, he's probably one of, like, the more experienced MAGA debaters. Because I remember debating him, like, years and years and years ago. Like, years ago. So that's why I brought him up. Because, like, a lot of the people that we talk to are obviously not experienced debaters whatsoever. I want to debate, like, more experienced MAGA debaters. Like, that's what I want to talk
listen. I text Parker about this because I was seeing if Parker had debated him or debated her. Do you know Logic and Liberty?
I mean, I know the name. There's some like crazy Trump supporter on the app, right?
So I was scrolling through, and you know, normally MAGA lives there's like 1 or 2 people, and like she had almost 1,000 people, and I was out and about, but I hopped up for a second because like she had people drop, and I was like, hey, I would love to set up a debate with you, and you know, you and I can do it. She completely chickened out. She was like, oh well, I don't normally debate bigger leftist people because when I do, my account gets banned. I was like, oh okay. I guess. So
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'd really be down to debate anyone. I'm down to debate like everyone like once. Unless I know that like they're like clearly, right, like disingenuous. Right? Yeah. There's this like one creator, his name is like Mid-East Peace. And he just like makes every conversation about Trump about Israel, like from what I've seen. You know? Like, okay, like, you know, that's like clearly disingenuous. Like probably wouldn't bring him up. Unless he was down to talk about Trump, including more things than the fact that Trump supports Israel. Like, yeah. But I mean, like, who else? Like that Zio lady, I forget her name. I literally think her name is that Zio chick. Like, that's literally her username. Like, long curly hair, loves Israel.
Oh yeah. She's crazy.
Oh,
I've seen her before.
She is so nuts.
Yeah,
she's nuts. I mean, she's like one of the larger like people on the right that debates on TikTok. Who else can we think of here? Like, who are some of like the larger like right-wing debaters?
I don't know like a ton of them. That's why I made a decision that I was gonna start like hunting them, right? Because I don't know if you've ever seen me do like MAGA hunting, where I just like randomly find MAGA lives and just hop up and start debating them.
No, I get that.
But I'm gonna start hunting like the bigger creators, but I don't know any of them. So
well, another one on probably the largest Republican debater on TikTok is Millie. She gets like 2,000 viewers, and that's like it for MAGA. I've debated Millie. I embarrassed the fuck out of her.
I've seen like they said Millie is with the Logic person or whatever.
Yeah, those are like 2 peas in a pod. I think that they're friends. I've embarrassed Millie. Oh my god, that was a rather small live stream. I think that we got it up to maybe like maybe 1,000 people by the end of it. I just randomly joined and fried her. I even had like people on the right. I had her friends reaching out telling me that I fried her ass.
You know who blocked me?
Who?
What's her name? You were trying to get her to come up the other day. Damn it, what's her name? She was in your chat spamming, and you kept sending her the request to come up. Montana had no clue who I was. She fucked around and let me up. She had another guy on the panel with her. She got so pissed off. She told him to shut up. She dropped him, and then she finally dropped me and blocked me. Like, she was so mad.
Montana. Oh, Montana. Montana, yeah, she's another one of like the bigger like Republican debaters. She is just unhinged. She's just one of those super angry people. That's kind of the way it goes. You know, like, in order to be like a Republican influencer anymore, you have to just be crazy. You know, like, is there like truly like any like right-leaning influencers that you could think of in politics that like are like normal people, right? You know, just like the average American that you see when you go outside. Like, no.
They don't hold to like they're willing to twist and turn it, like the last guy, right? You literally have to contort reality in order to be able to justify it. Like, I mean, I don't agree with everything that the Democratic Party does, and hell, I call them out on a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to twist reality to try to justify a point. And like, even with the whole situation, he was trying to say, well, if you take this out and this out and this out, and then you add this, then maybe this is justified. Like,
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, the skills that it takes to be like a good MAGA debater are not like being good at like researching, being good at like knowing the facts, being good at like presenting the facts. The skills that it takes to be like a good MAGA debater or like a good MAGA influencer is being able to like manipulate a narrative. And listen, I'm going to say this and you're going to think it's controversial, but then I'm going to follow it up with an explanation. I think the very most skilled Republican on TikTok by far is the older millennial. I think that he is. Let me explain.
What?
I know that's the what moment. That's the what moment. The older millennial is so skilled, like honestly, like amazingly skilled, like one in a million at contorting reality to narrative build. That man is legitimately a top tier narrative builder. He could take anything and build a narrative diametrically opposed to it. The sky is blue. Trust me, if he spent 24 hours working on it, he could convince a couple 100,000 people that it's actually orange. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a snake oil salesman.
Yeah, he's a very skilled snake oil salesman. And he's also a really good, reliable source for fact checking. Because if he posts something, then you know that the opposite is true.
You know, every fucking time it's wrong. Like, it's so easily wrong.
Right.
Holy shit.
I got to hop off here soon, but I know that you had a communist joke. You got to tell us.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to say this, and I got this from Jeff. And so Jeff, endofaspecies.com, he has like his extinction files, and he's doing like a promo or whatever. So you should check that out if you like the joke. Jeff, endofaspecies.com. I got it from him. So, Dean, and I'm just going to preference this. It's not my joke. Don't shoot the messenger. All right, Dean. So, there was a monk that was, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Start over. There was a guy that was driving down the road, and he was coming down the road. It was the middle of the night, and his car started to shake and rattle, and then it just kind of cut off. It stalled and cut off on him. And by the time he just kind of rolled to a stop, he was out in front of a monastery. And he was like completely lost, didn't know what to do. And so he walked up to the monastery and knocked, and a bunch of monks opened up, and he was like, hey, you know, my car just broke down. You know, I hate to do this, but is there any way that you guys can help me out? Maybe can I, you know, stay here for the night and then I'll figure it out? And they was like, oh, no, you're perfectly fine. You're perfectly fine. Come in. They brought him in. They gave him a room. They fed him. They gave him, you know, some clothes to sleep in. The guy packed up everything, you know, got into bed and got ready to drift off. And right before he went to sleep, he heard like this weird sound. And he was like, that's strange. But he just went to bed. The next morning he woke up, his car was fixed, everything was ready to go. The monks completely took care of him. And he was like, wow, that's absolutely insane. He said, man, I really appreciate it. And they was like, don't even worry about it. Like, that's what we are. That's what we do. We take care of people. It's perfectly fine. And he was like, well, thank you. I really appreciate it. And he said, well, hey, one question for you. Like, before I fell asleep last night, I heard this like really, really weird sound. And I was like, oh yeah. No, it was a sound. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. He was like, oh, okay, well, fine. So the guy packed up his stuff. He left. And, time went by, and about a year later, driving down the same road, and the same thing happened. His car started to sputter, and then it just cut off. And he pulled up in front of the monastery again. So he gets out, and he walks up, and he knocks on the door, and he's like, hey, I'm so sorry to do this, but like about a year ago, my car cut off in front of the monastery, and it's doing it again. And then they said, hey, don't worry about it. We'll take care of you. So they did the same thing. They brought him in, gave him clothes, got him a room, fed him, and he was getting ready to fall asleep. And again, he heard that sound, and it was a little bit louder, and he was like, what in the hell is that sound? But he went to sleep. And then the next morning he woke up, same thing, right? The monks had fixed his car. He was good to go. And so he was like, hey, I heard that sound again. I was here a year ago. Same thing happened, and I heard that sound. What is that sound? And I was like, well, listen, we can't tell you what the sound is. In order for you to actually know what the sound is, then you would have to become a monk. And he was like, okay, all right, I really want to know what that sound is. How do I become a monk? And they said, all right, if you want to become a monk, then you have to travel the world and count every blade of grass in the world. So the guy spent the next 10 to 15 years traveling the entire world, counting every single blade of grass. He finally finished it, went back to the monastery, knocked on the door. They said, hi, how can I help you? He said, I've done it. I've counted every single blade of grass in the world. I'm ready to become a monk. And they said, okay. And so he told them the number. They officially initiated him and said, all right, you're officially a monk. And he said, perfect. I need to know what that sound was. I said, okay, all right. And they handed him a ring of keys. And there's a bunch of different keys. And it said, the sound that you've been looking for, that you've been searching for, it's down that hall, down the stairs. And so the guy starts to walk down the hall, and he starts to go down the stairs, and he gets to a door. He uses the key, unlocks one door, and he walks a little bit further, and then there's another door. So he used the other key, and then he walks a little further. There's another door. He used another key. He does this 10 times, and then he gets to a final door, and the monk says, what you've been looking for, that sound that you've been wanting to figure out what it was, it's behind that door. So the guy took the key, unlocked the door. I can't tell you what that sound is. You'd have to become a monk.
That's fucked up, Santana.
It's so fucked up, right? It's so fucked up.
That's fucked up of you.
It's so fucked up, right? Yes.
That's really fucked up. That's
Yeah. Jeff, endofaspecies.com. He did it.
That's fuck you, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I appreciate you having me up, bro. Listen, at least I didn't do you like what he did was he got to the very end, and then instead of saying, I can't tell you what the sound is, he just dropped. And so I was just sitting there on the live, just waiting. So.
Then he just dropped. I appreciate you so much for joining, Santana. I don't appreciate your joke. Take care.
See you, bro.
All right, folks. We got to end the live with a great joke. With a great joke that will now incentivize us all to count every blade of grass on the earth. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. Everyone on TikTok is spamming Momo. Let me make a text real quick. Let me make a call. 1 second. Okay, everybody on TikTok is spamming Momo. We're gonna bring we'll bring Momo in here for a moment before I end this stream. I think that my girlfriend is looking for her right now if she's not just cuddled up downstairs. There she is. I'll be right back. There's Momo. There's Momo. She just woke up from a nap. She sleeps all day long. She sleeps so much all the time. I want the camera to focus on her. She's always sleeping. I don't know. How do I get the camera to focus on her? Do I have to like put her center screen? I don't know what to do. Oh, kitty. Anyways, that's Momo. She is me and my girlfriend's kitty. And she's great. We love her to death. And it looks like maybe you guys do too. It looks like you guys do too. She has become an international superstar. But that's all now. Yeah, she hopped down pretty quick. She left. It looks like she's probably going to go back to her nap. Peace and love, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow, folks. That's it for the stream tonight. Bye, guys.